If your broken heart needs mending, you can come to me. If you want a happy ending, you can come to me. If your love was there, I'm gone away. You can come to me. You'll see how much I care. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like new. I specialize in love. Let me work on you. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like new. I specialize in love. Let me work on you. If you think you've been mistreated, you can come to me. If you feel you're being cheated, you can come to me. If you've been hurt by love before, step inside, baby, and close the door. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like you. I specialize in love. Let me work on you. I specialize in love. I'll make you feel like you. I specialize in love. Let me work on you. That's right, pleased to meet you. I still wanna say my name. Don't you believe in mystery? Don't you wanna play my game? I'm looking for a man to love me like I've never been loved before. I'm looking for a man that'll do it anywhere, even on a nasty war. 'Cause tonight I'm living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, I'm living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? I guess I'm just sailors. I think they got water on my brain. I think they got more water upstairs than they got sugar on my candy cane. That's right, it's been a long time since I had a man I did it real good. If you ain't scared, take it out. I'll do it like a real life nasty girl should. Tonight, living in a fantasy, a whole little nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, living in a fantasy, a whole little nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Da 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 da. Nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Tonight, living in a fantasy, my own little nasty world. Tonight, do you wanna come with me? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Please, 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 please. Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Do you think I'm a nasty girl? Nasty girl, nasty girl. Do you think I'm a nasty girl? I don't like this groove. Try and give me something I can croon to. Catch my drift. That'll work. That's right, I can't control it. I need 7 inches or more. Tonight I can no longer hold it. Get it up, get it up. I can't wait anymore. It's time to jam. Dance, nasty girls. Dance, everybody. It's time to jam. Nasty girls, dance, dance, dance. Everybody, it's time to jam. Nasty girls, dance, dance, dance. It's time to jam. Nasty girls, dance, dance, dance. It's time to jam. Nasty girls, dance, dance, dance. It's time to jam. Nasty girls, dance, done. I guess you'll be the only one having fun.
Woo! Oh man. Woo! 7 inches or more, huh? Hypergamy at its best. How's everybody doing today? Wake me when I'm done, huh? Well, if you put her to sleep, you still accomplished the mission, right? Now, everybody in chat, all together now. Whoa! Oh, that was terrible. Whoa! Oh, man. Let me take a sip on that one, man. Whoa! Better. Much better. We got the always lovely and friendly Toy up in a joint. We got the mother trucker. We got Sir out of Bayou. And the pace. We got Enigma Inc. Who else is here? We got Juan G's. And we got Neo, I believe. Don't worry, folks. We're going to have another session of DJ Law and Order later today. I just had to talk about this this subject from listening to multiple people such as BGS, Obsidian, Heart of It More speak about stuff like this, and I wanted to throw my hat, my little fedora in the ring. So if you're new, like, share, subscribe. Excuse me. You know, I do have to ask the ladies a question. Has competing with your men brought about societal growth? The answer is simply no. And this isn't to bash women. This is just to ask questions and give some answers. If you like making all the money, and each time a young man goes to a college campus and he's having a rough time, where are his educational groups? Where are his mentors? And because they want everything for themselves and not to share it, how can you expect equality when the rules and privileges are heavily one-sided? No sense does it ever make. I keep hearing, I want a man on my level, I want a man on my level, I want a man on my level. But how many times have you knocked the ladder down from the men when they're trying to obtain such level? I'll just wait on that one. How many of these feminists out there where men are trying to ascertain information, education, employment, how many give it to another person that is female? I have yet to hear any information that says we need to educate the boys or the young men because they're going to have to take care of their families. I've yet to hear that. But even without the education, they expect you to be a six-figure Negro. Has competing with your men, has it done wonders for your dating life? Marriage? Remember, we're trying to look for the equality in things. And right now, all I hear is about equity. So, when you're looking for these men, are you pushing men to be, well, women don't push, men push, women inspire. Are you in, are you inspiring these men to be great? Do you see yourself as the helpmate or the competitor? Do you want to play the back role? And sometimes playing in the back role is beneficial. We can't have men out there trying to compete with their women, and the women are getting outstanding benefits. And then looking at the men, why can't you do it like I can? We're not going to have as many people or another to put a helping hand out for another man. But to compete against him openly, to defy him, how is that treating you? How does that benefit? Are we building stronger communities? Are the children more educated now than ever? Is the family raising, or does the family have two parent households? Let's see what this competition has done. The competition has told men, and it's not just black men anymore, by the way, but men in general, to say, fuck it. What's the benefit of dealing with a woman who truly doesn't want to deal with me? What's the benefit of being unappreciated? What's the benefit of telling someone who's at the bottom that you're oppressing them and you should never look out for yourself? Nobody looks into this and see the long-term ramifications of such policies, education, indoctrination, and nepotism. You literally have men who are about to say, why? Why have a child I can't afford? You're going to take them away from me anyway. Shall I avoid you? It's a little disturbing when studies are showing that basically now, for every 2 to 3 women going to college, there's only one man. And we're not talking about the blue collar guys who make 70, 80, 90. 100, 200,000 because he doesn't have the title. It doesn't matter if this person is a provider and outright. He has to have a title. So a lot of these ladies, for some reason, are being taught that if this man doesn't have a title, he's not on your level. Despite the fact that he's making twice to three times as much as you, there's no way he can be a good man. I want you to remember that. It's important. This isn't me bashing women. I'm just painting a picture. Okay? How many times have blue collar men been overlooked despite his capabilities, despite his track record, despite the raw numbers of income, been overlooked? I'm here today to tell you, you cannot, and I repeat, you cannot compete with your man openly and disrespectfully and expect that man to stay loyal to you. Even a dog know where the biscuits are and who has them. Even someone who's on the bottom of the totem pole knows where he's going to get treated the best. But has that competition bred success? Are you in more debt now than ever? In the areas where black people live, is there more crime than ever? And we're just talking about the here and now. What happens when you get older? Can't work? What happens? Who's going to take care of you? Who's going to pay your insurance? Do you have enough money in your savings? Are we going to see the downfall of the black community in a whimper? What has so-called independence and education gotten you except loneliness? A lot of people say, well, Charles, that's not fair. Let me explain to you. Life ain't fair. See, men will just say to themselves, well, this school thing is not favoring me. It's not for me. I'm out. I'm going to go do some truck driving, police work, fire work, military. How many times brothers have been shut out of various industries? Not because a white man said no, it's because a black woman in HR had never hired them. For some godforsaken reason, when I spoke to Gabe last night, shout out to the Art of It, not, excuse me, Art New Style show, and he said, well, why can't we start up companies? How the hell can we start up companies when we can't even get the boys educated properly to even read and write the coding? How? How? We're going to start up companies and compete against Apple. How? When a lot of these government contracts are supposed to go to minorities, which I hate to call it, why can't it be just black people or black men or black women? And they're not hiring the minorities. And if they do hire the minorities, it's always somebody from a foreign nation. How? How can you expect the lowest rung on the totem pole to outclass what's already on top? Your Honor, I plead my case. How many times have we said in this manosphere that if you educate the boys, you're going to have a future? When you compete against somebody, you either think of them in two ways. You either look at them as beneath you or you're equal. How many ladies in the modern day look at us as such? And this is what I'm trying to speak to you about. If you're not looking at us as equals, even in competition, you would have to give some type of reverent respect to your competitors. But I think that you look at them as beneath you. That's why there's no major push to educate young black men in particular. You don't see them as anything worthy until it's too late. And unfortunately, you're going to have to convince a hell of a lot of your men to stay. Give them one good reason. Explain to them why such vicious competition. Why are we trying to outsource their resource? I'm going to ask this again. Do you look at them as your equal or beneath them? Do you look at them as a worthy source? Something that's needed and respected? Because I'm going to truly tell you, many of you don't. Many of you, unfortunately, don't. Now I'm back. I don't know what the connection issues were, but I'm back. I have to say, when we look at this problem as men and women of the community, we're going to have to take a long look to say, what did we do to bring our children forward? See, unlike the millennials with the boomers and the Xers, those younger generations will have a legitimate gripe to say, you did not teach us. My reading was poor. When did you take a vested interest in my reading? Kareem even said, I've been thinking about young black men and their reading levels, and I've been addressing it to the politicians that's at my local level. I think this space should evaluate as much as possible, or should be about. But here's the here's the craziness of it all. Not too many people out there are going to openly admit that they failed out of pride, out of stupidity, out of hubris. They're not going to admit their flaws. They want everybody to get along, to stay along, because it's so hard to give up. It's so hard to give up these butter biscuits. It's so hard to give them up. So when these children become older, how are you going to feel when they say we refuse to give up our money to take care of you? And that's if they have jobs. And here's some crazy, revealing stuff going on. Hardships and adversity, I think people are naturally disgusted by it. I think people are naturally disgusted by adversity nowadays. Sorry about that, folks. Had to replug the internet box, the modem. So, where were we? I'm going to answer this question here. In short, people are afraid of adversity and hardship, right? Um, Modern people, yes. Modern people want it easy, no difficulty. You know, as the song say, they don't want to disturb this groove. Kareem said, let's create a Me Too movement for these young black males. I'm doing my part. I know you're doing your part and many others, but this should be a national conversation like abortion and racism. Well, it is a national conversation. You know what's funny? I'm going to say some controversial shit right now. Here's the controversy. The controversy is If we admit that people are putting, which we have, putting these boys last in the black community, how many organizations, how many politicians, and how many of these parents, and particularly mostly the mothers, would have to be investigated and scrutinized? How many?
How many of these people?
Scrutinized. Because one, and I do agree with you plenty, Kareem, there should be a class action lawsuit for the school to prison pipeline, for the miseducation, and the downright nepotism against black boys and young black men with these hiring practices. It's like I told homeboy last night. When you have a cultural environment that is anti-black men, what the hell do you expect? How is that black man going to get through? And the ones that they do hire are going to be the ones they use as guard dogs to block other black men from getting into the tech field. And I explained this to Gabe before. And I'm going to give you this same scenario. I was watching the World Championships of Wrestling, Greco-Roman freestyle, and women's freestyle. Japan has the best women's freestyle team in history. Why? Because they have a system and a culture where they don't take it easy on the ladies. Those ladies are attacking. Those ladies are vicious. They treat their workouts like it's life or death. They will attack even when losing. They will attack with 2 seconds left. They will go for the gusto. That's a part of the culture. Their training is nonstop. Nope, nope, nope. You're going to be Olympic or world champion or both. So we're going to have to develop a culture of education and not competition. Due to understanding that you can't go any further than the building, the protection and provision of your men, the same way you cannot go any further than the morality of your women. And if the morality of your women states that you are my competition, then something's wrong. Okay? Give me 1 second. I'm about to switch devices. back, folks. Like I was saying, you're going to have to first develop a culture of education and not competition. Then you must surround those bulls, establish the educational doctrine. You must put them in strong male leaderships roles and have them being taught by strong heterosexual male leaders. I know I get a lot of women or a lot of mothers. Well, we got to take the babies. Well, sorry, you got to do something drastically different to get a better result. Hell, at least a different result. But I'm gonna open it up real quick to see what your thoughts are about what I'm saying. Hopefully, Kareem can join us as well. But we got to really put in a very open perspective, like this competition between the men and the women, it hasn't gained anything. If anything, the decline of your nation is actually been expedited. It's gone from, hey, we need our men to protect us, till fuck them niggas. So are we going to allow ourselves to continuously take a hit? Or are we going to actually sit down and fix this problem? And I think that'll be the most interesting part of the conversation that is to be had later on. Kareem also said they should be investigated, shamed, demonetized, whatever it takes to get better results. Well, here's the sad part. A lot of people don't see any wrongdoing in their parts. And if you actually start to correct things, you're gonna have you're gonna have a lot of people who are not gonna be able to use black men as scapegoats. You're gonna have a lot of them doing that. And we're gonna have to have an honestly true conversation. I'll post a link. Yeah, just in case. Here you go. And I really want to say this to Kareem. I think a lot of these places. Oh, here she is. Hey, Kareem, picture right there, girl.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
How you doing,
I'm good. I'm
Renee?
just I'm just like I mean, I've been loving all your streams. Your streams are always good and I love your thoughts and I agree mostly with everything you say.
And the competition thing you're talking about, I do see it. With I do see that I do see it. Before some of the things, when I first started to listen to you guys in this space, I've been hearing these things and I'm like, what? I don't see this in real life. What is he talking about? I don't see this in real life. I've said that on many people's panel. I don't see this in real life. But the competition thing you're talking about, I do see.
Yeah,
And I do see it on the job too. I work in public government. I'm a municipal employee, so I'm not going to go into all the details, but I do work in for the government. I I do other jobs too. I'm a true Jamaican. I have 2 3 jobs.
two,
Always
three
did
jobs.
been.
I am the cab driver. I am the
I
cook. I am
always
the bus man. I'm the
I've
policeman.
always the funny thing is, they'll talk about stereotype, but that stereotype, at least
It's
for
true.
me, is true
It's
because
very true.
it's so
There's
true.
not one Jamaican I know who didn't have about two, 3 jobs. That's not even average. That's you're doing bad if you just have 1 or 2 jobs.
Listen, Charles, when I tell you I've been working since I was 11 years old, people's like, what? I've been working since I was 11 years old. I
Mm.
have.
What's going
So
on?
for hi everyone. How are you guys?
Hey, hey, Charles. Uh, hey, buddy. I'm so sorry. I know you had a topic at hand, but I really
Uh,
need you to pray for me, and I need some counseling real bad right now. I
What
just
happened,
found
bro?
out. I,
What
fa- I
happened?
just found, I just found out my daughter has been getting raped and molested from 12 to right now, uh, by my
Oh
Jesus
my
Christ.
sister's
God.
two
What from
boys.
who?
By my sister's 2 boys, my nephews, and I'm trying to fight from keeping
Your
to go
nephew?
and kill them and all of that. I'm
Oh,
losing my mind, Charles. I need your help, fam.
Oh my
I need
God.
Jesus
some
I'm
money.
Christ, man.
so sorry.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my
I'm sorry.
God.
I'm so goddamn sorry to hear. Man, where is she now? Is
Where
she?
he
Yeah.
is?
She's safe. She's safe.
You
And
coming?
I'm
You coming in?
communicating.
You're coming in real
Uh,
low.
I'm commu- She's safe. I'm
Yeah.
communicating with my ex right now, and we're trying to get everything situated.
The
They
first
told me
thing you need to
yesterday
do is get her. Make sure she goes to a hospital.
they've already went through the steps. They took it and whatnot. They they've been trying to find a way to tell me, so I won't lose it. But they really don't have no way of communicating with who I'm dealing with right now because the first thing she was like, she kept asking, "Where you going? Where you going? What's going on? What's going on?" I'm thinking something wrong. I say, "You hurt? My baby hurt?" She said, "Where's your gun?" And I say, "Put up." And she said, "Keeping what? What's going on?" And you sitting down? I was like, "Yes, we go work this out as a team. It's not your fault. Just, man, tell me what the hell's going on." And she told me this shit. Uh, I was like, uh, uh, I mean, when this, I first found out this in 16, they were trying to tell me in so many words she been catfished and whatnot. And I mean, I spent 2 months driving back and forth from Austin to Killeen every day, every night with my shotgun. I'm gonna kill everybody. Everybody got to go. And they see how hell bent I was. So I guess my egg donor and my ex and my sister they conspired to put together some kind of law to keep me somewhat calm and whatnot. And I started by getting my daughter in some therapy through the state. They call it MHMR down here. And I'm trying to participate, be active. But then I kept wondering, why is the counselor, my egg donor, my ex, and everybody trying to shun me from going to these sessions? They don't want me to know. They want me to go. So, I had to grin and bear it in and whatnot. And then I get this call yesterday telling me, oh, the youngest of the 2 boys, he couldn't bear it on his heart no more. He had to confess. Confess what, Mike? Look, my nigga, in all the years I've been living on this earth, 48 years, and I got female relatives and cousins. Not once did I look at them and say, ooh, I want to fuck with you or touch you. No, it's rules and codes and regulations to this shit. You go date somebody that's not in your family. You go mess with somebody that's not in your family.
That's one of the reasons why they didn't have you in this session because it's always gonna be the obvious that they think it's the male fathers or whatever and shit.
See, they don't understand that
Well, we,
in order for men to protect their daughters and their women, they try to hide it from you because, oh my God, he's going to kill them. I'm not condoning for internet reasons and legal reasons, but I understand. And when I see
it,
the actions being
Charles,
taken,
I'm sorry, before you go on, I just have to make this disclaimer for anybody listening. No, I went about the ladder. I went about the ladder. The pen is mightier than the sword. I use the pen and I press charges and I call CPS. That's what I did.
exactly,
Good,
and,
good.
and it's good because number one, I don't know how old the boys are. That's some sick shit. Usually in
They they
cases
they
like
they, they in their early 20s now. It's been going on since they've been teenagers. And my child's still a minor. My child is
mm,
16 years old, man.
that is
And I'm
sad.
wondering why she all of a sudden moving like she moving and acting and feeling. She just stay in a melancholy state. I mean, my ex sent me a letter she wrote a year and a half ago. What she been wanting to kill herself. And I'm like, I've been trying to just plead and fight with her. Just tell daddy, tell me. I ain't gonna never let you down. I ain't gonna never forsake you. Just tell me. I got you. No, daddy, I can't tell you. If I tell you, you know how you live. Daddy. No, don't. I'm your daddy. I protect you. I'm gonna protect you. She never could tell me.
And see, that's part of the space too. Is that we people don't understand what black parents go through because there's not a lot of help out there for us, and to try to like put all this shit in your brain and try to cope with it, it's difficult, and I'm not gonna shit you on that one. It is
Man,
difficult
they
as hell.
touch my fucking baby, man. I just want to kill these motherfuckers no bad, man. They touch my face. Oh my god! They touch my face.
And hopefully they
They touch my face. Oh man. Oh, oh god.
mm,
Hey, Charles, welcome back.
When,
yeah.
when they arrest them clowns, man? When did they arrest them?
Did they arrest him yet?
My ex
Let's take it.
texting me talking about. My ex texted me talking about because I asked. I say, did my egg donor and my sister know? And I want the truth. She said, no. I brought them to the house, locked the door, look him in their eyes. They told me the truth. I said, well, that's a motherfucking lie because women lie to women like it ain't shit. And I know
What?
Reverly Lynn. I know Reverly Lynn, my egg donor, like I know the back of my hand. That bitch been lying her whole life. She lied to her own daddy and told her she was raped when she had me and she wasn't raped. So if she lie about that, she lie about anything. So, and I know her. She gonna lie to cover up for her grandbabies.
Fuck, man.
Oldest granddaughter get molested by your grandsons. What kind of shit is that? And you wasn't woman enough to tell me your firstborn child, because she knew I was not only gonna go upside their heads, I'm gonna go upside her head too. So
So are they? So
my ex
are they?
tells me a while ago that I was like, well, where's Amber at? My sister. Well, she's somewhere. Where the fuck is somewhere? I'm like, well, what the fuck? Well, she got Avery. I said, what the mean you fuck she got Avery? Why the fuck they ain't arrested his ass shit? And she's like, please don't go over there. Please don't go over there. Man, my shit's already loaded. I'm up here just debating. I'm debating. You know what? If I start drinking this fucking cognac and I smoke something, I'm trying not to drink nothing. I'm trying not to smoke nothing. Bro, you better talk to me, man, for real,
Oh
because I'm
man,
like out of there.
Hey, yo,
I
Don't
don't
do
Cam,
that.
care.
wait,
Don't do
I
that.
wait,
feel like
wait,
going and sitting in a 6 by
bro,
9 with a smile
bro,
on my face and will
hold on,
smile till the day I
go,
die.
go,
Don't
bro.
care.
go talk. Hey Dre, go ahead.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
say, hey,
care. Touch my goddamn baby.
Hold on. Listen, Al. Listen.
If you got any friends that know him, have your friends do it. That way you don't get nothing. Don't no heat. Don't come down on you, man. That I mean, I ain't gonna lie. It ain't gonna satisfy you.
It's, here's the link for whoever wants to come to the panel. Number one, I can sympathize. I can only empathize, and I know that I'd be ready to kick the shit out of somebody and kick their teeth in. I'm not gonna shit you, and I'm not gonna tell you to
Can
calm
you hear
down
me?
because that's
Oh,
disingenuous. We can hear
connection.
you now.
I couldn't hear y'all.
Yeah, I was saying like, Dre was talking to you, but I'm gonna just say this before Dre says what he said again. I can empathize
I'll
being
get
a
right back
father.
with y'all.
Okay, but hopefully you got your blessings. I'll be ready to kick somebody's fucking teeth in. And I don't know. Anybody want to say anything about this?
It's just as worse when the
Wow.
child mother covers it up like it's nothing, and the child mother's mother. And it's just we see situations
Mm,
like this technically
not
happening all the
covering up.
time in our community. I mean, you got even the elders that cover this shit up, and this is why we got so much dysfunction when we are, even with our women in this aspect, because they look up to the elders that to protect them, and they're busy trying to tell them to cover it up so much. This fucking pissed me off like hell. God forbid if I have kids and this happened, I found out one of my elders, everything. If it's my side or my kid's mother's side, try to cover that shit up. They ain't coming around my kids again. I'll treat their asses like fucking strangers. Body's gonna be fucking laid. Like,
Like Kareem.
Yo, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to this fella because I mean, I as a mother, me too. I would probably be in jail. I don't care. I'll probably be in
Yeah.
jail. I don't. I know this is your child, so I'm gonna be very. I don't want to do anything, say anything to mess with your channel, but I have one child, and one thing I loved about my parents, wasn't about by no cousin. We have family, my immediate family, nobody else around my child except for school. And I'm telling you, if anything like that go down, I don't go. I'll be in jail. I'll tell you right now. I don't. I'm a mama bear. I know y'all say black woman ain't this, black woman ain't this, but this black woman will somebody's dying if
Oh,
something like that to
we
my
know
child. I
there's
don't care.
some. We know there's some good. We know
I
there's
don't
good
care
black
if
mothers out
cousin
good
or
there.
black woman. We
whoever.
acknowledge that. We know that, Kareem.
Whoever,
It-
whoever, but I
Yeah,
feel
we
for this fella
understand.
because I hear it in his voice.
oh yeah,
If you have some
we
friends, like Judge said, get your friends,
Yeah, like I
get your
said, man,
friends.
you look up, and now you done caught a case where they be done sit there and push your shot. I didn't realize I hit the button with my cheek and knocked myself off, but they be done sit here and knocked you offline. Where the fact is, you may not be able to make money for 6 months. By the time
hmm
you 6 months go by, because they done keep pushing your case back, and they say we ain't letting you do no more loads until you take care of this case. So then you be broke financially and everything else. Because that's what they try to do, especially if the motherfuckers know they ain't got a real good case. They just keep postponing the shit.
I swear to God, man. If I can't get to you, I got a couple of people who would
Right, just
because
do it that way.
as there's some times where I'm gonna tell you, as a parent, and there's a few of us on this panel, if not all of us on this panel right now, are parents. There's some people that, and I know what you're going through. I know. I can only imagine. I'm not gonna sit here and try to patronize you. I can imagine how fucking vulnerable you fucking feel. You ready to fucking Frank Castle a nigga?
Exactly.
Like you have that feeling like, no, somebody has to go. There has to be some fucking divine retribution in this motherfucker. And like
And
Kareem said, there
I
are
was
some.
raised under Old Testament law by my grandparents. Man, I'm up here. Man, I'm from the school of eye for eye and tooth for tooth. God damn it! And
Hammurabi School.
I need my eye and I need my tooth. I have been raped. You touch my property. That's my seed.
And this is the reason why
That's
I'm so
my
glad.
damn seed that was touched.
This is the reason why I'm glad that we have this space. Please, please, whatever you do, don't drink anything, don't smoke anything. Not yet. Just don't do it because we don't want to see up in the news. And as much as I wish that I could be the one who takes a lead pipe to these motherfuckers, unfortunately, I'm not in that area. You got to go around it smart. Number one, be there for.
I'm thinking about the hog right now, man. I'm thinking about the
Uh,
hog right now. Hog.
yeah,
I mean, yesterday, yesterday, yesterday we wasn't because I was so she had to hang up and she had to call the police. They thought I was coming over. Everybody's on pins and needles. They don't because they know me. Everybody is my stepson. We ready to go at it. Because everybody got to get it right now. I mean, everybody got to get it mode, and they don't know. But when I texted her today and told her, and I guess the police detective called her and let her know, your ex-husband, he found fresh charges too, and he brought in, he gave a statement, it was coincide with what your statement said and what you told him, and we just gonna put both of these together, and he says he wants to press charges to fully suspend the law. The law was letting her know, because you know how women be, I want to press charges, but then when it comes time, they find reasons not to. Oh, no, motherfucker, I'm pressing charges to the fullest extent Texas law. Fuck that. They got to go see Huntsville as far as I'm concerned. If they don't see Huntsville, they go see me. I promise.
and that's what it should be because number one, I'm not gonna say don't don't knock him upside the head with a goddamn pipe. But what I'm gonna do is, but what I will say is this: be there for your daughter. As much as vengeance needs to be carried out, be there for your daughter first. Know that know that we are here for you. If you got my number, call me if you feel as though you're about to do
Yeah,
something
but
that's. And I don't give a damn what time of the night or morning. I don't give a shit. Don't don't lose your
and
good life
you gotta
for
you
some
gotta get
jackasses.
you gotta get a hold you gotta get a hold of boss for me, man. You gotta get a hold of BGS. I'm like, y'all don't understand, man. Y'all don't understand. Oh my god.
Let's see. This is ridiculous, man. And this is the part that you know. And this is the part that I tell you about Kareem is that we need a community. And it's not that all black women are bad mothers. No, we know there's some good black mothers out there. They're just being overshadowed. They're being overshadowed by jackasses. Just like here, you got two dumbass motherfuckers committing some heinous acts and against their family. At that, I have no words for these motherfuckers. There's no pit in hell that would be deep enough for them. Let me see if BGS is available. If y'all see him on a panel, I'm gonna try to email him. Right now. Just where are you right now, AL?
Sitting in front of my shotgun, my alcohol, and my weed.
No.
Hey,
I'm ready to go Samuel L. Jackson. It's the time to kill. I don't give a fuck.
hey, AL, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can give you.
All right, there, bro.
What
Check this
part of
out.
what part of Texas are you in?
So here's what you need to do, man. You need to get in your car. You need to jump on the freeway and drive in the opposite direction of whichever way you go to head to that person. Drive in the opposite direction for an hour. Then get out of that house and get on the road so something else can take your attention and so you can calm down a little bit, bro. Cause I know you're angry. I don't have kids, and that story you told me made me angry. The story you just told made me angry. You need to get out of that house and away from your thoughts so something else can distract you for a bit, man. Especially away from a gun and especially away from liquor. You hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead and just grab your stuff and go, man. Grab your stuff and go. You can talk to us on while you're on the road, but you need to get out that house and away from that gun, bro.
Yeah. You
I
need to
got,
get
I
away
got,
from it.
I got, I got to go see my kids, man. I'm waiting on them to get out the shower. She won't think I'm disappointed, and I got to go
What's that?
see my
He said he got to go see his child. Now, this is what you need to do.
Okay.
Put the gun somewhere where it's secured, locked up, safe. Do not take the liquor and gun with you. Do not
No.
take the gun, the liquor, the weed with you. Do not take the gun, the weed, and the liquor with you. Lock it up and secure it.
Yes.
Go to where your daughter is. Kiss your daughter on the cheek and the forehead for all of us. Let her know that we're all praying and support her. Hold her tight and let her know that you're there for her. Tell them this is what you need to do. Go to your daughter. Go to your daughter. She needs to know that she already knows that daddy is not disappointed in her, and let her know that it's not her fault. She is the victim. Try to call because try to get some help for her. Mental help. She needs her daddy's protection and love right now.
man. I'm so out of it right now. I just came off a shift. And, I,
I understand, man. And
I
Kareem has a
feel like
message for you in the back chat, AO. Kareem has a
I feel like
Kareem,
losing my feet. I hear you, boss. I hear you.
and guess what? You have all the. If you need to talk and get that shit out on this channel right now, do so. Do so.
I'm just thank you, Kareem. But I'm nowhere near El Paso, sweetheart. Don't worry about it. Uh, it's men in this section, and I'm a man too. And we know how to put our pants legs on one pants leg at a time and stand straight up. This ain't nothing but another blow in a black man's life that he got to deal with. It's serious one place. And the minute we come out of a JJ, we deal with blows till the day we die. They don't
Mm.
mean us no good. They don't want no best for us or nothing. They want to consider us and demonize us in the media to the world as scum of the earth. But black men, black niggas, kings, we are not scum of the earth. We are not. We are so fine.
Ayo, right now, fuck what everybody say, what they say about us, black men. Get out your mind. You know you're not that. Get out your mind. We're not like that. Right now, fuck what everybody else say, what they think about us. I don't care. Get that I don't care attitude no more. You're a good father. You're a good man. You're a good black man. You're not a failure. I know you feel like you failed, but you're not. Fuck what society say about us. Right now, it's about you and your baby. It's about you and your baby.
That's all. That's all that fucking matters. Fuck everybody else.
Exactly.
Fuck
You gonna get
everybody
her the
else.
help that she needs and everything. When she get the justice, then you as the father, you're gonna help her get her power back.
Huh?
It's gonna take time, but
You got
this is the
nothing but
time for you
time.
to shine, baby.
You
You
got
know what I'm
nothing
saying?
but time. You got
She's
too
going.
many.
She's going to get her power back. You know what I'm saying?
You got too many goddamn resources with you alone. With all of us up here, you got too many goddamn resources to fail. This is the part that I talk about being a community. You're actually being communal.
Mm-hmm.
You actually act like this is the part when I say black people need to act like we got a goddamn soul again. We got a goddamn heart. We got a goddamn mind.
This
I'm
shit
gonna
is
tell you
all
this
out of
one.
whack. 60 years of them taking his dog, listening to him and not us. That's why these kids are running around doing like they doing. These women cannot do it all. You cannot work. You cannot raise kids. You cannot teach them. You cannot be present and accountable when you trying to ride the cock carousel and do you and worried about Fendi, Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and everything else.
I want to ask you, is there any way you could get custody of your daughter now, fully?
I it's to a degree. I'm past blaming her mama. She's the homewrecker that she is. I can't do nothing about it. The decision she makes is the decision she gonna make because she's a modern day woman. Like Kevin Samuels said, a modern day women can't be told shit.
Fuck
They
that
live
modern
in the
day woman shit, man.
live in the
Word.
land.
It's about
They
you.
live in the land of delusion. And I married one. Trust me, I know. But as far as being a provider and keeping a roof over my kids' head and going to work every day and not taking the dough, I can tell you that's one stand up bitch because she get up and she go to work and she keep a roof over my kids' head and she don't accept not one dime or one dollar. She told me when she left me, she didn't want me, my money, or nothing, just them kids. So I told her, bitch, I'm going to hold your foot to the fire and make sure you don't get one ring down from me. Now, my kids can call me for some money. My kids need something they'll give you. And I'm not paying another fucking bill you got. And I have. And I'm not. And she knows. So I don't take nothing from she wasn't neglectful in that end. It's just when I got on her ass about it, I say, see, if you would have listened and paid attention, see what happened when you ride that dick carousel and you want to be all enamored with dick versus being the fucking parent you're supposed to be. Now you have to own dick. And I made her, I told her, you gonna own this. You own that part because all you wanted to do is get free from leadership, foresight, vision, knowledge, protection, and security for you can't tell me nothing. I want to do what I want to do. Now look where our child is right now. Now we have to make sure and keep eyeballs on her at all times, hoping that she don't commit suicide. Because she's still having thoughts. She just texted me this shit a while ago.
God damn.
Oh fuck.
Is anybody in the Texas area who knows any mental health specialists?
Please.
Because we need to reach out to our brother AL and his daughter. We need some mental health specialists. And shit, tears are starting to come down my goddamn eyes. I'm pissed for the brother. Fuck me, man. And
We need to teach our young men how to do right by women, how to not take no shit off of women, how to respect women, but maintain the integrity and decorum with dealing with women. But yet still, hey, when they doing what they doing and acting funny, doing a bad face and walk away. It's not worth all the extra hassle they gonna give. And we need to teach our young daughters how to be young ladies and be submissive, passive aggressive, because we got too many young women out here in these streets who walk and talk and act like they're a man. But you got a lot of these mamas who forgot to teach these daughters that if you go walk outside in public and talk like a man and walk like a man and act like a man and cuss like a man in front of a man, sweetheart, you must be prepared for the consequences that come with walking like a man. And they don't. This shit, man, we have put our own self out of whack by just letting a white man whisper in our ear from 65 on up and we ain't been right since. We ain't been right as a people since. And I'm sick and tired of people not listening to the master educator when he's telling them these facts and these figures, and they acting like this old man don't know what he's talking about. They full of shit. That man should be treated like E.F. Hutton. When he speaks, shut the fuck up and listen. That's what I do. And I shut the fuck up and listen when Charles speaking. He younger than me. But why do I shut the fuck up and listen when he talking? Because I know when I'm in the presence of a wiser man than me, my grandfather always taught me, shut your fucking lip, open up your ears, and absorb knowledge. And I do that with anybody.
Hey, AL. Okay, now that I had to leave, I didn't want to say none of that crap because my mom was in the car with me. But like I said, look, dude, like I said, best get them on the back end. And like I said, I know a lot. Like I said, I know how to get in any house. Like literally, I mean, just to say these are the things you can't do because I done mentioned it online. But I mean, you can make it where you drive down the street, that car just catch fire. That they in. I mean, get them clean that way.
Judge, I'm from the old school, just like you, Judge. I know 1,000,001 ways, like every other old school dude on this channel and in the platform. When we ready to go there, we know what to do. We not like these children.
Look, get them clean that way. Get them clean that way. And I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes the best way to do it is to hurt them slow. Hurt them slow. Slow. When it constantly having problems.
Judge, I'm gonna get them clean like this. My quarterback, my state championship quarterback, he came, he talked me off the lid yesterday, and he took me to the police station, and I went with the latter, not the former. I'm going clean like that. I told him in the statement, I'm pressing charges to the fullest extent of the law.
Does the dude do dirt? I mean, no offense.
If I do what I want to do,
no, but
if I do what I want to do, my child ain't gonna do.
Hey, AL, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Charles. Come on with it.
I'm gonna try to keep you on for as long as you can to calm you down. And I got a buddy of mine, former lieutenant at the police department, Lieutenant Hall, Sorrell Hall. He's a former lieutenant there. He went through a very similar situation with his daughter, where his brother-in-law molested his daughter. And I thought he would be a great person to talk to.
Should have hung that motherfucker by his toenails.
And the worst part about it was his ex-wife tried to hide or get him out the house. And it was like, and he said he's going to be available at 3:00. He has like 2 businesses, his driving school and his and if you're here around 3:00, I would love for you to talk to him. Mm-hmm. And he says as soon as 3:00 hits Eastern time, he will be more than glad to speak to you.
Yeah,
about this.
Yeah, you don't listen. You gotta. If you, I mean, I understand the vengeance and all like that. I mean, like I said, this. See, you ain't like me. I done come to the point in life where I hate to say something. I was the reason why I'm so gun ho and you see I'm quick to fight and all that shit. Is because no offense, I always looked at it as my expiration date is already past where I thought I'd be dead anyway. So any day after that day is all like that. Like me, I don't mind throwing my life away for that. But see, like I said, when you're gonna throw your life away to protect one of your kids, you want it public and juicy. You want to make sure, like literally, you want people to talk about it. It's gonna be that bad. And unless you gonna prepare to do it that way, it's not. You got to do it the other way. I'm saying, make the motherfucker's life a living fucking hell. I mean,
and what part of Texas? You stay at AL?
Yeah, I'm between Austin and Killeen right now.
Austin and Killeen, because a couple of Masonic brothers trying to. I'm talking to Leon, and he's a Mason, and he's going to try to send some support through his Masonic brothers down in Texas. So I'm going to meet up and talk to Leon, and I'm going to try to get that information out.
Hey Charles, look, I'm gonna put my phone number in the back chat again. I want you to call me later on for real. My quarterback
Yeah,
came over here and he next to you guys, he one of my ultimate counselors. So I'm gonna let him do what he gotta do right now. I'm gonna listen
yeah.
from afar. But Charles, I'm
But
gonna put my number in the back chat, buddy. I'm gonna need you to call me later on and give my number to BGS. I need to talk to the master educator for real.
yeah, man, just like I said, remain calm. Like I said, is this. You like I said, if you plan to go another way, we'll talk offline one day. But trust me, man, I got plenty of ways to help you on that. Like literally,
Sorry, Dre. Al, are you cool with Trey NDB?
No, I don't know that guy. Sorry.
Um, no, you have been in his channel, right? The conservative black dude. Yeah, I think he's in Texas
oh
also
yeah,
too. Um, I could probably add to him. Yeah, if you know your connections and stuff. Yeah, that's what to do.
yeah.
I
So
mean, he got a show right
just,
now, but I'm gonna talk to him in the back chat. I mean, in the chat room.
you got look, bro, and just remember this more than anything. Sometimes when you first get mad, the first response and all like that, that's when you gotta. Sometimes you gotta sit back and do it a different way. That's when you're more likely to do something that'll really fuck you up more than anything. And I ain't gonna lie, when you want to go head out and do that ball to the wall, and I don't give a shit, make sure that you're ready. That's gonna be the last thing you do. And until then, until you get to that stage, you don't want to do that because you got too much risk. Unless you know you just, I mean, like I said, scorched earth policy, where you know that you may not survive or you definitely going to jail for the rest of your life. Until you want to do that, I understand you feel that like it now. Sometimes the best way to get them is the other way. I mean, like I said, he done something. Do got enemies out there. You can, I mean, it's so much shit, so many ways you can get a motherfucker nowadays. It ain't funny. You can keep the nigga tied up so much in the damn system with your shit. Keep him tied up in so much in the system that it'll break you down more than anything. Because you see, the reason why people came together in this area is because a lot of us been fucked by the system. The best way to do is let the system fuck him for you. Let the system fuck his ass up for you. This nigga gonna be sitting up here on panels trying to crying and shit. And you can sit back and listen to the shit
I'm
for
gonna tell
hours.
you. I'm gonna tell you. As much as this shit has me shaking, as much as this shit has me shaking, and I mean, I had to wipe my face from the tears for you.
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter needs you here.
Yeah, she needs you not more than everything, and then you might need the financial things to help her out. So that's why I said don't blow up what you got going on now. We'll talk offline. I'll show you some ways you get back. Remember, like I said, you could be their best friend. Motherfucker think you their friend, but you sitting here sabotaging the motherfucker so much to where he going through so much stress that they'll sit there and pull the trigger themselves for you.
I mean, and
That's
just
the best
in
way
case,
to do it.
and
They
get
don't do
just
so
in
much.
case, Dre, just give him your number in the back chat.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep this man sane, as sane as
Right.
possible.
Don't blow
Trying
the
to keep
spot
him.
up yet.
I'm
Now,
trying to
look.
keep him
Don't blow
on this.
right.
I'm trying to keep him on this panel.
Right. Yeah.
Talk your shit.
Don't blow the spot up yet. Don't do. I understand it feel good and all like that, but don't blow the spot up yet. You trust me. Right now it's
Yeah, and I just sent the
Hey,
email to hopefully.
I'm gonna fall off right quick. I'm gonna be listening from the back check. I'm gonna keep listening. I'm gonna put those numbers from the back check, fam. I gotta do some personal
But make sure,
right now.
but make sure you get back on around 3 o'clock because I'm gonna have my boy speak to you
That's what's up.
about
All right,
3 o'clock Eastern time. All right, man.
So, that's 2 o'clock.
I'll put my
That's
number in the back for you, man. You hear me?
Just make sure
All
you
right,
hear.
that's what's up. Appreciate. Hey, thank y'all, man. Thank y'all. I love y'all, man. Appreciate y'all.
I love you too, man. And make sure you back here 3 o'clock Eastern time because we I got my boy Leon. He's checking his Masonic brothers in Texas to see if they got some mental health specialists for him and his daughter, some Eagle counseling.
Well, see, God
damn.
The beginning, what happened? But I can tell he was pissed. But I missed just give me the 30-second version.
Basically, he found out from, I guess, his mother or his ex-wife that his daughter was sexually assaulted by her two cousins who were in their early 20s.
And how's the daughter?
16.
16 now.
Okay, and now the beautiful thing. Now I ain't gonna lie. The beautiful thing about the kids being in the 20s is that there's plenty, like them young kids doing so much dirt. Is plenty of ways to get them motherfuckers caught up. Is That's the beauty about it, because if they did something like that, they already done dirt already. Keep them tied up in the fucking system for so damn long. I mean, it's like for them is this. The beautiful thing. Oh my gosh, it's easy. I ain't gonna lie. It's easy to get a 20-year-old. Keep them. Oh,
Keep them niggas locked up forever. Fuck that.
you keep
I
it.
mean,
I ain't gonna lie. Look.
As
You
much as
do
I
the
want
shit
to see the
right.
6 feet under, no, I want to see them tortured, and the best place they
Yeah,
could get it is in
but
jail.
yeah, you want to see them
Get
tortured,
what
but
they
this is another thing.
deserve.
You put them motherfuckers in the damn system like that, the niggas will be fighting. I mean, they'll sit up here and talk shit. Oh, I can do that time standing on my head. Shit, imagine all them nights your
Nope.
ass ain't sitting there getting no pussy when you surrounded by 50,000 niggas. You talk like this shit, but
and
When
then
them big
that
motherfuckers do
prison
some
sitting in
shit
that
like this,
prison
that
ain't
means
fun.
they're gonna be someone's bitch all their life in jail.
Right?
I want to see them
That
motherfuckers
just sitting in that
tortured
shit ain't.
to wish that they
Only
was
dumb
dead.
talk about I can do that damn time. That prison shit ain't fun. I only been to jail for little small stuff for child support, but that was like the worst thing in the world. I'd rather
And we
get my
already know
ass
what
beat
motherfuckers do
every
to do
day on the
when they find out about
than to
situations like
be in jail.
this. When they find out
Oh
about
hell
situations
yeah!
like this, oh, you already
It's
know.
over.
You ain't going to no easy jail. No, they gonna fuck you up in jail behind that shit. Especially when they
And what's
got
so bad? Look,
daughters.
look, look. Right, and
Oh,
what's so bad is this? I ain't even gonna lie. See, you better than that. This do what you do. And this what you do. You really want to put the motherfucker on blast? Yes, you go ahead and start a case. Get the niggas locked up in jail. Then you find out what jail he's in. Give us the names. We will all take turn donating to motherfuckers in their pods, just sending them money on commissary from the manosphere, talking about these motherfuckers. That's how you
I
do it
say
right there.
start
Make it
doxing
to
these
where this
motherfuckers
motherfucker
now,
got so
yo.
many fucking enemies, and everybody know about what he did. That it was like it's gonna be everybody and their mama. Because I mean, think about it. You think about if 1,000 motherfuckers we stick a person in their jail and we send them $20. Do you realize right there that that nigga ain't gonna have no peace, even if nobody touches ass? Can you imagine how scared that nigga gonna be, considering that 1,000 people then donated $25 to people in the jail, put to $25 on people's books in the jail that this nigga's in, and told what this nigga did. I mean, like literally, he probably killed himself. He be shitting him on himself right there because we done made it known whatever he did.
and I'm
You
gonna
see,
tell you, that's some shit where you. I know people know what I do for a profession, but I'm a father first.
mm-hmm.
Okay, let's let's get some real shit out the way. I'm a father first.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to be the type of guy that's supposed to be an honorable man. You feel
Sure.
me? Let's say if Dre had a kid and he said, "Look, he's going to college in Baltimore. You're gonna be his second father.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you say is like what I said."
Mm-hmm.
That child is supposed to be. See, I'm gonna explain to you what a community is. Children are supposed to be protected by everyone.
Yeah, everybody. And I mean, plain and simple. Look. I ain't gonna say make the niggas. See, this is my thing is when you go ahead and step out of line, make the niggas life a living to hell. And some people say, "Oh, Dre, that ain't right. That's kind of borderline breaking the law." And because I look at it like this: when you broke the law first, you don't tell me how far I want to go with it. You don't tell me, like, remember, like I said, when you talk the shit first, I'm allowed. No, nigga, you started it. So just because you didn't want to fight, but you talked to the wrong person, as you see, I'm gonna fight. As
See,
like so plain and simple, like this. This is what we do. Get the niggas locked up. Find out what jail he's in. We gonna get a couple of inmates list. We'll just sit up here. Everybody can take. We'll pick people off there. We'll all send letters and put $20 on these niggas' books that's in the jails with them. The nigga will be so damn. I mean, can you imagine the terrified when you got niggas, motherfuckers like that coming for you, all different directions, and you don't know who the letter been sent to? I mean, yes. I mean, people say, well, you could be calling out a hit. That ain't calling out a hit. We just telling you what this person did. We just stating facts.
don't fuck with them.
We just stating facts. See,
You
see,
know,
that's the
I'm
problem.
just saying. See, the problem is that what I would say is, oh, y'all lucky this is recorded.
He messed right. We could just be saying like this. Look, hey man, this dude. We appreciate what you're doing. Now some of y'all ain't, but this dude sitting here and mess with underage people and family members.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, right there. That's all you got to say. You don't have to say do nothing else. That ain't. Hey, oh, I mean, the dude would be scared to close his eyes. He'd be scared to take a bite out of food, knowing that there's something ain't in him. And then people, a lot of people say, "Oh, well, you think you so much a tough you a tough cookie. Well, you gonna be the bitch in here."
See, a lot of times we need our community. This is the madness. The black madness here is not just about, oh, black women ain't this, black women ain't that. No, it's about brotherhood and trying to help each other out. It's about sisterhood when we have our sisters who are on the up and up. It's definitely about brotherhood. I'm gonna tell every last one of you in this chat, that could be your daughter, that could be your son, that could be your sister, your mother, your aunt, your niece, your cousin, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe I don't know if somebody was fucking trolling in here earlier
Mm-hmm.
about this shit.
Blood Blowing got a good point. What about the female predators? Because we do got some female predators also too.
Yeah, we got female predators and see, this is where we have the women who on code whoop her natural ass.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There was a story not too long ago where this chick was 24 having sex with her friend's 13-year-old brother. 12, 13-year-old brother. She proceeded to put her hair in a ponytail and whooped her natural black ass.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, like I said, it's plain and simple. The stuff that I know how to do. Oh man, the best way to do it, like I said, is sometimes get them, like if you real close to the person and you can watch them suffer, and you don't, and especially when a motherfucker don't know it was you. So I mean, sometimes I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes that feel kind of good when you sit up here and know a person going through anguish and you know you caused it, and they don't know nothing. They don't know that you had anything to do with it. But like I said, go ahead and go. He needs to. I understand because he's pissed off right now. I ain't even gonna lie. He need to bring the charges up on him just so he don't slip
Yeah,
and
he
do
said
something
he said
stupid.
he pressed charges already, but
Right. But
uh,
we need to get. He needs to get them in jail as soon as possible because
because
AL
that's
like he
that's
no. But listen, bro. AL looked like he's to the point to say, you know what, fuck it, throw it all away and just handle it himself. So I ain't
yeah.
gonna lie, he needs to get the dudes thrown in jail just for his protection for a while to keep him from getting to him. Because I can only imagine. Like I mean, I already know what mine is. You remember what I said? I said it plenty of times. You threaten one of mine, I'll be sitting there waiting on you when you get home. And I mean, like I said, I've said it plenty of times, and people say, "No, I'm that type of person. I'm gonna definitely do it." And like I said, don't blow up the spot until you gonna blow up the spot so well that it make national news, and then you know that you don't got no life after that day. But that basically is this. You use it as a deterrent because people might say, you know what? I ain't gonna do no shit because they might have a family member like that nigga in his family. That's when you gonna. Well, that's what I said. But until you ready to go that far, you got to do everything undercover so you don't go to jail.
Hmm.
I said it's only two ways to do it: do it undercover so you don't go to jail, and do it play. I mean, like literally, between the stuff that I know how to do with me working on houses and cars, stuff I can get. I can get you in any house clean, where they won't know you've been there, and I
Mm-hmm.
help him with that if that's what he needed. But I'm like in it, like trust me. I built the damn
I
houses
want to
for
be
a
off
living. I
subject a
know.
little bit, but I'm starting to see sort of like a theme this whole week. Now I'm hearing this situation. Yesterday, I'm just finding out about this Glendon Cameron situation with Anton with the pedo thing, and then the R. Kelly situation. Everybody got their own thoughts and everything. I'm like, this shit is crazy. Like, this is the theme now. Sexual predators this week, deviants. Like me,
Mm-hmm.
this is my. I got a theory about my. No, not even theory. My point of view of this whole mess. Me, I don't care about the law of consent. The law of mental consent overrides that in my house. And
Mm-hmm.
shit. I see any motherfucker looking at my. No, if I have kids, I see any motherfucker looking at my youngins. If they're not over 18, or at least 21 and shit, you
But
ain't
I mean,
looking this
she
way. I
didn't
don't
want
care
like
about the age of consent of the law. The age of
she
my
wasn't a
house
willing
consent
participant.
overrides that.
But wait a minute, she wasn't a willing participant. They right?
Mhm.
She wasn't a willing participant, right?
For what?
I don't
In
even
this
care if she's a woman
situation
participant
with
or
her
not.
and the cousins.
Like if they're still in my,
No,
if she's in
no.
my
All right,
presence,
that nothing else needs to be said.
yeah.
No,
Like
I mean plain and
I'm hearing
simple.
like a
She
lot of people
wasn't
making so many excuses about the law of consent override this,
damn
understand
excuse.
this.
If
Like,
you ain't a willing participant,
yeah,
here's the thing. Got to make sure the girl ain't known for lying, because you'd hate to throw your life away for a lie.
exactly.
But right. But I'm saying if she wasn't a willing participant, then you already know. Between like I said, it can be to the point to where everywhere this I mean, like I said, you be scared to go out and order something to eat because somebody be not spitting your food.
Mm-hmm.
Make the person's life a living. Make them to where the stress level is so damn high that it's just like literally keep the motherfucker up under stress. Come on now. Between all of us here, there's plenty of legal ways to keep a nigga up under so much stress. Plenty,
But Dre, it's
plenty
like
of
I'm seeing
legal
all these
ways.
different panels and
Look,
everything.
look,
Like, it sounds like some dudes
look.
making excuses. Like we supposed to understand that age of consent law and this that, and they got dudes that actually got logical sense. Like, no, I don't care. She, he should know better. And I'm part of the other
Yeah,
side.
he
Like,
should.
yeah, I feel the
Look,
same way. Cause I never looked at when I was 27 years old. I never looked at a teenager like that. Man, when I
yeah,
was
this
a
what you
teenager, honestly, I looked at older women, like 21
right.
over.
But here you go like this. Here's a perfectly legal. Here's a perfectly legal way to get his ass even right now. Or plain and simple is it's a perfectly legal way to make this nigga's life a living hell. Perfectly legal off rip. One, go ahead and start the case with the bullshit going on now. Make sure that this case is written up legal. That they already nigga getting charged. Say he get out on bond, cool.
Start
Find out where
doxing
this
them around
nigga
the
go.
neighborhood.
Look. Find out where
Okay.
this nigga hang out. Let
Mm-hmm.
everybody know at all the spots he know. Even if you got to go there and stand there and hand out flyers. Yeah, this nigga is being charged with this.
You just read my mind, Dre. Oh
Show
yeah.
the papers of him being indicted on the charges. That's public information and anybody can look, but you can sit
Yeah,
there
it
and print
is
the
now.
shit out, put his picture right there, say this is what the type of person. Hey, you could just be saying I'm just telling you this so y'all don't serve to this man. But you really know not now dime is if this nigga come around this area, most of the time some niggas might just beat his ass just on GP.
Oh,
But
they will.
basically, you
They
just
will.
saying, no, we just telling you not to patronize, not to let him purchase any of your services. A lot of times he might go to be one of them niggas that's in the studio, like to go to the studio or like to go hang out here. Make it to where all the spots he like to go, these niggas know about him. He basically, as you turn his ass into a prisoner in his own fucking mind, because he ain't gonna be able to go nowhere.
Huh.
All right, what's
Exactly.
up?
Because this is
Start
What's
the
up?
problem
doxing
is he
everywhere.
gonna have to worry about somebody seeing that flyer and knowing that that's that nigga right there. So then if he talks shit to anybody, niggas gonna want to beat his ass off rip.
Like
Mm-hmm.
Dre, this is what I would do.
That's
This is what
and
I
what's
would
so
do,
bad?
Dre.
That's perfectly legal. That's
Exactly. This is what
perfectly
I would do,
legal.
Dre.
Am I right, Charles?
Exactly.
That's
You
perfectly
perfect
legal,
right.
Legal.
ain't it?
Yo, this is what I would do, Dre. When I make those flyers up at nighttime and even at night when everybody's asleep and everything, I start hanging them shits up everywhere. Make 11 by
Yeah,
14 posters everywhere.
oh yeah, no.
By the
See,
morning
you fuck with
time,
me. I be handing the motherfuckers out on his damn street, and
mm-hmm.
I ain't even gonna lie. I would be the fact is you fuck with me, you get enough people around to where the fuck is every time that nigga go somewhere, he go to the grocery store. I had the flyers in my car. I'll be walking in the grocery store handing the motherfuckers out while he's in
Mm-hmm.
the grocery store. I mean, like literally, that's what you do. It's public information. Let the indictment paper come up because a lot of motherfuckers will start shit with his ass just for that. He'll be getting his ass beat more times and everywhere. Then he'll have to worry about if somebody else fucking. Oh man, here's the question: the worst word, like I ain't gonna lie, the worst word in the world is to know that a motherfucker I don't know or never had nothing to beef with, or come up and I got to worry about this nigga coming up beating my ass.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like
It's like I can
literally
still
make
get you
his
without
life
actually
a
getting
living
you.
fucking hell.
Exactly.
So
I mean, like
what's
you
up,
could
Pastor 40?
What's
you
up,
could
Father
take you look.
Good,
There's plenty of
man?
people ain't got no jobs right now. So there you go, L. Keep doing your fucking loads. Go, but you pay somebody to follow that nigga around and hand them flyers out. That's the only job. Hey, dude, you get $200 a day. Only thing you supposed to do is where this nigga go, hand them flyers out. You call me and I'll call the print shop out. We'll print more of them motherfuckers up. Like literally. There'd be so many of them damn flyers floating around the city, nigga. You will be scared to close your eyes. That's what you do. You make because see, this is the beautiful thing is even say she was a willing participant, knowing that the child was 12 or something that age. Hate to say something, niggas ain't gonna care. You still gonna get the backlash in a court of public opinion already.
Yeah, I don't like that. She could be a will. I mean, but you know, this is
But
so
she
the
could
thing
no, but
about
I'm saying she could have been a listen, you could be a willing participant. If the girl was 12 like that, you figure you 20, that already shows manipulation right there. You're going down in the court of morals anyway. So
mm-hmm.
go ahead and use that to your advantage. Make the nigga's life a living hell. Do it legally, get the paperwork drawn up, then get a copy of the shit, get his picture, talk about what he did, get statements. You fuck with this is you got to get a damn make a YouTube video, refer them to that so the motherfucker see the website, go right to the video. We can create a QR code where they just scan that and they go right to the YouTube video.
You know,
There
the
you
sad
go.
thing about it though is when things are happening to brothers' kids and they having a this what drove the DC sniper to do what he started doing.
Mm-hmm.
This what literally drove him to he won't gonna do he would have been a regular military brother taking care of his kids, but this is what drove him to that level. This is why I hate hearing this kind of stuff because I just
Well, think about it. Plain and simple. And people say, "Oh, well, you could potentially be put to get." No, motherfucker. I'm just telling the truth. They do it all the time. If you want to talk about that, when they put the legal information out when a sexual predator move in your area, ain't no different. You don't sit up here and you don't say nothing in the thing to tell this person to hurt them. Just tell them what type of person this person
Got to
is.
be aware.
Keep them away from
Exactly.
your people. All right, we ain't telling them, but the fact is this is we already know niggas gonna hurt them anyway. So you don't say that. I mean, think about it. You gonna get put on blast just because you a child molester. And I ain't gonna lie. Look. I'd rather go to court for them saying I put a nigga on blast and probably cause him some hurt and anguish than to go to court for go to jail for murder. You can easily beat that case. That's a case that you can beat. The only thing I did is I put flyers out here, talked about the charges, talked about what this dude did, and he's in the court. That's the only thing. Well, what? What's the worst I can get? Some probation? Hey, I didn't tell that dude to beat his ass. He went out there, dude. He got talking shit with that. Hey, people don't like child molesters. He wouldn't have done the crime again. Hey, I'll break the law a little bit. You broke the law a lot. So I mean, think about it. It's easier to walk away from a charge like that than it is murder.
yeah.
So what? So think about it. You was ready to kill a motherfucker. Who gives a shit if somebody say you got to do 6 months? I mean, I was ready to kill you and do life. But now I done had your life living hell, and I do the 6 months standing on my fucking head. And then when you fuck with me, I'll be the type I do the 6 months standing on my head, and I'll be writing other ways down to fuck you while I'm in there. So I'm gonna take the 6 months, and I'm gonna just brainstorm on how to fuck you even more. Now see, I mean, like I said, if you want to do it that way. But go ahead, like I said, get the charges brought up so that way. I ain't gonna lie, make the nigga's life a living hell. Because the fact is, he's gonna have
and
to.
all this is allegedly.
Allegedly, right? But I mean, make the nigga's life a living hell. That's why I said get his ass brought up on the charges. That way, you know for sure. And then two, that keep your ass away from him until you can calm down a little bit and let a calmer head prevail.
Because really, the only thing he has to worry about is his daughter. As much as you want to kick a fucking hole in his ass,
right?
His daughter needs him for mental stability.
Mm-hmm. And she don't need to be worried about, because then this is the problem. Say he go to jail for going over there taking care of dude, and say everything was right. The dude was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. Now the daughter like, all I had to do was take being molested, and my dad would still be here. All I had
Yeah,
to do was shut up. Right. So
Yeah,
literally, go ahead and
exactly.
get the charges filed, get it on paperwork, get the nigga tied up in court, let it go to that. But then let
because
everybody know what's going on.
really what she needs to do, like hopefully she talked to one of the detectives,
Hmm.
gave a statement. The detective go and follow up with a warrant for their arrest. And this is the reason why, allegedly, can I put flyers out there and say they did this? Sure. But at the same time, that what I'm trying to get him focused on, as much as you have the right for divine vengeance and retribution, that takes a backseat to your daughter.
Yeah.
That takes a major backseat to your daughter. I know the man feels vulnerable. Everybody who know AL from all the years of listening to him, that's a proud Texan right there. That's a proud man. That's a proud black man.
Hmm. I
And
mean,
here's the master teacher. Hey,
Yeah.
BGS.
What's up? Yeah, I got your message, man, because I'm supposed to be on another panel. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna try to get AL back on here because he found out some horrific news about his daughter,
Mm-hmm.
and he wanted to talk to you about. He found out that his daughter's two cousins were molesting and
Wow. Okay.
sexually assaulting her for a minute. So I'm gonna call AL to come back on the panel.
I
One
mean,
sec.
the cousins were doing it to her, or
Yeah,
oh, okay. Wow.
yeah. And like I said, I mean, like I said, we can only imagine what he's going through right now. Only imagine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can
It's
try
like
not to
10
kill.
times worse.
Try not to
Right,
kill anybody.
right, right. Oh, that's why I told him. I said, we'll talk about. You need some other tips. We'll talk about that offline.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's up,
But
BGS?
definitely
What's
make
good?
sure
I'm glad
nigga
you're
up
Hey,
here.
on
what's up, man?
charges.
Under under whose care was she under?
I think it was her mother's or
Mm,
grandmother's. I'm not sure. And I'm just looking at situations like this because even answering calls to this shit, it just shakes your core.
okay.
So I can
How old is his
six,
daughter now?
16, and
Okay.
I believe that he said that this has been occurring since she was 12.
Wow. Okay.
Ooh.
And he just found out, but he's here, so he can tell you the story. Go ahead, AL.
Hey, what's going on, boss?
Hey, what's up, AL? Tell me about it.
You good? What's up, boss, man? I don't know if Charles told you, but I'm going through
Yeah.
it, family. I'm going through it.
Yeah, yeah. Just yeah, I know what's going through your mind, man, but right now you gotta put those thoughts aside, okay?
I'm trying real hard. I got my quarterback over here. He's been talking me off the ledge, and I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate everything he's doing for me in life. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I got good counsel and good friends in my life to keep me straight. But
Yeah.
when I think Charles come on, I said I just couldn't hold it back no more. I had to tell somebody in my own line family.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, man, you gotta know that it is not your fault, okay? Not your fault. You
I
left your
feel
bed.
like
Well, yeah, I know what you feel like it, man, but you only have half the responsibility, okay? And the thing is that now, because I've had a couple of girlfriends this has happened to, man, and I'm gonna tell you, first thing you do is get your baby, okay? Get your baby, get your baby out of it. Whatever you have to do, get your baby out of that situation. No matter what she says, pull your baby out that situation, and
Yeah.
then get her help.
Yep.
Because I had an ex, and that's the only thing that saved her, man. Same shit happened to her under the care of her mother, and her father wanted to do the same thing. But the first thing, the right path, what he did for her was got her out of that situation. So first thing you need to do, I know what you want to do,
about
but thing is,
But the first thing, what you need to do is get your baby out that situation.
Yeah. Can she go live with somebody else? Can you get her?
Can you need to get her?
Yeah, you need to get her, man.
Yeah, I mean, if this is going on, and they want to bury it and keep it hush
Yes,
hush,
sir.
they won't stop you from getting it. Get your baby, man.
Yeah, but right, just to get your baby. If anything, is she needs to at least come stay with you for about a year. I
Yeah,
ain't even gonna lie. Look, nigga, look, you already know. It's even if say you gotta take a cut in pay, nigga, we'll all chip in and try to help you out. We can all of us think about between all of us here. If we all worked the extra hour and just sent you a little money,
yeah,
that would help you do that. And we'd rather do that than see you in jail locked up. And we
yeah.
figure we helping out another fellow man this year.
Yeah, because if you at this point, man, if you could have stepped in years ago, it'd have been different, right? You could have
Yeah.
prevented all the damage. But at this point, the best thing you can do for her, if you want to do for her, is get your baby, have her come be with you where she's safe.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my advice. You
Yeah,
know,
cut your. I ain't gonna lie. Look, dude, cut your hours at work. We'll
yeah,
set up like I ain't gonna lie. Set up, get your cash app. We'll all just if we can all just send you a couple
yeah,
dollars
yeah,
between all of us here helping you out. Even if we all
yeah,
sent $5 by the end of the month, that should
yeah,
be at
Mm-hmm.
least a couple
yeah,
$700-800
yeah.
easily. So you can take a pay cut. You can take some time off of work where you ain't working as many hours and still keep your standard of living of life.
And the AL try to go out and come back in AL
Yeah.
Yeah.
because but
Because
go ahead, BJ.
that's the only thing. Because I had an ex, man, and what little sanity that she preserved is because her daddy came and got her.
Yeah. Go
You know,
get her,
because
man.
go get so that'd be my first suggestion, man. Because yeah, you could it'll make you feel better by doing some damage in getting a little retribution, but the thing is that's not going to help her.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
you're just gonna put her back in the same spot that she was in. Because because you're gonna put her in the hands of strangers, and she's already
Mhm.
been the damage has already been done. All you can do is prevent the damage from going further, which is all that her father did. He couldn't
Is
stop the
your house
damage
big
because it already
enough for
been
her
done.
to come stay with you?
Don't matter. If she got to sleep on the couch, it don't matter.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
Mhm.
right. I mean, like literally. But your house big enough for her to come stay with you, right?
He should be coming back up,
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
but
mean, right. Yeah,
we're
you
gonna
got to
keep
sleep
it
on the
calm.
couch, but right. That'd be perfect. That'd be a perfect thing right there. We can help them out that way.
I'll
Extra
tell
hours
you
at
one
work.
thing, man. I was just making a small rebuttal to BGS's his with his latest video and this. You never know who needs this shit. I'm gonna tell you that now.
hmm
You never know. God doesn't send where you want it. He sends where you need it. And thank you again for Leon. He's on the channel. He reached out to his Masonic brothers in Texas to find a mental health specialist for AL and his daughter. You there, Leon?
Yeah, I'm right here, Charles.
Yeah, and it's some painful shit. I tell you, painful shit.
Painful. And,
Yeah. Hey everybody, how's everybody
And
doing?
doing all right. And
All
thanks
right.
again, Leon.
Huh?
And thank you again.
Oh man, we family, brother. This is what we're supposed to do. When I heard about it, I can't lie, man. That shit just brought tears to my eyes, and I had to do something. So hopefully you able to get that information to AL,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I'm still reaching out to my other Masonic brothers. And this is another one of my brothers that was in corrections with, and he gave me a number. So I'm just hoping everything works out, for him, man. You know, hey, I'm so sorry, brother, you dealing with that. And I'm just praying for you, brother.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
yeah. Sometimes you leave these girls in the hands of women, man, and uh,
Yeah.
they're not built to be protectors, man. They're built to be
right, and
caretakers. They
the
don't
women
they
sit up
don't
here
see
and think
shit.
they can do every damn thing, and like this
Oh,
is
you
another
can't.
perfect example of why
Yeah,
why you need to have the fathers need to have a role, because
yeah,
plain and simple, like even look, even say worst case scenario, she was a willing participant or she was a fast ass girl. No offense, if the father could have been in the home, you would have nipped all
Yeah.
that shit in the bud right away. And they don't
Yeah.
realize that that fast ass and that hot girl summer shit and that bullshit that you see online, it comes from women not having fathers around. Because by the time
Mm-hmm.
the women realize that the hot girl summer and being a thought ain't out there, by the time you look up and realize all the damage is done, it's too late. And then you
Mm-hmm.
wondering why, when you finally meet a good dude, you love him, he loves you, and but he find about your past, and it brings to put a bad taste in his mouth, or he
Well,
can't never look at you the same no more.
well, because you can't go through that experience, man. When women bullshit, you can't go through the experience and not be changed, man.
You
Nobody
can't.
can. Even a
Nobody
man
can.
can't. Nobody can.
But
So
think about it. Remember, I even say all the time, maybe the experience with me being picked on by the white boys is why I fight so much now. For me to
exactly.
sit up here and say that that didn't have no influence on my life would be a damn lie.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be a damn lie. So you know that has to have an influence on your life
it
with
is.
the
It
father
is.
not being around to protect you, because you might think that it's fun and all get, but you don't realize the damage you're doing further down the road.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's the bad thing. And I ain't even gonna lie. We need more of these women to come out and just be doing more stupid shit. Even though more people gonna get hurt in the whole process. But we're gonna have to sit up here and fight more often now to where the fact is where from now on fathers get 50-50 custody off rip. That
That
needs
should
to
be.
be
Well,
something that we need to stand up as a manosphere
Wait,
all together
well,
to stop
that's
events
why
like this from happening.
that's why you had the old patriarchy laws, anyways, because
Right.
as she gave the children to the father for these very reasons.
Right. But this is I ain't even gonna lie. When we really sit here and think about it, we
Yeah.
need to look at it as how we all sitting here mad. But see, this we should use this energy. Are we all sitting here mad about what happened? But
Mm-hmm.
technically, it's our fault. We need to pull these people together in this space here, and we need to be fighting. So now that these fathers get 50-50 custody off rip to prevent
Yeah.
stuff like this
That
from happening.
and that's why you have people in all walks of life, because
Right.
there's some things we can do and some things we can't. So you need
Right.
people that are in those rooms and on those councils and sitting in those seats who can actually get shit done.
Yeah, we got
we
it. We
we
got it.
almost
Like literally, that needs to be a big issue that we
It,
need to
it,
bring this
it,
space around for.
the thing is that that shit is political, man,
Yeah, I
and
know, but we need to make
uh,
it a big. We need. I don't
I,
care what we got to do, because think about what
so
she's going through right now. We
so
need to make
Dre,
it a
we
big
had that
fucking
on the
issue.
books.
it's already started. The thing is, we have to get more behind it. Like Dr. Johnson's got the 10 points, man, 10 political points that you need. It's the shit's there. The things we need to put energy behind it. I
Yeah,
know
we.
that that's why I said this so-called gender work to me was over. Now we have bigger objectives, which actually changing shit.
Yeah,
So
we got.
now it's
We
time.
got.
Now it's time to start
Yeah, we gonna
changing
have to
shit.
start changing shit. Because I ain't gonna
Yeah.
lie. Because I hate to say it. When we see stuff like this happen, from
Hmm.
now anything that happens on from like you say from now on, it's our fault. So we need to be putting more energy behind
Yeah.
getting this shit changed
We do
instead of.
because Texas had it on the books where each father would get 50-50 custody. They shut it down, and then they
Mhm.
passed a heartbeat law where a woman can't do anything after 6 weeks, and that really
Hmm.
hurt bad
Yeah.
when they said that you're gonna be forced to be a father, and there's nothing that you can do about it, and then
Oof.
they shut down the 50-50 bill.
Yeah,
That
well, see,
really
plain
hurt.
and
What,
simple. I was
what,
like, fine, you will be forced to be a
it's
father, but then I need to be forced to have my 50-50 custody.
well, everything okay, because they need babies, because they need babies taken care of, and because they don't need male participation. Okay, everything's in flux. So now's the time to actually put pressure on it. And now it's not just black people. Now the white boys
They getting
know
it too.
they're getting it too. So now's the time to put the pressure on, because because right now they need you more than they need them. Because if the men don't buy into the shit, all this shit will collapse. They need babies, and babies don't take care of themselves. And where the basic money comes from men. So the thing is, if men don't get bitches pregnant, babies still won't be born. Okay,
Yeah,
and
I ain't gonna
now,
lie. We need to maybe that's the main thing we gonna do. Fuck it. We
yeah,
go fucking
Have that
boycott
be
the next 2 years. Don't have no
that,
fucking kids
there,
have that
yeah,
until that.
BBGS.
uh,
I was
yes,
reading
sir.
some in California. Now they
Hmm.
recently passed a law that if the dude removes the condom without the
Hmm.
woman's
Stealthy, yeah,
consent,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
yeah. But I can see a backfire on that also too on our end. Like let's say the condom breaks and accidentally, or she could probably just lie and say he took the condom off because despite she slept with him, she didn't want to have his baby and try to use
Hmm.
that against him and something like that. Yeah, I see a little.
The thing is, sometimes people there's gonna have to be damage before we can actually start, changing this stuff because the Me Too is starting to backfire on them. So a lot of that stuff's got to be changed. So the stuff is in flux. Okay, the stuff is in flux, and sometimes you're gonna have to take a step back to take two forward. It is what it is. So like I said, remember Charles could tell, I told you about the heartbeat bill. In 2017, and what they were planning and telling brothers to be careful because they want more babies to be born, and they're going to try to do off the backs of you. So the thing is, if they can't get what they want, even though they pass these laws, guess what's going to happen? Then they have to come to the table and negotiate. So basically the power is in your hand. The thing is, will men actually wield the power?
That's one of my big main concerns right there. Because I say all the time, we need to get at least our money and our resources together to get laws passed in our favor and stuff like the way they did. But are we going to actually do that? How long is it going to take for us to actually finally do that? Because all we doing is talking.
They want babies born, and brothers need to stop thinking with their dick and
exactly
and going to be chicks raw. If basically if they if the vast majority of guys on that are behind in child support earn less than $10,000, and if they want to have all the babies by dudes that ain't got no jobs, or ain't got no money, system the whole thing will actually collapse, and then they're gonna have to fill in. So the thing is that
we got to break.
You got men that's not even a biological kid to that child. A woman can say that she slept with you years ago, put your name in the birth certificate, and whatever state you live in, and making you pay for it.
Well, I'm gonna let you know. This is how it works. If they put your name on a birth certificate, most of the time, unless they got a real bad, unless the chick is slick and give a bad address, they're gonna send you a letter and telling you on what day you got to submit stuff. If you don't come after multiple attempts, that's when they automatically do it, unless they got your DNA in the system already.
But I seen a video. They actually wait, sorry, I can't hear you in the background.
Listen, from a person involved in it, I'm gonna let you know. See, that's another thing that we need to say in the manosphere, telling our niggas to say, hey, look, stop being nonchalant with these letters and shit that come to your house. Because I ain't gonna lie, that's what got me caught up many a time because you don't open your fucking mail.
But I seen a video of the guy that never actually got that. He didn't even know. Yeah, he didn't know about it at all, till last minute. And then they said but he didn't even know nothing about it. Period.
A lot of people don't. They might say that, but trust me, dude, they do send letters.
They do.
As a person involved in it, bro. As a person involved in it, I know I've been guilty of not opening the mail in time. Sometimes you open the mail by the time you find out the court date was yesterday.
I've done it, and then
I'll give you a pro tip. Literally, we need to be pushing that in this space too to let our men know from now on. So, no, fuck this shit. Every time you get a letter, come home and open the motherfucker immediately. Stop throwing the shit in the little mail pile.
What about the dude that was locked up? And when he got out, he didn't know nothing about it, and they came at him like that. Yeah, I mean, he fought years and got his money back. Yeah,
but bro, it's gonna be people that fall through the cracks. But I ain't gonna lie, we can save more people by enacting some rules. Like the first thing, we need to stop having kids participate in having children for the next 2 years until the laws is changed. And then once enough people sign on and say, maybe start a bill, sign this paperwork saying you are not going to reproduce for until these laws is changed. We get enough men to sign up to that and make a movement. We need on top of that. Next thing is niggas start opening your fucking mail so you don't get caught up in this bullshit. Next thing you do is under no circumstances do you help a female at all. I don't give a fuck if her life's about to get cut off. Make it to the fact that where you hurt the women so much that the women start turning on other women who were doing bad because they fucking it up for them. And see, that's why. So that way you get the women fighting the other women for you. And the only thing you doing is not participating no more. But a lot of people don't want to sit up here and do that. Hey, you ain't my woman. I don't really care. I understand you got a flat tire. You better call the government. I don't think got a government program for that. And that should be matter of fact, that should be the damn motto right there. # don't they got a government program for that. Basically, that's the rule is now. You don't pay for shit for a female. You cut them off, make the government pay for their ass. Make the government pay for their ass so fucking much that what these motherfuckers say, wait a minute, we're going to have to do something to get these niggas back to the table or give them a fair shake in some form or fashion. Otherwise, they're going to just continue to put more and more pressure on us because these programs can't keep lasting. You're already hurting them now, especially this is the best time. COVID already hurt the government so fucking much. Now we come in and hurt them that way too. This is the best time. Make the week now. No offense, it's time to go on an offense right now. We could prevent incidents like what happened to AL's daughter. If we had this bullshit in place 5 years ago, this shit wouldn't happen. We need to stop this bullshit now and start the process of putting pain on these motherfuckers' neck immediately. Not today, not tomorrow, not next week. As of 3:58 in the afternoon, we're going to start putting the pain on their fucking neck immediately. Now.
Hey, I'll say the first thing we got to put pain on is the simps. There's too many simps.
Well, we put pain on all of them. We attack them from all fucking fronts. All fronts.
Got the alpha simps, whatever they call themselves, whatever. Yeah, like all the motherfuckers.
Don't even look. The men like this is what you do. You know you got a simp. That nigga can't roll with you no more. Don't hold no conversations with the nigga. You ain't gotta go beat his ass, but the nigga can't roll with you no more. You can't come over your house no more. You ain't gonna chop it up on the phone with his ass no more. You ain't gonna hold no conversations with his ass. Cut the motherfuckers off. Clean cut. And I'm sorry. You might lose some friends that might be valuable to you, but unfortunately is you can prevent things like that. And now we got to sit up here and worry about, think about this little poor girl went through this bullshit because why? Father was blocked out of her life. So now she going to sit up here and just tell the story. She's going to be damaged. Tell the story to 5 women. Now you got 1,000 or 5,000 women out here going to be sitting up here super simping for the bullshit and they don't know. So we created more enemies for us with this situation. This situation right here, we created more because all they gonna say, well, where was the father? They ain't gonna sit up here and think about it. They ain't talking about what the fuck did she did? Nothing. So where was the father? Or the father could have, if you would have gave more money, or if you would have done something else. They ain't gonna take no responsibility that you were the primary custodial parent in the household and didn't do shit and you allowed the shit to happen.
The problem is you can't throw money at. You're
not throwing money at it. We trying to.
We're not throwing money at it. We actually holding our money back.
No,
that's the biggest thing we can take from females is our money and our resources.
When the women say that you're not paying enough child support, you're not doing this, you're not financially doing that. That's what I was responding to, not what you were saying.
Right, but bro, what I'm trying to say is this: from now on, you get nothing unless you are part of the child's life. You get nothing. Like plain and simple. We not having no more babies. We not gonna sit up here and buy. You ain't buying no woman no drinks at the bar no more. If you see a broad and she got a flat tire on the side of the road, nigga, there's a government program for that. Literally, start making start making YouTube shorts when a person asks you for help. No, I think there's a government program for that and walk away. Like literally, make it to where that's a fucking hashtag. They got a government program for that.
Like Pastor, let me say this.
You ain't getting shit.
Let me say this. If every man did that, you think child support is gonna be able to try to get after every man and lock them up like that? When every man is doing that, they can't. They can't. Period.
Bring you back to the table. They're gonna bring you back to the
table.
Exactly.
They have to negotiate.
Matter of fact, they negotiate with you when they bring you back to court. You ain't paying the child support.
Exactly.
But
imagine if a whole bunch of dudes start doing that shit in large numbers.
But bro,
now they got to get to the point like, you know what, we can't lock all these dudes up. Now we gotta listen.
But no, you're not gonna have no more kids. Period. So if there's no kids being produced, then the government can't fuck you no type of way because they got no control over you. That's what it said. You're not gonna make no more babies. Period.
Yeah, I'm done.
Until men get 50% of it. At least we say, well, fine. Well, we get primary custody of the boys off rip. We can even do with that. We ain't gonna be no set in stone where we ain't gonna negotiate. But what fuck it is this? Until y'all come back to the table and come with some reasonable terms, we don't make babies. Period. If the human race got to go down the top, then they got to go down. But at least for the next 2 years, show these motherfuckers that we really mean business. No more fucking reproducing at all. We find some damn people who do vasectomies, put their numbers on here. Hey, this is what you do. You still got to keep busting your load off. Look, Go ahead and pay the little $600. Put the ice on your butt, on your nuts for 4 days. You're gonna still bust and be fine. And at least you don't have to worry about, and you helping the cause. Hashtag no more babies. Hashtag there's a government program for that. In other words, hey, look, motherfucker sitting at the bar. No, there's a government program for that. I mean, plain and simple. There's a government program for that. Can please somebody get that shit going? Make it to the factor where you put so much pressure on them, when the motherfucker's gonna have to say, "Well, hell no." The niggas ain't even fighting the broads. They ain't even doing nothing illegal. What they doing is turning their back. You don't realize how much free shit that these motherfuckers get off of our help right there. So that way you can make even more money. So see the broad broke down on the side of the road. You got some money? Oh no, well, I'm pretty sure you got cash app. Well, then buy. I don't do nothing for free. If I'm not getting paid, you ain't getting nothing. Like I said, hashtag government program for that.
Mm-hmm.
And what's so bad is that ain't no. I don't give a damn if the broad about to get her phone turned off, because plain and simple, the broad got a twat. If she wanted to be with a man who really liked her, every good woman out there got at least 3 dudes that would love to be with her. So either you're gonna force them into the hands of the men that want them, or you're gonna make them hurt the system. So it's a win-win. There's no way for you to come out of losing. And that's what we need to start doing to prevent things like this happening. Because unfortunately, when stuff happens like what happened to this little girl here, that only brings more enemies to us, fighting us. Because ain't going to be no accountability on her ass. It's going to be, yep, if dad would have been there. Yep. That's all it's going to be. The only person going to get catching heat is him. The only person stressed out right now, think about this, if it's him. The only person talking about throwing their life away right now is him. Think about it. Now, think about it. Now, dude, women's so damn fucking emotional. If you would have sit up here and talk, why the fuck you didn't go off on that? But yet you can go off and run a nigga over who cheated on your ass.
Yeah, that is a very, very good question. That's a very good question.
You can run a nigga over that cheated on your ass. You can sit up here and drag his ass all through the course. And why the fuck them niggas' asses ain't beat? And if you really wanted to know that. You could have been a woman. Well, here's the question. You could tell a damn lie to get a nigga's ass beat. Why couldn't you fucking tell a lie on them boys to get them locked up?
Where the mama bear at that they proclaim is so strong? Where that mama bear at?
Right.
Everybody's scared of.
See, now we going to sit up here and got to deal with the backlash for that. Meaning put a woman through all this bullshit. You're going to turn her into a potential enemy for shit we had no control over. So, right, we're going to take back control. Take back control. No more fucking babies, niggas. All right? No more fucking babies. And hashtag there's a government program for that. Cut the motherfuckers off at the knees immediately. Anybody that pays for anything from now on today, matter of fact, y'all niggas don't even need to be coming to this space. You pay for anything for a broad that ain't your woman, nigga, you don't even need to be coming to this space. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Man, that be part of the solution. To be part of the solution. No more after today, part of the solution.
I be trying to explain it to dudes like this. It's really soliciting, but you don't see it as that. They taught you to see it as dating. But hoes go on dates. This is soliciting, bro. She can get you to pay for like 3 or 4 dates. You soliciting sex, bro. That's all you doing, paying for all these damn dates.
See?
Why do you think I always get me when I be on some channel and I tell them like y'all need to start being straight direct with these females, man. Y'all might get disagree with me with the Mo one approach and all that shit, but just like Al Roger Curry said, he ain't spend a damn dime on these chicks to get casual sex from them. It's not hard to get casual sex from females, especially at this time of age when they so sexual and liberated the way they are, and you still paying for dates and all that shit. You're afraid to tell a woman within 15 minutes, I want to smash. You can't learn to be seductive towards a woman. That's the key factor. A lot of dudes do not know how to do that, period. And I be debating with so many guys in this place too, and they think like it's hard, it's impossible. Well, I already know the key factor why it's backfiring your face, because you don't even know how to fucking seduce a woman, period. Mm-hmm. You can tell I want to put my dick in your mouth and say in a seductive way that, you know what, she ain't gonna put hands on you and all that shit. What's so hard for her to say no? She say no, leave her alone. You ain't wasting a lot of time. A lot of dudes be acting like 5 minutes is a big lot of time. That ain't a lot of time in your ass. You ain't doing nothing for 5 minutes. Period.
Right, but Like I understand, if you say it's too many simps out here, no offense, dude. This is the problem is, if enough of the good niggas go away, even if the simps try to step up and do, that all the simps gonna do is get played. And I hate to say, this is what's so bad happened. The simps gonna get played, and we're gonna have more events like that shit in Florida where they get mad and go off. So
Exactly, Dre.
unfortunately, in the long run, it's still gonna help the cause when the good men turn their back. Because now
And
you're
that's
gonna
why I
deal with
get
all
so
the people.
passionate the
And
way
then
I
look,
see.
the beautiful thing about the simps is them niggas ain't got no fucking control. So they'll be the first ones that sit up there. Then the women will be begging the niggas to come back because you're gonna have to keep the simps from turning on your ass. Because they gonna turn
Exactly,
on your
because
ass
Dre, I get
eventually.
so this is why I get so passionate when I hear dudes talk some shit doing this. I'm like, I used to do that shit, so I already know it backfires.
Right,
I'm just glad I didn't have to murder a female behind that
be the
shit like
main
that.
ones.
I had some sense
You
that I
gonna
had to get out that shit. So now I'm trying to teach you don't do my mistakes on my past, and you still try to make excuses using the fools like Boyce Watkins and Derrick Jackson and Omar Johnson doing some dumb shit and talking about they rip like, come on, man, like yo. I tell them motherfuckers, yo, you know what? You need to stay the fuck away from me and shit like that. For real, be talking some simp shit like that to me, man. Word.
But
Like,
like this, the beautiful thing is this: the simps that even if they try, ain't enough simps in the world to do it. And then what's gonna happen is this: say they try to go fine, the simps gonna think that it's gonna be a field day for a couple months. Let it. But then what's gonna happen is this: after the simps start seeing that they being played, first thing they gonna do is resort to anger. They don't have the self-control
oh
that
hell
the
yeah.
smart men who say that hashtag a government program for that. As you see, I keep saying that, and hashtag what? No more fucking babies. Then what's gonna happen? Them gonna be the first motherfucking weak ass niggas that turn to violence. So then the women gonna have to come back because they're gonna have to be begging us to protect us from the violent simps. They gonna turn to violence, not us. We not
Bunch of
turning to
sexual
violence. We just turning our
deviants.
back. Let them turn to violence.
Exactly. Bunch of sexual deviants. Then
Right.
they
Then they gonna be
tried to have a
begging.
bunch
They
of
gonna be
Elliot Rodgers
begging.
going to smoke everybody like crazy.
Right. They gonna be the first ones. They gonna be the first ones doing that, not us.
That's why when I hear a bitch talking about bitch like Amber Rose talking about, yo, I'm gonna tease these motherfuckers on that shit. Okay, go right the
Go
fuck
ahead.
ahead.
Go
When your
right.
ass is
Look,
6 feet
look.
under,
I
I'm not
want you to.
shedding a
I ain't
tear
gonna
for
lie.
her.
I want you to
Period.
tease them. I want you to tease them. I want you to
Exactly.
take their money. I want you to do all of that
When that
because
shit back, when she wind
when
up
the
like
other two
another
drop,
Mercedes
you
Mer,
gonna get it all back.
I
You
don't
gonna
want
get
to
it
feel
all
no
back.
empathy. Period. I don't want to see no posters talking about, yo, she didn't deserve that. No, fuck that shit. She brought that shit to herself. That's how I
Right.
feel.
You brought it to yourself. And that's why I said this. The beautiful thing about it is they can't stop no movement like that. The government program for that or hashtag no more babies. What? That ain't got shit to do with nothing else that nobody can control. You control 100% of that on you. So that way you don't have to worry about nobody being able to get in the business because you control 100%. So what the fuck they gonna do? Well, if you don't have no babies, we're gonna put you in jail. No, can't do that. I mean, like literally, come on now.
Exactly. That's
If you
like
don't
what
sit up here, if
reverse
you
rape
don't
on
sit up here
us.
and simp for these women and give them your money, we're gonna put you in jail. Nope, you can't do that too, because that'll start an uprising too. So that's why I said you put so much stress and pressure on the system, you make the motherfuckers come back. And that's the problem is you realize, hey, man, you're not my woman, you're not sleeping in with me, so you get nothing. Nothing at all. You don't help no friends out. Hey, oh well, my phone gonna be turned off. I'm pretty sure there's a government program for that.
Start making demands, yo. You want
Hey,
this that from me?
hey,
I got overpower over
hey,
you. What's good, merch? What's good?
hey, I've already said this before, man. Withdraw your resources, including your time and energy, not just your money, including your time and your energy, and let the burden that we're barely able to handle right now, let that burden collapse on the remaining people. It's not difficult. This ain't difficult, man. It ain't difficult. But hey, fuck other women. Leave it at that. You ain't got to marry them. Just fuck other women and not deal with these motherfuckers. And you know what? I'm gonna be honest with you. Me personally, you know, a person will talk your fucking ear off to keep you from walking out that fucking door. But if you don't walk out that door, they're never gonna fucking change. Stop having a goddamn conversation. Give it 2 years, 3 years, until motherfuckers really go through it and suffer the your absence. Let them suffer your absence, right? And then when they come back, they better come back with something and not talking about being willing to make some changes. They better come back already having undergone changes and still making necessary fucking changes. And don't make it a long extended thing. You don't have to just remove your presence. I've said this before. The dudes who try to stay behind, right? The simps, whatever it is, right? Those dudes, they're not going to be able to handle shit. That first off, they're the minority, right? They're not going to be able to handle this shit. They're not going to be able to handle it. And some of them are eventually is going to get through their hits too, and they're going to join you. They're going to walk right out with you, right? The ones who stay behind and want to be fucking hard headed, or pick up artists or whoever that stay behind, let them stay behind and deal with it. Because guess what? Eventually, they're also going to come back trying to fucking negotiate. And it's real simple. Here's my list of shit. Do you have that? Have you started on this? No? Then there's nothing to talk about. People don't fucking really take you seriously until you show with finality, I'm done with the bullshit. And the only thing you can force on people is your absence. You can absolutely you can force that on anybody.
I ain't gonna lie. Look, I'm gonna work on. I'm gonna come up with a good 6 or 7 rules for the hashtag no government program for that. I want all y'all niggas to join, and I ain't even lying. If the motherfuckers that don't join and want to get on code, then y'all don't need to speak to my ass again after the day. Cause I'm tired. We gonna have to stand up and put our foot down and really make a stand on this shit. Otherwise, the shit just gonna keep happening.
Brothers are preaching today, man.
I mean, plain and simple. We're gonna go ahead and have to be hard. Like hashtag. This is another thing you need to do. As of today, I want all you dumbass niggas sitting here in the chat room, go unfollow every bitch on Instagram. If you want, but doing OnlyFans, cancel all your shit. Because you don't realize you motherfucking making motherfuckers rich. And the only thing you're doing is following these motherfuckers who don't give a damn about you. So we're gonna hurt that pocket too. What you do is now unfollow all females. Unfollow. Unless they're like family members or something like that, but all models and shit like that, unfollow. You want to go ahead and look at the broad pic, then write the names down and then look at them, just type them in and go to it. But don't let them make no money off your ass. Unfollow today. I mean, these motherfuckers getting paid $30,000 and $40,000 off of your fucking likes.
I would challenge
liking
dudes.
The damn pictures.
I would challenge dudes, if you see chicks you want to fuck, do not take them out on dates. Just be straight up in the first 15 minutes. But that's kind of a hard thing a lot of dudes ain't going to do anyway.
No, yes, you can't. But because if enough of us did it, it would work. Hey, man,
exactly.
Either we loving or I see you tomorrow.
Exactly.
That's what there you go right there. Hashtag, either we loving or I see you tomorrow. There's another
hashtag mode 1. Shit.
No, that's what it is. That says it all in a nutshell. Either we loving or I see you tomorrow.
Dudes are straight direct. They won't have to be worried about getting this and that happen to them, all that shit. Crying about them spending money, all that shit. Like what?
You don't need, look. You don't even need, and that protects you from the Me Too shit. Hey man, nah, man.
Exactly. Yeah, just like Alan said, protect you from being Me Too. If you already let her know from the get-go what your obligation is, and when she says no, you leave her alone.
Right. Either, like I said,
don't the advisors.
I see you tomorrow.
Is do not be more one at your job. Period. Don't hit on no females at your job at all. That's the only thing I say do not do. Because that's a place you get paid. Meet me a chick outside your job. Period. But don't do it at your job. No. Bird.
Hey Mel.
Yeah.
Hey brother. I'm glad you brought that up because I had to write up a chick at my job for fucking harassing me, and I'm like, I don't shit where I eat at. She was cool and friendly, but she just started doing crazy shit like calling my housing unit. This is when I was still in corrections, and she kept calling.
She got your information. Called your house.
She got my she had my phone number, and I'm like,
that's some stalking shit.
I was like, oh no. I'm like, okay, this bitch crazy. So Next thing you know, bro, I just went on and started writing. She started calling my housing unit while we both were at work, and like, you don't even call me, you don't even check on me. I'm like, I'm not your man. And the bitch got on the jail radio and was like, Officer Stokes, answer your landline. And I'm like, oh my God, this bitch is really trying to come after me. So I figured I need to start writing right now.
Yep,
I let my
good,
sergeant, I let my sergeant know. I called my captain, let him know what was going on. I documented everything. They went back and saw the times when she called,
hmm
my housing unit and everything. And I was like, fuck me too. I pulled the heat too on that bitch.
good, good,
So after that, she wouldn't say nothing. She would just stay the fuck away from me. And I knew I was on probation at the time, so I knew they could fire you for anything, when you're on probation. And then by her still being there, and she's a female, Baltimore is a fucking female can do no wrong state.
hmm
And I'm just glad I wrote on it. But I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna be in the chat, fellas. I'm
good,
praying
brother,
that.
good, man.
Yeah,
Most dudes
yeah,
need to do what you do also too, man. Just like Black Uru also said too. We need to take some of these bitches to court, sue their asses,
yeah.
Oh
word,
yeah,
bring
You got a
charges.
good, you
set
got a
up
good
something
brother
called
over
the
here, Terrell, that could really talk to y'all, because this brother's been through the storm. This man's like a blood brother to me, and ain't nothing in the world I wouldn't do for him. I'm gonna get off here, and I'll be in the chat, fellas. Y'all be cool, and we just got to be united, man, and we gonna pray for brother Al.
Definitely, man. Definitely, man.
All right, brothers, y'all take care.
Take care, brother.
But there is something called the Hidden Act that's coming up, where if a child was hurt as a child, they can go back and sue that person. The statutes of limitations are being taken away. Now, if men are walking away and not dealing with this stuff, you know who these kids are gonna be stuck with? Their mothers and these women. And in this Hidden Act, they're getting the money to do it by attacking these churches, the Catholic Church, because they just got
Oh
them. They
hell
got them.
yeah.
Yeah, and they also they started with the black church though, of course. So they took a couple of brothers down there. But you know how it is, how it go. There's some black females in up in there that messing with children too. So all of them come back and get them all. These kids can, as long as they can account for it happening, they have no statutes of limitations. Can they always go back and get these people? So these sons can go back and sue their moms for alienation from their fathers.
Hmm. It's good, man.
I'm gonna tell my son, and how guys can do it is every father needs to get a psychiatric and a mental evaluation on their child, and whatever the results are, you take them to the court. And if they don't do something about it immediately, you hold it, you keep working with it, but y'all always have that grievance that you can put back on her ass at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the former lieutenant known as Terrell Hall, now business entrepreneur and all around good ass nigga. So,
What's up, my brother? Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you. And I'm trying to
Good,
get
brother.
AL
Good.
back there, but just tell the brothers the reason why you can empathize to this story.
Oh Lord, where you want me to begin? It's so many pieces. I'll jump right in wherever you want me to. Like, what part do you want me to start at?
Um. Well, you know about the situation with AL? Start from there.
All right, well, bits and pieces. Well, my story that's similar to his starts where I was a police lieutenant and I left my wife, for the typical reasons, caught her slipping after I got her a job. Actually, she used to work with Brother Stokes. Got her a job, caught her slipping, would do that work. So I just left, but things got ugly after that. I thought we were cordial. So she tried to block me out of, participating with the kids, but she couldn't do that. She moved her brother into my house that I was still paying mortgage on. And during the course of that, my only daughter was molested. All right. So no results came of that because the same unit that investigates phony domestic violence cases, which is what I had against me at the time, is the same unit that investigates child abuse. So because they did not like me, my daughter's case was never properly investigated. And on top of that, just to make the story even funkier, the investigator that came to my home to investigate a child being molested was a transvestite. So now I had to explain to my kids what that is.
Your baby mom's brother is a transformer. Oh, Hall.
No, it was the detective who was interviewing the case.
He he was a he's the detective that's investigating.
With a
He's a
co-worker, and she had
transgender.
a son who was mentally challenged. So he made this mentally challenged boy give him head. So he
Oh,
got on probation for about 2 years when he turned 18. That was around the time when he came to Maryland. I left his sister and he moved right into my house without paying no rent, without my permission, with nothing. And next thing you know, my daughter became a victim.
oh hell no.
Now you can imagine having access to many where the black man is always going to be the perpetrator, never the victim. Not even our children, because what they try to do is strip you of your manhood, your fatherhood, and everything. That's like saying somebody took a shit in the toilet and you don't smell nothing and you don't see nothing. So they want to come for you. They'll make it up, which is what happened with me. A lot came behind that, wound up losing a house, losing my job, everything. But then a year later, wound up with 4 different businesses and making 4 times the money that I was making as a police lieutenant. So the joke is actually on them, and everything happens for a reason. I don't know why that happened to my daughter, because that ain't part of the moral. But all that other shit that happened, it happened for a reason.
My condolences about your daughter, my friend. Man, I already know every thought in your head I had that you had, I'm having, so I already understand. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
And I can hear you.
We get you
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah. I was listening to your testimony. Yeah, it's like I mean, just what I can't get my head wrapped around is what people not understanding. These are also my nephews. These are my nephews. So it's like it's taking just so much for me just to just stay within my sanity right now. It's ridiculous. And I've been tested a lot in my life. I mean, with me having to set my business down due to this economic shit that's been going on since Bush all the way up to now, and now this, and I work every odd, crazy job I can just to keep income coming in for this kid.
Yeah. I mean, hey, bro, AL, I just want to let you know like this, dude. You got my number in the back chat. You need somebody
I,
to time to talk to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, dude. Call.
I believe you, Dre. I took it down. I wrote it down
Right,
when I
like,
wrote
and
it
look, bro,
down.
look. This is what this space is made for. Many a times, you people done saved me. I ain't even gonna lie. This space has saved me plenty of drama. Y'all sit here and laugh because I'm always fighting and shit. But I'm probably, if it wasn't for this space, I would have probably been dead 2 times over. Because a lot of
Yeah,
times y'all done talked, I done had somebody tell me some information I need to save my life. Or sometimes I
Dre,
done had people talk me back from the cliff already.
real,
Because you
and
see
real
and
talk,
and
I'm
Dre,
already wild as it is. But the
real
fact
talk,
is,
Dre.
nowadays we need to be here for each other
No,
in times
I'm gonna
like
tell you
this.
this. I'm gonna tell you this. When I went through what I went through, there was people that didn't even have nothing to do with it. You know, my mother, my brother. You know, and you start to beef with other people because of what you're going through. When somebody close to you becomes a victim, you become a victim. You know, and as a black man, it seems a lot of times people don't give a fuck. As long as it didn't happen to them, and that's a lot going on within our community, and you already know what's going on outside our community. They don't care because as a black man, it's assumed you don't have feelings. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I had to go check my listen, there's a lot to my story, man. I had to check myself into a mental institution. I had to go talk to psychiatrists because if I didn't, I wouldn't be talking to you today. I would have took a whole bunch of people out. I had a plan. That's how deep I got with it. I was gonna go deep like a Navy SEAL, I'm telling you. And I realized that it wasn't me when one day I'm in a regular police psych talking to the what they call them Charles.
You talk
Psych
about the
evaluation.
you talk about the psychologist.
Yeah, like when you go there to come back to work and to get an eval or whatever. So I'm reading this pamphlet for shits and giggles. It was about 12 shit listed, 12 things listed on that motherfucker. And when I read it, everything from my house in foreclosure, from a victim of a crime, from having domestic issues, from uh, bankruptcy. I mean, you name it. Everything on that fucking pamphlet was me. And I said, damn, can I could have one could have not applied, but everything applied to me. And I was like, man, I really do need some help. And it ain't my fault. So when I sat down and spoke with the psychologist, they basically told me, like, I hope you don't beat yourself up because there's things in life you can control and there's things you can't be there for, but you're gonna have to correct the aftermath. And that's what bogs people down. You know what I'm saying? Not shrugging away responsibility because the first thing you have to do with all the issues I had is take responsibility for what you could have controlled. The second step is like, yo, them motherfuckers that did me dirty, did my daughter dirty, did this, oh, I'm gonna take care of them. But it's a right way and a wrong way to take care of them. I mean, the right way in my mind we can't do because I ain't going to jail for nobody. You know what I'm saying? But you can only follow the steps and you can't control the way other people perceive you. When I went to court, when I talked to investigators, when I did this and that, I felt like every word that was coming out of my mouth, I felt like they was looking at me like I'm a liar or like my daughter's a liar. You know what I'm saying? So that's where the alienation comes from. And all the while, I wound up with custody of the kids. That's the beauty of the story. Fuck the businesses. Fuck that old pussy ass job. Fuck all that. I wound up with custody of my kids. You know what that means? That means I have the sole interest and influence on the upbringing of my three kids. And that's all that matters. But and that kind of ties into what happened to my daughter too, because her mother stood up there and lied, told them, oh, my brother never had a charge ever, he wouldn't do this, da, da, da. And I'm telling the judge she's only lying because she knows juvenile records are sealed, and you can't look it up, not even the judge can look that up. So she slipped up. A liar, you can't remember your lies. So the judge asked her, she showed them a text message I sent where I said, it's going to take the Army, Navy, and the motherfucking Marines for you to ever get next to these kids ever again. And you don't know a nigga that could bust my ass. So look, search a little harder. So the judge was like, why'd you send that text message? I said, because she brought my daughter back around her brother who's a child molester. So she said, well, what do you have to say about that, ma'am? And she said, well, he didn't actually molest her. He only touched her and he was kissing her. Bitch, that's the
What
definition of
the fuck?
molestation. Yes.
What
So
the
when she
fuck?
said that, my attorney looked at me, looked at the judge, and turned red. He was like, what the fuck? Finally, I had vindication that, first of all, my daughter's not a liar. I'm not a liar. And this shit actually happened. So the judge turned to say, okay, we adjourned. Give me about an hour. I'm going to make my decision. And in his long, lengthy decision, he basically said, I don't have no evidence you still live with the brother, but based on what you said, I think he's the right man to take care of these kids. And I order you to pay such and such amount of child support. Man, I want to jump over the table and laugh at her fucking face after I spit in it. Because that's just how I felt at them. I was like, man, finally, somebody
It's
fucking believe. You know
and
what I'm
go
saying?
ahead.
But it took her to trip up. It took her to trip up. They don't take our word for shit. It took
Hmm.
her for her to say it out
No,
her fucking
they,
face.
they, they word is gospel and law as far as the state in the corporation's concerned. We all know
Yeah,
that. That's why people,
yeah.
people when I tell people my uphill fight just to, I mean, just to spend time with my kid, and we got joint custody, dude. But she's the custodian. Man, I'm talking about this girl that up in when my daughter was what 3, she upped and moved to South Carolina and Virginia for 9 months, and I didn't know where the fuck this bitch was with my key. I'm just getting pictures. Like, what is this out in the snow? Ain't no snow in Texas. I'm like, it's been so many times I could have called CPS, called the law and got her for kidnapping this and that. Every time I do, it's like my egg donor. And at the time, my grandmother, my mother, before she passed away, my grandmother kept telling me, don't do it, Corky. Don't do it. Don't do it. She needs her mama. I'm like, no, Granny, she don't need her mama. She need her daddy. That's my seed. And y'all been keeping me away from this child for I don't know how long behind y'all just talking this osmosis bullshit. She need her mama. Her mama's trash, man. Even her own mama knows she's trash.
But they
And
keep
that be
saying
that's
what it
why
is.
that's why
It's an
shit.
old school way of thinking.
The Crimson Kid be talking about how these women be doing, and everybody's like, man, this shit is deep. They were cool. They know the woman wrong, but they just got to keep riding that female gynocracy trope, man. Like the kid that got killed recently about her over the SD card, shit like that. Come on, man, y'all know that woman was off.
Well, see, this is and you know it's funny because Terrell here. A lot of you heard Josh's story. This crazy bitch, and I could say
Oh
that
my
about
God.
his child's mother. This crazy bitch started lie after lie
Oh,
after.
let me tell that portion. Let me tell that portion. Because I told
Go
him
ahead.
when I first started talking, I said, which part you want me to say? Because this shit is deep. Okay, so my brother's baby
Wait a
mother.
second before you go into your story, man. I didn't realize I put my phone on my pocket. It said that I hidden somebody in the chat, so unhide him, please. I might have done it while I put my phone in my
If somebody's hidden in the chat because I'm on my computer, can one of the moderators do it for me? I appreciate you. Thank you. But go ahead, Terrell.
Okay, so I got my brother's baby mother a job, the same job that my wife worked at, through my connection, right? Working in the jail. So she goes in, she clicks up with my ex-wife, my wife at the time, and they start hating each other. But they even got to a fist fight on the job. But my brother's baby mother, who eventually gets fired for fucking co-workers, inmates, you name it, that bitch was wild. Now she's wild.
That sounds like a
She
hyena, but I digress.
yeah,
Go ahead.
she winds up getting custody, even though she turned stripper. And my brother got text messages where she admits that she sells pussy. She still gets custody now. I guess that's a noble job still. But so she hates my
No,
guts because I
that's
have.
illegal unless you're in Baltimore, New York now.
Now speaking of my brother, I just passed him in White Marsh. What kind of shit is that? Oh shit. Anyway, so what ends up happening is she hates my guts because I called it from the beginning. I told my brother when he first met her, don't fuck with her. Like don't make the same mistakes I made. Don't fuck with her. Because I don't like her. She disrespectful, da da da. Long story short, they've been broke up. I'm going through my divorce. All of a sudden, they best friends. Now remember, his baby mom's fired from the job now. So why are they even talking? There's no reason for them to talk. They're not family, they're not sisters. So one day goes to pick up my kids doing the custody exchange in Owens Mills. And guess who's there? My brother's baby mother. Now, anytime you see her at a place where you're planned to be and scheduled to be, you know it's a problem. So my ex-wife had to tell her I was going to be there. And my ex-wife had been playing games the past couple of weeks. Like she would say she'd get the kids, then she wouldn't get them. Or I would say, listen, I'm in school, so Josh gonna drop them off, and my mom gonna be there. Just come get them from the house. She'll get mad. Well, what you doing? Where you at? So I kind of had a feeling she always wanted to pin my whereabouts down. So I was like, yo, she got something up her sleeve. So that was what she had up her sleeve. Because my brother baby mother, she's crazy enough to put her hands on a 6'2", 230-pound man. Like she would. I truly
Oh,
believe she would.
she one of them old bitches, huh?
Yeah, she one of them. But see, me and her don't have a sexual relationship, so I'll beat the shit out of her. That's not domestic abuse. That's just me putting the bitch in her place. So anyway, nothing happened. I actually wasn't there, but you know what I did? These bitches lie all day, every day. So I went and got a peace order against her, but I wrote it as if I was there. Because I'm like, yo, she ain't gonna be showing up trying to start drama in front of my fucking kids. The way it happened, my brother and my mother was there, but my brother had an active peace order against her. So we go to get the peace orders, They deny it. The dude says something has to happen in order for you to get a peace order. I said, so an assault has to occur. That doesn't make any sense because women can snap their fingers and toot their ass up and get whatever they want. So I called my wife's job and I'm like, listen, she in law enforcement now, right? Okay. So she trying to set me up. All I'm trying to do is peacefully exchange my children, and she's bringing all type of niggas.
Terrell, you bored out.
Drop out? He might have dropped there.
You might be driving. Hey, Terrell, you still there? Give him a second.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Let me
Yeah,
see.
Charles, I'm about to link up with my kid in a little bit, but
All right.
I'm
Just tell her that
I'm gonna hang here with y'all for a minute. I'm just waiting on a text message to come back with. Yeah,
just tell her when you see it. Just tell her she got a lot of love coming from us, man.
Yeah,
and she is.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and tell her that it's not her fault. She's a victim, and she got nothing but love and respect from all of us.
Yeah, I put my cash app in the back check. If anybody wants, it's not for me. Trust me, I got a job.
Just put it. You could put it in the main chat as well, too, man.
Well, not with this raggedy phone. I can only do back chat. I don't know. I don't understand that capability.
Let me try to post her cash app right there. You know. No, don't. If anybody wants to donate, don't donate to me. Donate to AL's daughter, who's going through some major shit right now with these people. Well, let me see. Let me get Terrell back up. All right, Terrell, you good now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good now.
Sorry about that, bro. I got buffed out by a call. Anyway, where'd I leave off at?
I don't know, but it was good.
All right, let me get to the real part. It's gonna leave y'all on the floor.
Hold on, T. I got you. I catch you up. You was talking about your P lady worked in law enforcement, and she was trying to catch you up. You was trying to drop your kids off amicably,
right?
But there was some dudes there. So
right now, put your seatbelt on for this part. So after I reported my ex-wife to her command for trying to set me up, and I reported my brother's baby mother to the police, and they ain't do shit but write a report. I ain't get no peace order or nothing. They said something got to happen. A day later, police come knocking on my door, detectives and plainclothes people. So I'm like, I told them, don't open the door till I get home. So I get home, it's 11 o'clock. We had bang at the door again. Police, they came, took all three of my kids out the house. They mother sitting her bitch ass outside. And I'm like, wait a minute. How you going to take my kids? I have custody. Here's my paperwork. Oh, we have reports that you molested your niece and you beat your kids every day. I'm like, what? I said, yo, and y'all believe bullshit. I said, well, let me bring y'all up to speed. They tried to set me up yesterday, so I made a report on them. So now this is retaliation. And I said, that's for my niece. I ain't seen her in 8 months. So when did I molest her? Not only that, they falsely accused my 10-year-old son at the time of also molesting my niece. So I'm like, yo, they playing with this word molestation now. Now y'all fucking up because you accusing children, me. I got a lot of animals, right? They're gonna say my niece was bitten by 2 snakes. I'm like, yo, why does this girl even know so much about the inside of my house? You know what I'm saying? So what was going on was my ex-wife was asking my kids bits and pieces of information about how my bedroom looks, what kind of animals I have, what color is my bedspread, things like that.
Your kids for information, say.
Right. And they was putting this all together over months, trying to make a false report. Of course, 24 hours later, my kids came right back to my house, but the police wouldn't lock them up for lying. This the type of shit, and mind you, all the court hearings I went to, that's money. Fellas, think about that. When you get falsely accused, that's $5,000 each charge.
Bro, they do it all the time. I had to remember, I told you I had the principal. Matter of fact, that's why I said I gotta post a video of my son the webs on him when she beat, because he grown now. The video, I had all that video proof, and the state still took her side. I had the principal of the school, I had his teacher on my side, I had the assistant principal on my side, because the principal and them called CPS on her, and I still couldn't get my kid.
That's a goddamn shame.
Now think about it. I got the principal, the assistant principal, and his teacher. Because at first they thought it was me, because I was volunteering at a minimum of 3 days a week. I volunteered, not in his class. Sometimes they put you in other classes, because I was actually working with the bad kids, like where you know how they got double teachers in the room. I was in there like that, and it was like, wow, you just got so good a way of relating to them. And every time they talk about, I had a little fourth grader tell me that he don't need no education. All he needs to do is get $100 and flip it. So then
Oh,
it's
wow.
like, okay, I'll say, okay, fine, you can take your $100 and flip it, but let me show you this. How many like old retired gangsters do you know? He's like, well, I don't know. No. I said, right, because most of them dead. I said, but think about it. You can make more money. I'm gonna show you. You can make more money this type of way. I said, I can help you and show you a skill or two working on a house or two. You come work with me. You'll make way more money than a dope boy clears in a day. Clear. Now, after you buy your shit and pay all your expenses, and then you clear today, at least you don't have to worry about nobody coming up putting a gun to your head.
But y'all, I mean, Judge, check it out, bro. You know why most of these kids have this mindset? Because we grew up around dudes like that. Think
Right.
about it, and I thought about it while you were talking. It's because, number one, they was raised in feminine. They had a mind thinking of a female. And most females, not the ones in this chat, but most females would want something for nothing. And when these boys grow up seeing that and seeing how they get most shit, something for nothing, and then when it's time for them to hit 16, 17, go out there and try to get a job, and they see when they go in these convenience stores and these grocery stores and in these restaurants and they see these people working, like, they happen to work for a living? Oh no, that's I see the dope boy doing it on the street. That's like easy money. Let me get it the easy way, because they don't have no form of wanting to get a work ethic. Because why? They first teachers, the majority of them don't have a fucking work ethic. Because why? Most females are trained to think I can get whatever I want by batting my eyes, shedding a tear, moving my jugs are popping around, or switch my hips.
Or telling
So
a
this is
lie.
what these
That's
boys
why.
show.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna put
That's
another
why I
perspective. I'm
work.
gonna put another perspective on that also too, with them boys looking at the dope boys. They don't even realize technically they have to work for that money also too. They're just getting paid more, and it might be a little easy, but they still have to put in work. You still have to be in that corner all day, make sales. And if you ain't making
And
no
not only
sales,
you
the
gotta be on
punishment
that
for that,
corner
your
all
ass get
day.
beat the hell down.
Not only do they have to be on that corner, they got to keep their eyes peeled 24/7 for people like Charles. So guess what?
Exactly.
You like playing cops and robbers all day. I'm like, come on now.
And there's no insurance for the product they lose. They lose the product no matter what. That's their ass.
But no,
All
So they gotta
day.
keep making
Every
those
day.
sales. They gotta be a
no,
salesman, making
most
sales
important.
completely.
Wait. The most important thing that you say, no, it had nothing to do with batting their eyes. The most important and the way women make more money more than anything is lying. That they do that first before
Yes.
they give some
Yes.
pussy away, bat their eyes, shed a tear. They lie first. That's the problem, and nobody wants to say it. The first thing they do is lie. You might sit up here or misconstrue a whole story. Think about how many times when you didn't sit there. The first thing they go to first is a damn lie. Oh, well, you know what? I want to go to, I just got paid today, but I want to get my hair and nails done and get this pair of shoes. So I'm going to lie to my friend and tell them I don't really got enough money to pay my rent. But I got enough money to pay my rent as long as I don't get my hair and nails done. See, that's what I said. You don't realize sometimes the lies be so little, but they lying is their first step. That's why you should know that most women gonna lie to you before anything else.
You know, I want to read this comment. You know the problem with that is, I see it a lot when they do get caught or falsely accusing the dude's not gonna go press charges on her for what she did to him. Too
How
many
many
dudes just
times
brush it off.
how many times have I said that?
They
Yeah.
might
Yeah, you
claim
say it
money,
all the time,
but
Charles. And what did I say? And what did I say that we heard from Kevin Samuels and everybody else before? Why these dudes not gonna press charges? Because dudes have a hard time taking pussy off the negotiating table. And as long as
Exactly.
pussy's on the negotiating table to a dude, he gonna find every reason in his head not to do her wrong.
Because the
I,
damage
me,
already been
me,
done what she did to you.
me
So I'm
included.
like, yo, why don't you press charges on her back? No, I'm just brushing it off. Take it like a man, blah, blah. No, bullshit. Swear to
Nah, them
God, if I had a woman
charges
falsely
affect
accuse me, I'm gonna reverse that shit back on her and make her life a living
right. Them
hell.
charges on your name, they affect your employability and all of that. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
And the court of public opinion, that's the worst. Even when it's been proven she lied, people still gonna believe her no matter what.
Uh,
That's the first
uh,
It's like
go
that
to.
movie
You a
Gone
black
Girl,
man,
man.
you a black man, they gonna say you put your hands on him. You a black
Exactly.
man with a big dick, oh he raped me. That's all they could do. That's the only weapon. They can't beat you physically, so they're gonna put the man on you.
Yep.
yeah, and I
So
keep
they can
telling
keep
you,
running their fucking mouth.
spaces like this are so important because for the longest time, a black man's voice was never heard. I'm gonna say that again for the niggas in the back. A black man's voice was never heard. I just showed y'all the other day on Iyanla Van Zan's show of what this
Sure
lady
did.
said about why didn't you fight harder? She couldn't even apologize. Why didn't you fight harder? But
And
she was allowed
that
to
was her
carry.
Charles, that was her fucking rebuttal to him in front of his daughters, in front of Iyanla Vanzant, when they already done busted her out on life. That was the part that I know when everybody heard that, everybody was like taken aback, like this bitch got the audacity and the balls of a fucking elephant to let that shit come out her mouth, knowing she dead wrong. Dead
Mm-hmm.
wrong.
Mm-hmm. But yet,
African elephants don't have balls that big to say
and
some shit like that. And I couldn't have been that dude, Charles, because the minute that shit would have been said to me, I would have politely stood up and two hands was going straight for the throat and they wouldn't coming off. They wouldn't no child go get them hands off of me. Not that day.
no. I'm gonna tell you what. If that would have been me, I don't know if I would have had the convictions of a sane man. My first reaction would have been to slap kerosene oil out of her ass.
Man.
And I'm not a violent person, period. But my first reaction, how dare you accuse me of something so disgusting,
And
so
then try to
vile?
accuse me again of not fighting hard. Man, and fuck you and them 34 other symbols in your goddamn head, bitch. You been tripping your whole life.
And it's funny because there's so many people who want to say, well, you got to give a woman time. You got to give her. No, where's my time?
Man.
Where's my recollection? Where's my fucking self-respect? This is the reason why even my boy Dern felt me on that one when I said the difference between a single mother and a single father. See, you heard Kareem up here. She said if that would have been me, that motherfucker would have been dead. Paraphrasing, of course. I can respect the lady saying that shit. You're not gonna, because you're gonna be very careful of saying some shit about that to someone else. You don't wish demons in your fucking house. You don't. But I see so many women out here having all these babies. If the babies couldn't get any goddamn benefits in the house, at best you put them up for adoption. At worst, they be in somebody's dumpster.
Oh yeah,
It's a
Charles.
goddamn shame.
Shonda H, I appreciate everything you said. Yeah, we got her in counseling and therapy, and we taking care of that. Trust me. Like I said, when I go today, I'll pick a letter talking about it. I'm gonna look after my pick a letter. That's my girl.
Yeah. And I'm read Shonda's comment. She said, "I have a question. I have a question for the panel. Since you are all aware most women lie, what's a realistic solution with action to fix the issue. We can talk all day, but we need action and accountability. One, we're going to have to start putting lawyers on retainer as black men. We're gonna have to all divvy in that damn pot and get some goddamn lawyers on retainer. We're gonna have to start doing what a lot of these feminists, what a lot of these LGBT
I'm
groups
working
are
on
doing. Huh? We need to we need to start we need to start putting lawyers on retainers. We're gonna have to start lobbying politicians. Okay, I appreciate that, Leon. We're gonna have to start lobbying people. We're gonna have to start having bills and platforms. We're gonna have
I'm
my earphones got unplugged. We have to start having men's groups because when a man goes through domestic violence, how can anybody answer that? Bro, when you've been a lieutenant, was there a house of roof for men?
You bugging a little bit, Charles.
What about now?
All I know
Now it's
is
better.
all I know was in North Dallas, where you have Frost Bank and a lot of banks that are backing these women's shelters. A black man that was going through a domestic. He was going through issues. His wife kicked him out, and he kicked the kids out. And they went to the because that shelter handled with batterer intervention prevention classes, and it helped with housing and legal stuff, everything a woman would need. But when the guy went up there, they told him they didn't have accommodations for him.
And you know what? He should have filed a class action lawsuit against them too, all the way to the top. Because how dare they? How dare they turn that man down when he's going through this? And they do that
oh,
down here
he's
around the
absolutely
Travis
right.
County area. We got a couple of those cities. They only for women only. And it's been men in situations like that. They have told them that too. No, it's only for women.
We got
Like what the
see,
fuck?
see, we got too many
I've
male
I've been
feminist
in that
pimps
situation, bro.
in office also too, as politicians. Why did the majority of females get laws passed in their favor? Why did the feminist movement constantly was passed in their favor the way it was? The men agreed to this shit. Too many sent men. Whatever reason, I don't know why, but they,
But
they
go
took
hit,
it too far and helped them, and it went this far like this.
go hit the row. Hey Terrell, you still there? But you're gonna have to start suing. You're gonna have to start lobbying. You're gonna have to start charging these motherfuckers. Okay? Let's be fucking serious. We're gonna have to start putting charges on their asses. And Terrell, I don't know if you wanted to say something because, but Terrell, I want to ask you a question. From your experience of being a lieutenant for X amount of years and a sergeant for more, was there ever a house of roof for men? If a man was getting abused financially, physically, emotionally, spiritually, where could he go for support? Oh, he dropped off. He'll be back.
The only place he can go is the bar. But like I said, is we gotta look. I'm gonna work on it today in the room. But we got a program. We starting hashtag this a government program for that. Because I ain't gonna lie. Think about it. With all these aspects, with this little program, we start one. Do the Great Faulkner Initiative. Get our kids in the police, fire, all the city services. We get 30% of our children into that. Think about it. A lot of people for start in those positions and go to government positions. So that would change in years and everything. But we attack it multiple ways. And unfortunately, if you don't want to be part of the problem, a part of the solution, you part of the problem. So either you stand with us or you just stand on the sideline and don't ask for nothing with us because you ain't gonna be part of the solution. Then I mean, no offense, all you can do is stand on the sideline. You part of the problem if you're not part of the solution. Even if you want, well, I'm scared to be. Well, you better contribute financially then on the slide if you want to keep your nose. Well, I can actually make money off of them. Well, you better be writing big checks.
Yep.
And that's how, like, I ain't even gonna lie. Hashtag government program. There's a government program for that. Don't do shit else for motherfuckers unless they're your woman. Period. I don't give a damn who they are. If they standing there on fire on the end of the curb, especially, I ain't gonna lie, especially women, because you're gonna need to let some sacrificial lambs get the beat, so that way, one, you can get the women on your side. Because once the women sit up and say, "God damn, I was in a car accident and everybody kept rolling by." And the reason why these niggas didn't grow by because they talked about this bullshit and all the bullshit they going through with Me Too, or they don't get no price. So then the women will be like, "Oh hell no, we don't want to be. Either you gonna be the women we talking about, or you one or the other." So the women gonna be like, "Oh hell no, I don't want to be like that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do whatever I need to do to support these men." That's how you get more women involved. You're gonna have to let them see even good ones gonna get hurt in the process from not being helped. Let them get their phone turned off. Let them get hit by cars. You just keep driving by, whatever.
Pet,
Yeah, I
pet,
wanted to
pet
add
wave,
Shonda's
wave
comment right
boy.
there when she had the big reason why you see the numbers drop and everything when we find solutions because we
Give
got too
them
many
all the
dudes that
government.
whine and complain and pair bond. And when we tell them, you know what, that way has not worked. You tried it multiple times. Time for a new way. Try it this way. They don't want to. They're almost stuck in their own ways, pair bonding too much with a what if, or we know this is going to happen, but you haven't done it this way. You've been doing it your way. Your way hasn't worked. So why not do something different? Too many people afraid to do something different. That's the problem.
Hey, hey, Mel, let me interject right quick. Pepway boy, check it out. The books I've been reading is called Black's Law and Bouvier Law, fourth edition and above. You want to know about law? As a matter of fact, your smartphone, just Google it on your smartphone and just start reading. And you'll understand more. Understand your rights, your Sixth Amendment, your Fifth Amendment, your Fourth Amendment, your First Amendment. And if all else fails, son, you must exercise your Second Amendment against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Mm-hmm. And see, and Terrell, you still
Yes,
there?
sir.
So
Yes,
when you were
sir.
a lieutenant and a sergeant, so you probably was more of a supervisor majority of your career. Safe to say, right?
Pretty much.
Where was there? Where were the places that a man could go to escape being abused,
Well,
physically,
I was
emotionally?
going to cut into that because not just abused, but homeless with children, zero, zero.
No,
There was a time.
hey, gentlemen, real talk. I know a place where we can go. It's called the Hell and Weight Credit Bureau. You go to Hell Weight, and when we get an answer for us, then they'll come back and let us know. That's about as
Exactly.
much
Listen
help
to
as
me,
we
bro.
can get.
I
Well,
thank God. I thank God for my mom because there was a time when I left my marriage. She put the house in foreclosure. She stayed there. When you get these phony protective orders or whatever, they'll do something to bait you. You text something back. Not a threat. You don't even have to. It don't even have to be a threat. Oh, I told him don't text me. I would text her, when are you gonna come get the kids? Here come a protective order. I'm like, what the? So thank God for moms because my house went into foreclosure, lost an apartment dealing with her, but I had the kids. You think there was any Section 8 housing or homeless shelter? I wasn't staying in the homeless shelter, no way, but I used to call for shits and giggles to try to find out what services are available because my girlfriend, she has a sister with hella kids, 8 kids, and she seems to always get a free house in the best suburb. Kids go to the best schools, get free food, free furniture, everything. I'm like, well, how I get some of that? I
That's
got
called,
3 miles to
that,
sleep.
hey, T. That's called LBJ's Dole for the female only, not you, brother.
But guess what?
Established
Let me tell you how stupid the
1965.
system is. Let me tell you how stupid
Established
they are.
1965.
Bro, I just rented out a house, right? My rent is $2,200. It's a 4-bedroom, 2,200.
are you still there, Terrell? Oh man, he cut out again.
We got a copy on Terrell. Come back.
I think he cut out. Probably going. He's probably driving, going through Going through some
tunnel.
woods. Yeah, or some woods. But I mean, I just want to look at it. Don't tell me about equality if the system treats us differently. That's what I'm going to
Hell
say.
yeah. Hell yeah, Charles. You right.
Do not speak to me about no fucking equality if the system itself is treating me differently. If you're not going to hold that woman accountable for that child, then you're not going to hold, then don't hold me in a fucking different light. But continue what you were saying, Terrell. You cut up.
My bad. I was saying, look how stupid they are. So I got this nice house I'm renting, and I'm like, look, I got furniture, but I want new shit. I shouldn't. My girl's like, don't spend no money. Watch this. She calls the same people. Now she's not the mother of my kids. She don't have no kids, but she knows the system because her sister goes through it. She called the same people that gives her sister free furniture, free cars, and all that. She's like, yeah, I
Free
got
cars.
stepchildren.
Oh, hold on, whoa, rewind. You said free car too?
Free cars, my nigga. Her sister got 3 free cars. One's a Tahoe. I'm like, ain't this a bitch? Yes,
Man, what's
social
your sister?
services.
What's your sister girl name? I think I need to come Kevin
Yeah,
Federline her ass.
bro, she got 3 cars. Every time one went down, she called them back. They gave her another one. So when them signs, when you see donate cars, that's the type of people they giving them to. But
Damn it. Hey,
but
hey,
look,
Charles,
check this out.
I need to Lizzo Kevin
Those
Federline
cars are not
her ass.
supposed to go for that.
Yo,
Wow.
they furnish all my kids' room and the living room with furniture of our choice. Ain't that something?
Those
Because she
cars are
called.
supposed to
If
go.
I had called, I wouldn't have got the same results. But she called. And she not even on none of the kids' paperwork as their mother, nothing. They just heard a female voice and they said, okay, no problem.
So, oh, wait a
Mm.
minute, so fellas, all we got to do is just change a couple of octaves, act like a broad when we calling them, and we can get this shit.
Get you a female to call up for you and say that they the mom, and that's it.
Oh, my
Mm.
Shit, let me tell you something. My ex-wife did the same shit in a house I own. When I left her, I was paying the mortgage, her car payment, plus all daycare costs and diapers and food. Still paying for all that. That amounted to about $2,800 a month, right? This bitch
Yeah.
comes to pick up their birth certificates and their social security cards from me early one morning because she know I'm gonna be asleep 6 in the morning. So she come in my apartment early in the morning. Oh, I need this. I said, here, go away, bye. So she left. Come to find out, she used their information to apply for energy assistance. Now, mind you, hear what I just said. I just paid all her bills: car payment, BGE, which is gas and electric, uh, daycare, and mortgage. You don't have to worry about nothing. Just take your dumb ass to work. And if you're gonna be dealing with any penises, deal with it outside my 4 walls that I pay for. That's all I ask. So she deliberately didn't pay the gas and electric with the money I was giving her, and she let it get behind so she can get free shit. You know what I'm saying? So they've been doing it for a long time, and she was taught that by her mother. So imagine.
Man, like 6 decades of debauchery. Six
Exactly. So
decades.
when they see a real nigga, they don't know how to act. They want to do what they want to do. They come to destroy. Not all of them, but the ones that
T,
come to destroy, oh, they going to accomplish their mission if you
T,
fall into
that's some
that
real
trap.
shit you just said, T. When they see a real nigga, they don't know how to act.
They don't
And
know how to act.
I straight thought about my ex-wife because when this nigga goes to work. When I met him, he was in Barber College. He doing this, he doing it. Then I can't shake him, I can't break him. Then he a alpha man, raised by alpha man. So he's standing on the grounds he's talking about, and he ain't cutting me no slack. Man, do you know this girl was so shook because I was so on my note as a young man doing what I needed to do. She called her mama over one afternoon and my egg donor. And I get in the house from trucking all day, and I walk in the house and say, what's all these hens sitting on my couch for? What you been doing? What the fuck you mean? What you mean what I've been doing? I just got off work. No, what you been doing to her? What you mean what I've been doing to her? Nothing. No, she said you up here treating her like a slave. Man, do you know I sat flat on the concrete ground Indian style. The minute they said that and looked at all three of them, I said, you know what? All three of y'all cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Where the hell y'all sitting at? Where the hell y'all in? Did y'all not take a look at that refrigerator? Did y'all not see these lights on? I don't ask her
Right.
to do shit. She's the one suffering from ADHD and OCD and PTSD from the military and the Navy. She the one who want to get on her hands and knees and scrub these floors and do all this and rearrange and change shit every goddamn day. This furniture was just over there yesterday, and the day before that it was over here this day, and then the next day. And I ain't just talking about this furniture. I'm talking about the drawers. I'm talking about the can, the pantry, food. I'm talking about toothpaste. I'm talking about everything. I'm like, I don't tell her to do this. I tell her to sit her ass down. I make $1,500 a week cash money. She bring in $2,200 every 2 weeks. You do the math. Now, why the fuck? And the only reason you looking at that refrigerator full is because I took the money this week and went grocery shopping. Because she don't grocery shop, let alone cook.
You know what's
Get mad
crazy
because
though?
I won't get. She would get mad because I would not. As soon as I come in the house, start helping her change the house around and get on my hands and knees and scrub. Bitch, I've been driving an 80,000-pound tractor trailer all day, ducking and dodging death to bring home paper. And you want me to do what?
You know what's
Man, I
crazy
sit
though?
there and I laughed at all of them.
Let me tell you something. Men are waking up. I know I did. When I realized I was making $150,000 a year as a lieutenant in the police department, but shortly after losing my job, I was making basically nothing, but I had more than what I had when I was working. Because I realized I had a succubus. You ever heard of that?
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
sure you use that word, Charles.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
We know
succubus.
what a
Can you hear
succubus
me?
is.
Drain your blood and your soul.
Yeah, but for the people in chat and also the people listening, please give them the definition of a succubus because we know what it is.
A succubus. A succubus is a siren that will drain your soul, blood, and energy from you, and money. And
Man,
I will tell you that a succubus is a real motherfucker too.
man. And I met some that do it with a smile on their face the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
All
Yeah, I
right.
was saying, I realized when I let go of that dead weight, I could make 10% of what I was making in the police department and still be doing way better. Because I don't know if you ever used this word, Charles, but a succubus, they'll suck you dry.
Oh
They'll
yes.
have you out here working. You'll be making $1 million a year, but you'll never see a dime of it. Then when they done with you, they think divorce mean they get half.
Eddie, I will have Eddie. Who taught this bitch this word? Hey, I got this bitch from Kukamakunda, Africa. She did not know no words called hair. Like I
Yo,
got to
tell
talk
me
to my
about it,
bitch and
bro.
she
This
talking
bitch
about
didn't even have a driver's license. She got a GED. I built her up to a corrections officer, taught her how to drive, everything. And then what's the thanks I get? She listening to her friends. Yeah, if you divorce him, you can get 50% of his pension. Well, you got me fired. So now I'm going to get 50% of your pension plus child support. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Hey, what's going on there, folks? Hey,
What's up, Meech?
let me change up real just a little bit for a short second. Hey, do any of y'all do any online sports betting?
Uh, Not really.
Not really. I was just looking for a
I
website so I
know
can bet on
about it.
this Wilder
I
fight.
just don't want to fuck with it.
You know any websites?
um,
Like
Try
preferred, I guess,
DraftKings.
DraftKings. Okay, I'll check that out, man. Any of y'all gonna watch that Wilder fight tonight?
I'm gonna
I
try to
don't know, but
watch
is this you, me? Is this you, me?
Ye- Yeah.
Me? Roll your goddamn window up. I hear that window down. I'll let you.
No, I'm getting ready to hop off here. No, it's rolled up. This one just loud as shit. But anyway, all right,
Oh,
there,
okay.
fellas.
it.
All right.
All right, man. It
All
was
right,
good
Meech.
talking with y'all, boy. I'm gonna slide real quick. It was good talking with y'all.
All right,
All right,
Pastor.
man. I'm
Appreciate
gonna tell you when you dealing with a succubus, and see a lot of brothers get caught up with the succubus because they're confused. Well, I'm supposed to be a provider. Yes, you're supposed to be a provider, not a sucker. All right.
you. You know how you can tell if you a succubus or a provider? One word, two letters. Gentlemen, learn it real fast. I'm on enunciating for you. No. Learn how to use it.
If she pitches a bitch when you say no, that bitch is a life drainer.
Yep. And if she doesn't understand the word no, get away from it.
That is a life drainer. You'll be paying for the rest of your life for some dead ass weight. Some unappreciative dead
Well,
ass weight at
Charles, I
that.
want to apologize. Charles, I want to apologize to you as a man for interrupting your show today, but I was in a real dark place, and I knew it was only a couple people who was gonna be able to pull me back right when I seen you came on, and I was just getting too overwhelmed. I couldn't help it. But bro, you gonna have to do this same show, your original show over maybe a little later or something, and hopefully I'll be in better spirits to participate. But I want to thank you as a man, for just being there for me. Thank you.
No problem, man. This is what we're
Thank
supposed to do in this manosphere. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to look out for
you.
each other in times of need.
I, I
We're not
mean,
supposed to talk just about gynocracy. You're supposed to bring your brothers up when they're down.
I ain't gonna say I ain't nowhere still close to that edge, but and that ledge, but I'm looking at it. Y'all here talk me away from it, so
Oh, trust me.
y'all serve the purpose at the moment. I appreciate it.
Trust me.
Well,
Go ahead, Terrell.
from experience, you're gonna have your ups and downs. Today you all right. Tomorrow you're gonna want to put your hands on somebody. That's just the way it go. I was like that for how long, Charles? Yeah, I just got over a lot of shit. I'll never get over that, but I got over a lot of shit probably about a year ago. So this all
Yeah.
started happening to me in 2016. So it's gonna be a lot of dark days. I ain't promising you everything gonna be all right, but it's your coping mechanisms that matter. It's the way
Yeah.
you handle it because they're looking for you to do something stupid. It's so predictable. Don't let nobody press your buttons. This is all family related, so you know you on the side of right, which means you on the side of God. As long as you keep your eyes on that, you know you're going in the right direction. Don't let nobody in your family tell you you're wrong for feeling the way you feel. First of all, you can't tell somebody how to feel. I don't care if your daughter gets over it. If you're not over it, that's just the way you feel. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be things that you deal with. You're going to
Yeah.
wake up a different way every day. I'm telling you right now. Because sometimes I can't sleep in the middle. The other night, I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night. It's like I'm a psychic. I start thinking about all the grimy stuff my brother's baby mother did to me. And guess who called the very next day to harass my brother? I said, damn, I must have fucking telepathy. I knew something.
Yeah. And that's how some of that shit be. You end up getting some of these goddamn people trying to drain you of your fucking life energy. Fucking drags on society.
Big old dread.
Like, what's up, Malik?
Hey, peace to the panel. Peace, brothers. Hey, peace, Charles. How you been, man?
Peace.
I'm chilling, trying to speak to my brother AL. He went through some traumatic shit today that he
Yeah, the
found
dude that
out.
was speaking, what happened to him? What, he just dropped or something? Cut him off?
He dropped off, but he'll come back up.
Oh, okay.
And
Well, I'm just
Terrell will
coming
come
in
back up.
late on the topic. I see you've been live 3 hours. Yeah, but from what I heard, what you were saying is, well, as I said last time on the other stream with Ed, but of course this is a different topic. It's the age old thing, and this is how my mom came up. You know, she comes from the country. The man is supposed to provide for a good woman, and without being a sucker. True, yeah. But see, ever since the times have changed, women's Me Too movement and women's stand on their own. Women can make their own money and don't need a man. So I believe in today's marriages, if you get married, it should be a two-way street. If you got a job, she should have a job too. I mean,
Yeah.
both should provide, and especially if you're going to have children.
Yeah, you should, because number one, a lot of people can't survive on their own. Okay?
Yeah.
A lot of people cannot survive on their own. So we'll
Supposed to.
go. Men are supposed to be a provider, but we're not supposed to be a sucker.
True, yeah. Now it depends on the man, of course. As far as the individual, the man may want to provide for a woman and not have to work and have her stay home if he makes a lot of money. That's that might be what he wants, to comfort her. But then again, she might want to work on her own. Like I said, now the way I think is, if I ever got rich or if I ever won the lottery, I'd have a wife and she wouldn't work, so I wouldn't put her through the struggle. So that way we'd have money. I can provide a college fund, trust fund for children or for the children I have. That kind of thing. Not not having a family while working and struggling. You know what I mean?
Hmm. But you got to remember, modern women have become in love with the struggle. I know it doesn't make sense, but they love struggle. They want everybody to hear their story.
Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, go back and read what's going on between Shonda and Patricia Cole. Shonda, matter of fact, I'm gonna read it one part, and Shonda made 100% sense. She said, "And Patricia Cole, you're 100% correct. The problem I see is not enough black women are taught the right way, and many black women haven't haven't been taught how to properly vet women, which is why the problematic cycle continues. You so correct, Shonda. You so correct.
And
You got to think about it.
that's pretty much Manosphere 101. That's pretty much what it boils down to.
In a
But go
nutshell,
ahead. Who wants to get in that?
nutshell. Oh, so profound. Well, Charles, hey, I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta go. I gotta go get my kid and go spend some time with her. And,
Yeah,
let
you
her
go
know
get
she
your
gonna be
baby
all right.
girl. Go get your
Yeah,
baby girl and tell her that we got nothing but love and support for her.
that's what's up. I appreciate y'all, chat panel. Everybody listening and watching, and I'm gonna try to be all right. Yes, I know how. Hell, I'm FL
Anytime
11's
you
and Bertha B's grandson. I'm gonna be all right.
anytime you
Better,
get
brother.
anytime you get the urge, just hit me up, man.
Yeah, that's what's
It's a
up.
process.
I got you locked in now.
All
That's
right.
what's up, Petway boy. Appreciate you. All right, I'm out. Stick in to the side.
All right, man. But yeah, a lot of people don't understand that we get played to the left because oh, you're supposed to be a provider. Providing for who? What I'm providing for, is it worth it? And that's the number one rule. Is what I'm providing for worth my effort? So, man, hopefully, this helped out a lot of people who needed to hear it. And this is what Manosphere
I hope it
Manos
did, Charles, because you know where I was at with it in the beginning
yeah,
and in the middle.
you were not too far wanting to decapitate motherfuckers.
For real. And I'm still not at the end, but I've learned to deal better because the devil ain't gonna stop coming. Long as they got breath in their body, they still gonna do things they think make us upset. Once we change our mindset, you know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I met through every spec. Remember, I told you I met every criteria on that on that card, on that pamphlet.
And I think
So
that also is another lesson that black men need to go into mental health.
there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it.
It's not a show of weakness, it's a show of strength. It takes a strong man to realize when he's at his breaking point. I don't know where we get into these notions that only this man can do this. You gotta stand tough. How the fuck are you supposed to stand tough if the whole fucking planet's against you? I'll wait. I'll definitely wait.
I tell you, it's all about strength because a weaker man would have committed suicide, took a couple people with him. You know, this is not normal things. But when you start talking to other people, you see you're not the only person. You ain't alone.
Yeah.
Don't let people tell you what your normal is. That's the thing that's gonna make you crazy because you sit around.
No, you blot out again.
Can you hear me,
Hey Terrell,
Charles?
you still there? And
Yeah, can you hear me?
Nino had a question on the screen for you.
Nah. Can you hear me,
Nah,
Charles?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, nah. I should have a channel, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
I should.
I never knew how easy just turning on a phone, a computer, a camera could be.
But hey, Charles, I tell people all the time, what makes people feel crazy is what you think is supposed to be normal. You ever see people get married because that's the thing to do?
Yeah.
But guess who goes home that night with each other?
Who's that?
The two people that got married, right? So
Yeah.
you're painting a picture for everybody, everything's hunky dory, and y'all go into separate rooms, sleeping in separate rooms the night of your marriage. I only say that because that was my marriage.
Mm.
But I had to learn. You don't do what you think. Stop watching TV. Stop watching Love and Hip Hop. Stop watching fucking Basketball Wives and all that. These people are miserable, just like us, because they're chasing something or trying to present an image that ain't real. Once I started living in the present, success started coming to me. Ain't no need to look back. You only use that as a reference point of what not to do ever again, and what bumps in the road to avoid. But the future is yours. You could determine that. You can kind of control 50% of what happens from here on out. So with knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the problems we talk about with women and fatherhood, all that, we know what to do. We wising up. And that's what they don't want. And that's what they don't want.
Yeah.
And the good women don't want that. More importantly,
Yeah.
the people who matter, the good women don't want that. They
Yeah.
still want chivalry. They still want to be treated a certain way.
They still want capable men.
Exactly.
And it's funny because one day I'm gonna get Terrell to start his own channel. It's funny because you for the longest time, even and you could attest to this being a police officer. As a black male police officer, the world is seen differently through your eyes. You're gonna be the most hated creature. Everybody's gonna think you're crazy. Like you don't see the nepotism, you don't see the favoritism. Seatbelt.
Absolutely.
You don't see this shit. Then somehow you got to go home after all day or all night telling people how to live their lives. Somehow you got to get your shit straight.
Uh-huh.
But yet,
well, you know, that's why I wasn't like. I was a realist. I wasn't with the nepotism or the favoritism.
yeah, it's called do your damn job, and a lot of people don't listen to that doctrine.
Exactly.
A lot of people.
I can't hate on nothing and nobody from the mud, man. If you got it the way you got it, and you work for that, I can't hate. You could be a drug dealer. Hey, every dime you made, you scrumped for that. You bled for that. I can't hate. You know what I'm saying? But you're gonna find out another way. Certain things are self-correcting errors.
Oh yeah. And
the police force is one too. I ain't saying we holier than now. That job ain't shit. Just like every other job, it's the same.
No. There's an old saying this one old cop used to say. He says, when I go to work, I see the most criminal, the most backstabbing, the most flirtatious and disgusting people on earth. Then I go.
And that's before you leave a fucking station.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's before you leave a fucking station, yeah.
I'm looking at people like chick got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery. She's only been there for 6 months, and she fucked the half or the entire roll call. Dude cheating on his wife like a son of a bitch. Another dude fucking stealing money from drug. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And that's in one roll call room. I can't speak for no other departments, but I know in Baltimore City, so I challenge any officer to tell me I'm fucking lying.
And see, it's crazy because it's just in dealing with women while you're a cop. Shit.
That's 10 times harder because they can blackmail you, and you ain't even put your you know what in them.
Yeah.
If you don't get,
I
I
can
had a
say.
girl tell me, because I had multiple cars on my way out the department. I had like, I still got them, but at that time I had like 8 cars. One girl, I lent the car. I said, y'all need my shit back, yo. Like, oh, you don't even need it. Nah, I need my shit back. She's like, well, if you don't let me hold it, I'm gonna tell them that you raped me. And I'm like, at that point, I was like, I don't even care if she playing. That's not something you play about. Give me my shit back, or I'm gonna report it stolen. You know what I'm saying? I done been through it all, bro. Like, I done been through it all. Just trying to be a nice guy. Just trying to be
What's
a
the
nice
point?
guy.
What's the point of being fucking nice?
Yeah.
What's the point of being fucking nice? You get shitted on. You get shitted on for how long and how much?
Shit, you know what it is, Charles? Like now, the way my mentality is, I feel like the girls who stay guarded, well, I'm the guy who stays guarded. I'm paranoid, man. I meet somebody, I'm paranoid as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's their intention? Oh, they
Yeah.
trying to give me some pussy? Why? You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
start thinking in my
Yeah.
head, they probably trying to set me up. They know I own a
Yeah.
business. That's how I think because that's how they made me think. You got to stay
Yeah.
guarded. You got anything to
It's
lose? Keep it.
it's like people. It's like people only want to be around you for what you can do for them and not who you are.
Hey, absolutely. Remember, I said I got my brother's baby mother a job. I got my wife a job. Like all the people that did me dirty, trust me.
Yeah. Oh shit, he dropped off. When he come back, I'll put him on. What's up, Z?
What's going on, yo? Nothing
Yeah.
much. I just want you to know that I put another page in the Sadomasochist Chronicles.
Boy,
I think that's
you're
what I'm
not
gonna
gonna
call it
stop.
from now on.
Yeah, that'll be a good catchy thing because you definitely are a sadomasochist listening to some of them dumbass broads.
Yeah,
And
for those of y'all, check out my most recent video about Mahogany Pink. The editing and everything on her video and her tone of voice was really good, actually. Unfortunately, she pretty much found a really well-spoken way of saying niggas ain't shit. That's all.
but I always say this about the comments of niggas ain't shit. If niggas ain't shit, then how does shit always find your pussy? I'll wait.
Hysterical.
Listen,
I'll
in
wait.
this day and age, we cannot say that no more. We raise majority women. A woman made me not shit. If I ain't shit, that means your mama ain't shit.
Exactly.
Well, you
You know
know
what I'm
what's
saying?
Your
very
mom.
interesting, and that they're doing now is that if you see some of the divestors now, they're not specifically talking about divesting only from black men. They're talking about divesting from the whole black community. They call it Blackistan, and they're including black women that like Toya, like Kareem, like Shonda H, who are like, yeah, we black men might have their issues, but they ain't monsters. Like, if you're not a black woman that says black men are the worst thing to ever crawl out the slime, then they ain't fucking with you.
Yeah. And here's the real issue, right? I wonder, how do you leave something that's always going to be on your skin? I'll wait. How are you
Well,
going to divest from which you genetically are going to reproduce? I'll wait. No black woman has ever had a white child. Not one.
Not in the history of niggerdom.
So how can you divest from one, the color of your skin, and two, which your genetics will reproduce? I'm
well,
wondering, like, are they going to steal white women's eggs? What are they going to do?
I, I think, like I told you before, I think we live in through, like Francis Fukuyama said, the end of history. So it's the end of an ideological battle, and a bunch of people of color, including women of color, including black women, are like, "Fuck it. If white men are the richest people on the planet, that's where I'm going. I'll make an argument about black men not being industrious enough, or not being protectors or whatever. I got to make an argument about. But in reality, I just want the motherfuckers that's higher up the ladder. That's all.
And
And I
it's
called them out
funny.
about it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And it's funny because you have the most egalitarian man on the planet, and you can't even settle your hash with him.
Well, it's a I want it all, right? What
It's
move?
about control.
If for those of you that ever watch, what show is it on Netflix? The Witcher, the Witcher. The woman on The Witcher. Every time people ask her what does she want, she says, "I want it all." Right? I want it all. And what that means is I want the power, but I don't want the responsibility. I want the luxurious life, but I don't want the blood on my hands that come from that luxurious life. I want the corner office, but I don't want to work. I want to be a stay-at-home mom, but I want to have the last say so. I want to be a kept woman, but I want to be treated like I'm the boss bitch. Like what? It's like I want it all. I want everything. And I don't care if they contradict each other. So there you go.
I mean, I think they live for the contradiction. Because, one, it gives drama. And for some reason, black people are addicted to drama, like crack cocaine. If you don't have any drama, if you don't have any strife, what can you tell your friends? How can you ever overcome if you actually live a good life? It's the equivalent of the county bounty trying to be the hood nigga. Oh, but you from the county. Instead of being proud that his parents could afford to put him in some nice schoolings, some nice schooling, and some housing, he's gonna try
He
to
want to be a
impress.
gangster without the consequences.
Yeah, he wants to impress poor people who will never have the advantages he does. Make that make sense.
I don't know no gangsters without consequences. I
No.
never. I'm from the South Bronx, and I moved here to Baltimore, Maryland. I never seen a gangster without consequences.
You know what it is? And I said this, I was going back and forth with this Afro Latina on one of these lives a couple weeks ago, and I said this to her. I was like, y'all want the position of white women. Do you want the blood on your hands that white women got? So you want, okay, let's rewind time. Let's go 500, 600 years ago. Let's say black men sailed out of Africa, conquered, raped, and pillaged the entire planet, and put black women as the beauty standard. Do you want that blood on your hands? Just for you to be the beauty standard, just for the top 20% of black women to be kept women, because it's not even all white women that are
But
living this kept life.
they can't even say that, bro, because
Yeah.
white women, typically the
Mhm.
white woman, still has a role to play, and she still has a standard of behavior that's not going
Yeah.
on in our community.
Yeah. No, but that's going back to what I said. Do you want that? Do you want the constricting, um, like you said, like the code of conduct that, hey, oh, you not acting right. All right, you kicked out the family. You ain't getting no inheritance.
Right.
Do you want what comes with that? You don't. You want to freestyle, but you want all the benefits of living a strict life. You want to do what you want to do, but want all the benefits of living in a structured society, in a structured community. And it just doesn't work that way.
It don't work.
That's just not how life works. So
we all answer to somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You want patriarchy without the patriarchy.
Exactly.
Or you want patriarchy without the patriarchs. Better yet.
It's funny because patriarchy is the reason why you have feminism. We had to go out and say, look, I'm gonna fucking fight the wars, kill the beasts, hunt the food. All you gotta do is take care of the kids, cook us something, clean this shit, and you're good. These bitches. Go ahead.
Think about that. Just as you said that, I imagine myself going into World War III. Would any men on this fucking panel or listening feel comfortable with your kids being left solely with the mom while we go to war? Do you think back home will be okay?
I'll be stressing the fuck out, man. I'll be stressing the fuck
not
out.
In mass.
That's why I would tell you, really, when I went to war, I'm glad I didn't have a kid. And then you got to make sure Jody ain't got your girl. Oh my God. And it's fucked up to say that. But here's another point about World War III. They got some of the same women who's trying to get by, and they're going to try to put them in the infantry unit with you. Would you really feel comfortable? Would you really feel comfortable if they had your back?
I mean, no, but it. Once again, my argument is always this: I don't think black women are any worse than black men. I just don't think they're any better than black men. And I think we've
Mm-hmm.
spent decades trying to overcompensate for these fictitious characters from the color purple that we had in our imagination. And because some Black Panther men was fucking white women, I think we spend so much time trying to overcompensate for that shit that women have really believed the propaganda that they're infallible, especially when it comes to their relationship with black men. Like, black women really believe that their relationship with black men is black men got a million strikes against them, and black women are like zero, no problems.
Yeah.
And I just think that that creates a certain level of arrogance and a certain level of myopia that just it. I don't know how you cure that. I don't know how you fix that, because whenever you see, and this is what I said on the breakdown to the ladies, I was like, y'all talk as if though, and not those two individual women in particular, but like black women speak as if though they don't go to the same schools as us, the same churches as us, they don't live in the same neighborhoods as us, they're not raised by the same single mom as us. Like, somehow, some way, we both turn 13 and black boys become black monsters and black girls go on to be dainty little flowers that get crushed by black men. Like, that's like, how the hell?
Man, I'm going to tell you, Northern District, there was a gang of bitches doing fucking carjackings. Is that
Yes, there
dainty to you?
was.
What you say?
But they get away with it because when we pull up, what we looking for? We looking for dudes.
I'm looking for men. Yep. We're looking for dudes. We're looking for dudes doing it, and then come to find out, it's nothing but a gang of bitches fucking robbing motherfuckers. And somehow, some way, the courts still take leniency on chicks who would have the same snub-nosed 38 pointed at your head like any other nigga would, and say, oh, well, she didn't really mean to do it. They always try to say, well, I bet you it was a man who forced her. Where was her dad? You never blamed the mother. You never blamed the mother on any of the wrongdoing of the child. And this is what happens when you really have this issue of fucking moral identity in the black community. Hey.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's the arguments we make too, right? And I think, and like I keep on telling people, our narratives are so old. Our narratives are like stuck in the 80s and the 90s and even in the 70s. I'm like, do people not have the internet? Are they not watching like these sisters say, well, if I make more than you, I will misuse you? Like, the chick literally said that, like, verbatim. She didn't paraphrase it. She said it just like that. Like, are we not seeing that in the black community? Do we not see what's going on? Or are we just pretending like we don't see what's going on? You are the worst driver on the planet. God damn. No, I'm no, bro. You know the two lanes that turn. Okay, you know the two lanes that turn right, and this person is so busy trying to go right, they don't realize that the other lane is wide open. It's like, I'm making the turn now, and that car's like 15 cars back because your dumbass was so scared to get in this lane. Anyway,
I'm in Baltimore.
My bad, y'all. I had to rage out in traffic real quick.
I'm in Baltimore where the average nigga act like he's in the fucking Autobahn, but he wants to fucking turn when you
That's
turn.
me too. I'm sorry.
You know,
Right.
they want to make left hand turns from the fucking far right lane and shit. God damn, she got ass on her.
Hey, it's crazy because, like, it's two lanes turning left, and I'm like, okay, I can see that this lane is clear as hell because I'm in the right lane that's gonna turn left, and the car. Well, let me take that back. I'm in the left lane that's gonna turn left, but I'm trying to go over to the right lane that's gonna turn left because I can see it's clear as hell. Just in case the light turned red, I would have made it because I had the momentum. But the car that's on the right that's gonna turn left is trying to break and go in front of me because his scary ass is afraid that he won't make it for the red light before the red light. I'm like, nigga, if you don't get the fuck out the way.
I tell you, man, it's hard to drive. But I'm gonna go back on the subject a little bit.
Oh yeah, my bad, my bad. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's a little it trips me out, right? Like, you know why white women get so much out of the pot? Because that white woman, that bitch, is gonna make sure her man is always gonna be seen on the up and up. She's gonna make sure she's gonna prep him to get the right job, prep him to get the right degree, prep him to get the right fucking raise. Think about it. If black women overall thought about, you know what, that motherfucker right there got potential. If I could link up with him, I could motivate him to go get this job and we'll be set for life. Nope.
Well, I mean, look at the propaganda hit piece though, Charles. Like, okay, look at what we found out from the Facebook whistleblower. I'm like freaking like, I don't know, hairline deep, even though I don't have a hairline. Hairline deep in the bullshit, right? I'm watching shit, I'm reading shit all about this stuff, right? So what we see is that these algorithms purposely like are intentionally aggravating people, but it's like a scab. You still go and peel it, even though it's fucking with you, right? So if we have white racists that are in their enclave saying shit, if we have TikTok being anti-black as hell, YouTube being anti-black as hell, Instagram being anti-black as hell, Facebook being anti-black as hell, there is no way that anybody can tell me that that's affecting everybody but black people to be anti-black, including black women. Like that's when I make these arguments, like I said, I always make the argument, you're a human being like everybody else. And if everybody is being encouraged to be anti-black, then so are you. So you can couch your anti-blackness as constructive criticism, but it's still anti-blackness. You're just phrasing it differently. And that's what we see going on. So going back to what you're saying, the propaganda that hit black women, which is different than what hit white women, is black women believe that black men are not worth that uplift, whereas white women understand that I get a residual effect from that uplift. I get to be queen of the world if he's king of the world. Black women, on the other hand, see us as the perpetual slaves, the perpetual bottom, and so like, why am I going to invest in that? And that's a women of color thing, because you see this shit happening in other communities too, where they're like, you know what, I'll be with you as a consolation prize, but in actuality, I want to be fucking with that dude. Say that again?
Even among the Haitians, you see this shit?
I would say some of the Haitian Americans, hell yeah.
Haitian Americans, because I wouldn't be surprised within my own kinfolk over there. But I will say this. Oh, by the way, before we continue this conversation, what you guys were talking about, how some motherfuckers don't drive. What Charles, what you just described, somebody making a left turn all the way from the right lane. We call that a Saudi swipe. We call that the Saudi swipe, because I growing up in KSA, I saw a lot of that shit happening. Anytime I saw that shit, I just screamed that shit. Shit, traffic, car accidents and shit was crazy back in the 90s. But anyway,
let me address Nino real quick. Nino, no, let me stop lying. My girlfriend would say I have road rage. I don't be on people's ass though. That's the one thing, because I'm so afraid of getting brake check and running in the back of somebody. That's the one thing I don't do. But when I'm switching lanes though, I switch lanes close as fuck to your back bumper though, just to let you know you was bullshit.
Yeah, I got a homie I got a friend who's just like that. That's why we don't trust him behind the wheel. I'll be like,
but I don't ride people's back bumper though, because I'm so afraid that I'm gonna be sitting next to you when you brake check me, and then I'll run in the back of you, and then I'm sitting next to you.
I know, but this my dude, he's of course he's not married, so I'm sure that calmed his ass down. But anytime he got behind the wheel, he's gonna be raging. He just don't like motherfuckers. His older brother, God rest his soul, was a lot more cooler. In fact, they're like the Brothers Johnson and shit. But going back to what we were saying, think of it this way: white women understand how to play the long game. Black women, especially the way they are, it's instant gratification. They want a sure bet. They're like, why should I invest in you if I don't see an automatic return right on an immediate return? That's how it is.
That's their mentality. You had a chick who was 300 pounds. Say, I'm a little over 300 pounds. I'll lose weight for a man who's worthy for me to lose weight.
In other
And
words,
you
she
wonder,
ain't gonna do it. She ain't gonna do it.
she ain't
She's
gonna
just
do
looking
it
for a
because
way out.
it's always looking for cognitive dissonance
Cognitive dissonance, plausible
if he want
deniability,
plausible deniability.
and
If
blame
he
everybody
wants,
else for your problems.
yep, it's the food, it's the racist food that makes us fat. Like I never seen a chili dog with the works writing Mein Kampf. Okay, like I'm sorry.
Hysterical. But and like Nat
You'll
Turner
never
said,
see.
white
You'll
women are
never see.
overrated. Real,
Okay,
real quick,
sorry.
Namer. Like no, but white women are overrated. And to be frank, like all the brothers on this planet, we fuck with sisters. Like we fuck with black women. That's who we want. That's who we. But when when we look at and like I keep on couching it, I don't like to do the whole black women ain't shit. And I don't even speak like that. I don't think like that. But we have to be honest. Like living in this particular time and space, they've adopted a lot of problematic ways of viewing black men. They just couch it as constructive criticism. And if I would understand if it was working, if like we saw scores of black women with non-black men and they were upwardly mobile and they just left us behind, right? They were in the suburbs and they were like, and like the fuck them niggas attitude actually paid off. But it's not actually paying off, not for any black women in significant number, maybe one or two, right? But like not in any significant. So like you're raging at the niggas with the life rafts. Let me get this right. The dudes with the life rafts, with the biggest life rafts, the white dudes, they won't give that shit to you. Black men who have a slightly smaller life raft, who are willing to give it to you to save you, you raging at them, and then you're kind of somewhere in the middle with nobody. How this gonna work?
Like you notice how when white women were struggling to find food for their kids and all this other shit. We'll even go back to Katrina, how it was white men who got them white children and the white women their safety. How
Hmm.
many of those single mothers were stuck until some kindly man came to save their ass?
Say that.
How
I mean, like,
many of
okay,
them were
Lord Jesus,
stuck?
help us! Lord
look,
Jesus, help us!
Charles, look at what happened with when the flood in Texas a couple years ago, right? All you
Hurricane
saw
Harry, was
was a
it?
but
Or
I
Harriet?
can't remember which one. I can't remember which one it was. But when the flood happened, right? It
Hmm.
didn't matter if you was upper middle class, if you was middle, if you was poor, if you didn't have a boat, you were fucked. Period. Done deal. If you didn't have a boat, you were stuck. You were fucked. And God forbid you only had a one floor house. That was your ass, right? And
Hmm.
so when you see shit like that, and you see how precarious the masses of Americans are living, why are you still talking about this provider protector talk? Bitch, are you married to Charles? If you ain't married to a cop or a soldier, then shut the fuck up, right? Like, and I think what's happened is like we've over romanticized some of these like superhero roles that we put men in. Like I'm straight up with my girl. Like I tell her, like I'm a straight up human. Like if I ever lose my mind and jump out the car in some traffic incident, because she got a toolie, so I'm like, oh, always have this shit ready because I could lose that shit. I'm gonna need you to back that nigga off of me, okay? So
Like
I'm
this.
so real with her when it comes to that shit. I don't talk to her
Wait, dude, you're Borging. You're
daily.
Borging.
Your Borges.
Z, you're Borging. Z, you're Borging. You're
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm
Borging.
sorry.
Borges.
All right, now you're
My
back.
man shit was like, my man said, girl, get the tool. Help me. Help me.
I
What's
mean,
that
like it's
joke? What's
possible,
that
right?
joke? I remember. There's a joke. Coco Brown. There's a chick named Coco Brown comic. I remember she had this joke about why brothers should be dating big, heavy set women. No, the big, thick girls instead of men fucking with the skinny chicks. Because the thick girls will fight. So I'm thinking. So basically, this bitch is saying we should start looking for Leslie Jones and not Megan Good. Because
No,
Megan won't
I
fight.
told her not to fight. I told her don't ever jump out the car after me. Don't ever do it.
No, just pop the glove compartment. That's all.
Yeah, but I wouldn't. I'm not a jump out the car person anyway. I'm just saying if I ever lost my mind and did it. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm always like, I don't mind a girl who's. I teach every one of my girlfriends how to use a gun. Like shit. If I'm losing a fight, you better come out there sounding like a Waka Flocka beat. Bow, bow, bow. Let me busting on them. Shit.
Fuck that. No, fuck that. I'd rather it be, what you call the song? Bone Thugs Harmony featuring Tupac, Thug Love. Where you just hear the cock back, then boom, boom.
If you
Click,
cock
click,
back,
bam,
you
bam.
already at a you cocking back, you already at a disadvantage. Like shit, fuck that. You supposed to be already loaded. Shoot that nigga. Hey, are you okay? Shoot him again.
Right.
Bro,
Charles said,
shoot that
if I'm
motherfucker
down
down,
on
shoot that
my
motherfucker
back, you better
dead.
shoot that nigga like 3 times at least.
Like minimal. Like goddamn,
Well,
if he's got me
I
cooked.
mean,
you
I, look,
gotta be a
I'd
monster
be
to knock
pissed.
Charles down. If you knock Charles
I'd
down,
be
boy, she better empty the clip on that next dude.
shit. No, no. I gotta have to show my girl how to use the rocket launcher. It's gonna be like that with Charles' ass. You can't use a normal handgun with this motherfucker. You need to get an AR-15. You need that heavy duty M16, a PKS or PKM. That's
Who
up my alley.
who
AK-47.
let me ask you something. Which one of y'all seen the most latest Fast and the Furious?
Not
Not
me.
me.
Okay, so there's a character in there, this huge ass nigga. I think he's like a fucking pro lifter. Like this nigga's like fuck like 6'7", but straight muscle, white dude. And like he
Hmm.
made Vin Diesel and The Rock look small. That's how big he is. And I'm just imagining it gotta be somebody that size to knock Charles on his ass. Like a fucking like 6'6", 6'7", like straight muscle, like walking muscle wall dude. So you gotta empty the clip on somebody like that to get him off of Charles.
Actually, I guess I think I could think of somebody who could probably take down Charles. You know, because Charles, first of all, his background's in wrestling, but he's also pretty good with boxing. So I'm thinking a samboist. You know what I mean by samboist? Hello?
No, no, no. No, keep going, man.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Okay. All right. I'm talking like I'm thinking, not necessarily a Russian, but because there's this grappling martial art called sambo, and there's like one form called combat sambo, which is used in the Russian military, but it's also used in other former USSR nations' military. So I'm thinking somebody who can match Charles would be somebody with a serious sambo and wrestling background. I don't necessarily mean somebody from Dagestan or something like that, or Chechnya. It could also be like an Armenian or somebody from the Caucasus or someone from Central Asia, because those motherfuckers, they don't fuck around. When it comes to the ground game and everything, it is brutal. I mean, anybody watch MMA know what I'm talking about.
No, let me real quick, Neiman. Let me ask Patricia a question because she said something and I want to get some detail on it. Patricia, you said that black women are really raging on themselves. Do you mind explaining that? That's an interesting statement.
Where? Let me see. Is she in the chat?
Yeah, she's in the chat. She's in the chat. I don't know if she's still on though, but if she's in the
Who's
chat, I would love to hear her perspective on why she think that. Because like that, I could see that. I could see that. I could see raging at yourself for just being born black. But it's like, we even
that
if we
makes
don't know the
sense?
number, if even if we don't know the numbers of our disadvantage in this particular society, we feel it, right? And like sometimes I could imagine it being overwhelming, like going to school, people doubting you, maybe your darker skinned sister in a white suburb and them white boys ain't checking for you and then the black boys are fucking chasing after anything but black women. Like I could imagine how you would rage out on yourself for being black, being born black, being born a black woman in this environment. I can imagine that. But I would like to hear what
Z,
you got to say about that.
I can tell you, first of all, it was like, I remember, what was it, like, Freeway, the rapper from Philly? He once said it best. He once said, like, being black, first of all, I'm black, so that's the first strike I got on me right there. You know what I mean? Z? You understand what I mean by that?
I can hear you, name. I'm just switching through things. That's why. Go ahead, keep
All
going,
right.
keep going.
But like I said, it's like being black is like, in certain situations, can be a problem. Like, you think it's rough where y'all at. Other parts of the world, it's really rough. I mean, imagine African migrants in like North Africa, what they got to deal with. They got to deal with the locals while trying to get on a boat, trying to make it to Europe illegally. But that's another discussion for another time. But or like in the case of the standard of beauty being the way it is in certain places where they prefer women with a lighter complexion. And like you see, and for decades, you've seen the issues of some women bleaching their skin, trying to lighten up. So the rage and self hatred seems like that, and you gotta ask yourself, where did that come from? I remember, who was it? Like Foxy Brown was talked about how when she was young, she had to deal with the whole stigma of being dark skin and everything. So basically, this is some colorism shit. reflect inwards or turn inwards.
Okay, wait, real quick, Namer. The guy that I was talking about from Fast 9 name is Martin Ford.
Hold on.
M-A-R-T, was it M-A-R-T-Y-N Ford?
Martin
Yeah,
Ford.
that dude is,
What's that name?
yeah, that motherfucker 6'8". God damn. Fucking
is he
monster.
wait. Martin Ford.
Mhm.
Why does that name sound familiar?
God damn, that nigga is 6'8". Boy, you gotta hit that dude
Ford,
with a
what
Hummer.
is Ford? Is Ford with an
damn.
E? Does Ford end with an E at the end or what? F-O-R-D
No,
or
it's
F-O-R-D-E?
F-O-R-D.
Jesus Christ, that's a big boy.
6'8" straight
Hold on.
muscle. But I'm telling, boy, you gotta hit him with a Hummer, bro.
Hold on. Let me see this
I'm
motherfucker.
5'9". I
I'm
can't
trying to
even
find this
uppercut
motherfucker.
that dude. God damn.
Hold on. Which Fast and Furious would you say this was?
Fast
The
9.
last one.
Oh, Fast 9? Okay, hang on.
Yeah, that's the last one. It was the one that just. I'm telling you, he made John Cena and Vin Diesel, and like he was fucking huge. You know you huge when you make The Rock and fucking Cena look
The
like
Rock is
regular.
6'5", first of all. The Rock, first of all, is
Yeah, I'm telling you.
6'5". Cena's got to be like 6'3".
Oh, excuse me.
F9. Oh, go ahead.
We're talking about Fast 9. Hey, look. First of
Yeah.
all, Cena can't act worth shit. I'm sorry. I saw his
True.
very first movie he was wrestling. That the Marine, good action, but he can't act. I saw 12 rounds. Good action, he can't act. He's basically a toned down version of himself on the wrestling show. So as far as Fast 9 goes, like I said, no, The Rock can't act either. But compared to Cena, he's a little better actor. He's a bigger attraction, of course, But neither Cena or The Rock can really act. They're just big and they got muscles, and that's why they're good for those movies. Vin Diesel, he's an attraction too. He can't really act. I mean, but to me, his best movies was the Pitch Black movies and Fast 9. So
Yeah, Reddick was a cool character.
No, that.
There's supposed to be a Fast 10 and a Fast 11 too, because they're supposed to do some spinoffs or
I
the
thought
stories.
Fast 10 was the last one.
Oh shit! Yes, I've seen this motherfucker before. He's heavily tatted up and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, you talking about?
English
Yeah, but I thought
Martin
Fast 10 was
Ford.
the last one.
No,
Yeah, Martin
we
Ford.
said Martin
The
Ford. I
fucking
knew this guy
6'8"
was
dude
familiar.
from Fast 9.
He's a bodybuilder. He's
Okay.
also, I think, a mixed martial arts actor, and he's heavily tattooed. He's like
Who you talking about?
Malik, did you watch? Wait, real quick, Naaman.
Sorry,
Malik, did you watch you watched Fast 9, right?
Yeah, I got all of them. Yeah.
Okay, the biggest dude in Fast 9, the fucking huge dude, the one that made Cena and The Rock look like miniature, like fucking small dudes.
Oh, you mean the big guy that they fall on top of the bus or on top of the car?
Yeah, exactly. That
dude.
him.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's a big dude.
Fucking
Yeah.
monster, dude.
Well, of course. Let's see. Look, those guys are hired to make the stars look good. So I'm pretty sure in a real fight, they probably couldn't beat him. I'm pretty sure the dude, if he can fight, he probably beat. Well, he probably whip Cena and The Rock. Probably.
no, I don't think so because he's heavily tatted up, and his body, his tat.
That doesn't make a difference if he's got tattoos. I mean, if he can fight.
No,
like
I'm saying is he can fight, but I'm sure he's not going to risk it like that because he doesn't want to get injured or anything like that. Got to maintain the armor,
If he's a real fighter, he can probably whip Cena or The Rock. Like I said, see, real fighters are hired to make the stars look good. That's why they call stuntmen. They're hired to make the stars look good. That's just my opinion.
I remember The Rock. He has one of his cousins is his.
Yeah, I know. I watch him at Roman Reigns.
No, not Roman Reigns. There's another cousin of his. Do you guys remember? Do you remember like they had a reboot or revamp a reboot of the show American Gladiators with Hulk Hogan and Layla Ali? One of the gladiators there was a guy named Toa. That is The Rock's cousin, and he's a stunt double for him. And that's his stunt double.
Oh, I never saw him before. I never heard him. Okay.
Well,
Toa,
he was a stunt double.
He went by the name of Toa. American Gladiator Toa.
Was he a stunt double for The Rock and Hobbs and Shaw?
He was. He's done the stunt work for The Rock in almost every one of his movies. Even.
Okay.
Whatchamacall? What's the name of that movie? The one with the. What's his name? Stifler from American Pie and
the Rundown.
Dawson. Rundown.
Yeah. I got that
he was a stunt double in that one. He was a stunt double, I think, also in the Scorpion King and shit. So yeah, he's done keep it in the family.
Oh yeah.
Rock has a lot of cousins. That's the only reason why his cousins. The only reason why Roman Reigns is a star is because of his cousin. I said,
Understand something about them.
they have
First
a
of all,
long
Rock was born
Samoan.
in Frisco.
Yeah, look.
They're based in San Fran. That's where they're actually from. Everybody's actually from East Bay, San Francisco. That's where the whole Samoan family comes from. The Anawaii,
Well, the Rock was
the
said,
Maivias.
well, the Rock said he was raised in Miami. He's an East Bay from Miami.
No.
He went to
He
college.
left Miami
He played
because that's where he
football.
went to college there. He went to
Yeah.
college there.
Okay.
But he also did. He spent high school. He went to high school in Pennsylvania. In fact, if you look at the rest of the family, Roman was born in South Florida in Pensacola because his dad Sika had the family there.
Yeah,
but,
Alpha and Sika. Yeah, the
Hey,
Rock
nowhere near
Alpha
South Florida.
with the-
Pensacola is North Florida.
Okay. Well, I don't know where. Okay, my bad. It's in Pensacola. That's where where most of the family is. But everybody was born and raised in Frisco for the most part, but they relocated to Pensacola. Or in the case of Alpha, he took his family to Pennsylvania. So the Rock will relocate to Miami. But anyways, like that's a big family. But their origins is, stateside is East Bay, San Fran. That's where his grandfather Peter Maivia was before he relocated to Hawaii. In fact, the Rock also spent some years in Hawaii and everything. So yeah, but the tall guy, he's part Samoan, part Scandinavian. He was born, I think, in Hawaii. So they're like, it's like a network and shit. It's like sounds like my people or like Ethiopians and shit. Bring it.
Name, I want to ask you. Oh, okay. So how? Okay, I'm guessing there's black women in Norway, but how do they interact with black men in Norway and with white men in Norway? Like, what's that vibe like?
Well, let's see. Since you're dealing with, first of all, with we're all Africans, first of all. So most of us are African, but you also have some who are like Afro-Caribbean. I mean, one of the weirdest situations I've heard is like a friend of mine. She was born in Norway. Father's Eritrean, mother's Guyanese. I'm thinking, how did that happen? But how Africans and everybody interact there, it depends on your situation. Because they're going to come at us, they're going to have certain misconceptions about who you are and what you are. Because if you're West African, they're going to probably assume you're a Nigerian. If you're from East Africa, they're probably going to assume you're Somali. But
and South African is white.
That's true. They always think that South Africans are always white, but not so always the case.
No, I that's my take after I saw Lethal Weapon 2. The guys that Riggs and Murtaugh were after, they were South Africans. Remember that?
They were Afrikaan or Boers. They're Dutch speakers because whites are they're divided into groups.
Yeah, Caucasian skin. That's the thing. See, that's what I was saying. I'm like, okay, that's the first right there.
Mm-hmm. But like what to answer Z's question, it depends on a lot of things because most like in Scandinavia, for example, like in Norway, there are those who are willing to interact with you, and there are those who do not want to interact with you. So you got to know where you are or how you fit in. And if they decide to get to know you, then they realize, oh, you're from this place. Okay, that's cool. That's how it is. But more often than not, people just have their misconceptions about you and what you are. Like they're going to assume you're from this part of the world. You must be of this nationality, and automatically assume you're of this particular religion.
I figure, yeah, man. But
you're Haitian. People always have misconception of you being Haitian, right?
Yeah, but no, right now in America, it's kind of cool to be Haitian. And especially in South Florida. Outside of the border crisis right now. So let's let that pass for in another 5-6 months. They'll be back to normal. But no, it's kind of cool being Haitian, especially in South Florida. But if you rewind to the 80s and like the late 70s, my mom's age group, like they have a bunch of horror stories. But once you start getting into like all jokes aside, let me be 100% frank with you. Once you get into like the mid to late 90s and like Haitian drug dealers and like Haitian street niggas started making moves, it started to become cool to be Haitian. So by the time you get into the early 2000s, definitely by the time 2010s, it's cool to be Haitian. But in the 80s, in the late 70s, no, it wasn't. But once you get into during the mid to late 90s, it starts getting cool.
Because I remember was it like in the 80s, like Haitians were wrongfully placed in the group that were most susceptible to HIV and AIDS and shit like that. simply because a lot of Haitians who donated blood were supposedly HIV positive and shit. Ethiopians and Eritreans
Yeah. I mean, like,
have to deal with that kind of discrimination in Israel, if you could believe that.
no, I know about that. I follow. Yeah, hell yeah,
Israel
hell yeah.
mistreats
Bet to Israel.
Ethiopian Jews like motherfuckers.
Bet to Israel, they're called, yeah.
They
But it's
mistreat
what they
the
do to
fuck out.
them, they do to also to other, because there are non-Jewish East Africans who migrated there, and they get the brunt. They view the bet to Israel, that's Ethiopian and Eritrean Jews, with a little bit of resentment, but to the rest of us, they can have utter contempt for us. But they all, because I remember, was it 96? There was like in the mid 90s, the first time you had an Ethiopian Jew elected to the Knesset, which is the Israeli parliament. But I remember there were like huge protests by the Ethiopian communities regarding discrimination and lack of opportunities among them.
I mean, I've seen those videos. I've seen the videos of, like, you would think we're like in 1950s, 1960s America with the arguments that some of the Israelis were making towards those Ethiopian Jews. So I've definitely seen those videos, and I'm not at all surprised. But the question I was asking about Norway is, like, how does the dating and marriage scene and courting scene go for, like, black people, and what have you seen with black women in Norway? Are they, like, pretty much only sticking with black men, or are they, like, kind of
mostly they stick among their own? Most would prefer to stick among their own, honestly. I mean, like, it depends on the nationality. For example, I know of West Africans who prefer to be with their own kind, others who interact with the locals, but that's there's their preference and discretion. I mean, I know of a couple of interracial couples here. Like, most of them, they met their significant others overseas.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Most of them were Norwegian.
So is it the same for black men in the white women in Norway, or?
You could say not really, because most of the black men who meet their spouses, they met them here in Norway, actually.
Okay.
But there are a few cases where it's been she met him overseas. But more often than not, if a Norwegian woman brings a man home, it's usually a white guy, but he's usually a white person from another nationality, like especially Americans and Canadians. American and Canadian men and British men have relocated up here because of Norwegian women. Surprised?
Yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
I've met a couple of Canadian dudes. I met a couple of Brits, and then some of them have children with them.
I think you know what I think is happening, and I said this on Roger's channel, like, it wasn't a year ago, but it was a while ago. And I was like, everybody's trying to climb uphill.
They got white kids in East Baltimore. What the fuck's going on?
Charles, are you on duty?
Coming to a city near you.
Are
you back on duty or what? What's going on?
No. I was dropping someone off.
Okay. Wait, Z, you're Borgen. Z, hold on. Z, you're Borgen. Z, wait up. You're Borgen.
Can you guys hear me now?
Now.
Yeah, you're okay. You're a little bit better now.
Okay.
Okay, now you're good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm
are you driving or something? What the fuck?
No, I'm still in the car. Like, I'm in front of my girl's house, and, like, I'm not going in because I don't want to be loud and, like, disrupt the peace of the house with my bullshit. So, and like,
wait,
until you get in her
house, wait, he's in the car. He's in the car. Well, you guys are like an old married couple. You're just staying in the car. Motherfucker, what you doing and sit in the car? Nothing. Just getting situated for the talking you're gonna deal with once you step in, huh? He's like,
these are the phrases. All you guys in relationships, these are the phrases you need to master. For real. I heard you.
Hey.
Wait.
Y'all know I just been summoned, right? Hey, wait. Go.
All right.
No,
Carl, you forgot what Chris said. All right, Chris Rock said it best. You always got to put in. I told you that bitch crazy.
Right.
Because women always act like they're into drama, like dynasty shit.
but real quick, I've been summoned, right? you know, that's why I had to mute up real quick. That's why I had to mute up real quick because I've been called and summoned. Where are you? Why is she
Oh,
coming
by the
out
way,
yet?
I'm glad that you got your car back.
Yep.
I know. I'm not going to apologize for the fact that I took the car without your permission, but at least you got it back, full tank, fully
Hysterical.
serviced, washed. But I had to take the wheels and replace them because those wheels were too nice for that car, and they
Right.
were going to probably get you in a lot of
But
shit. Besides,
I
they look
want
better
to
on
say this
my
real
truck
quick
anyway.
before I get off. But I want to say it before I get off. Like, I really think that people are just trying to climb uphill. Like, we see so much shit coming from like this modern era and how people are acting. So everybody's trying to make a mad scramble. And what I mean by that is like white men chasing after Asian women chasing after white men chasing after white women, and Latina women chasing after just about anybody that's not Latina men, black women chasing after just about anybody that's not black men chasing after anybody that's not black women. Like, give me a second, man. But everybody is pretty much trying to go uphill, or what they perceive uphill to be. And when I say everybody, obviously I don't mean everybody. I'm just using a phrase. But people are trying to do that, and what I'm arguing to everyone is, bitch, ain't no uphill. Ain't no uphill. You live on this one blue-green dot, the third planet from the sun. You can't run away from modernity. You can't run away from what's happening in these relationships all across the Western world. So have fun trying to climb uphill.
It ain't gonna work.
And you always know there's always one
Listen,
motherfucker
trying to skate up. Right?
But Z, I just wanted to ask something. I just want to say something because those last two videos you put out, I haven't got a chance to talk about it. Oh yeah, some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill.
All right. All right, y'all. Let me drop off. Charles,
enjoy the plum wine, motherfucker.
I mean, I might, but Charles, check out my video and I don't think she has plum wine, but she might have said it. Yo, by the way, peach Moscato, nigga, Jesus Christ, that shit's fire.
Oh,
I don't care what y'all say. I said it. I fucking said it. I said it.
Jesus, man.
Peach Moscato.
What? At least in a dirty glass. God damn.
All right, y'all. I'm out. It's fire. I'm telling y'all.
Yo, what I wanted to say about was like watching like Z's recent video, not the recent one, but the second to last one before that. It reminded me of something. It reminded me of a film. There was this movie that came out. It's on Netflix. Came out in 2019. Kerry Washington, and I forgot the name of the white actor in it, but it's called American Son. Because black women who are trying to move out, who are trying to divest and whatnot, they gotta understand. You may leave the black community, but you cannot leave your blackness. Your blackness will carry over to your children. And in the film American Son, Kerry Washington heads to a police precinct or the sheriff department, trying to report a missing person for her teenage son. And she's having issues, and she's having a hard time communicating with a young deputy who's white, who doesn't know how to talk to a black person. Until her husband, who happens to be an FBI agent and is also estranged, shows up. Worth looking into.
That is going to be some good television right there.
Yeah, it's been around for there. But it's like I know I'm late, but hey, better late than never.
Yeah, we've been on for 4.5 hours.
Hey, let's keep going.
Too much fun.
Malik, what's going?
Fun. Well, not too much. I'm about to shut it down. About to go do.
What's up, y'all?
I'm good. How you been, man?
I'm all right.
Catch y'all on the Art of It Moore's channel.
Here's the thing. As far as the Rock's family bloodline, he's basically has a long family bloodline. You got Alpha and Sika. You got Haku and the Tonga Kid, the Islanders at the time. Those are the first ones I ever saw at the time.
The family's called Anawai, but a lot of people have to understand. But here's the thing.
You
Here's the
had
thing.
Umaga who passed away. You had a 3-minute warning.
Yeah.
You know, I forgot his
Rosie
name.
and Jamal.
Yeah, Rose Jamal. Yeah,
Umaga is actually one half a 3-minute warning. He was
yeah.
Jamal.
He passed away
Rosie,
too. And I
that's
think
Matt
also
Anawai. That's
Yokozuna was
Roman
part of that
Reigns' older
family too.
brother. Yeah, that's that's Rodney Anawai. That's the cousin of Rikishi, Umaga, Rosie, and everybody.
Yeah, Rikishi's part of the family too. Yeah, because that's a huge family, boy. I tell you. Also, Nia
Rikishi
Jax.
is an Anawai on his mother's side, to be exact. His last name is actually Fatu. Him,
Yeah,
the Tonga kid, him and they're identical. They're fraternal twins. And then there's the younger brother Eddie, who's Umaga. They're all Fatus technically, but they're Anawais on their mother's side
yeah.
because their late mother Vera was a
Speaking of
sister
Part Two, you
of.
remember they were in WCW, but I don't know if they were related to the Bloodline, the Samoan SWAT team, because of Paul.
That's Rikishi when he was known as Fatu, and that was Tama, aka the Tonga King, his identical twin, his
I got them on
paternal
tape.
twin brother. Yeah.
They were
And then there was Samu.
they were
That
Samu and
is
Fatu, the Samoan SWAT
Samu's a
team.
cousin. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Afa's oldest son. Samu is the oldest son of Afa. Rosie was the oldest son who passed away of Sika. And of course, you might remember there was a guy named Manu. There's a cat named Manu, aka Afa Jr.
Okay,
That is Samu's younger brother. Yeah,
I probably
that's
don't
Afa's
remember.
youngest son.
I probably don't remember what they look like, but I probably saw them at one time when I was little. The only one I remember passing away was Umaga. I don't know who else passed away.
Yeah.
Umaga and Yokozuna passed away because Yokozuna, I think, was even though he was big, he was still eating McDonald's or that. He had a heart attack because he was getting too big.
He died in his sleep, actually, is what they said, or something like that.
Yeah, he died.
He
Probably
passed
had a
away in
heart attack in
2000.
his sleep. Like I said, I think he had a heart attack in his sleep.
Eddie, no, Umaga, he died. He had 2 heart attacks in his sleep, and he died. But the problem was, or something like that. But Yoko, because of his weight, he couldn't lie down sleeping because being that size, he's prone to sleep apnea. So he had to sleep in a sitting position for the most part.
Okay.
That was messed up.
Yeah,
But
also his health, because even though he was still ordering McDonald's and shit and everything. They said
it was the same problem like Big Pun. It was like Big Pun, the same problem like Big Pun. Because remember, Big Pun weighed nearly 700 pounds.
I remember, because he died. Yeah,
until his death.
He was a promising rapper too, but yeah, he got too big. Yeah, his health and his diet, I guess.
The mental health, eating he was eating his problems. That's the problem with him. That was Big Pun's issue. I mean, Chris Rivers Jr. What's his? I forgot his rap name. His rap name? Big Pun's son, Chris Jr. He talked about a lot of that stuff. It was tragic. Who else? But what I understand is The Rock's grandfather, Peter Maivia, is actually the blood brother of Sika's father, Pastor Anawai. So they are the original they are the original patriarchs of that extended family. But more importantly, Peter Maivia was the high chief of their community. So he was like the highest ranking elder. That's why he was a high chief. He also had the if you ever looked at pictures of Peter Maivia, he has his weird tattoos up his legs and everything. Malik?
Yeah, I'm listening.
If you notice the late high chief Peter Maivia, his legs were tattooed and everything. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah, I mean, I was small when High Chief Peter Maivia was out. I was small, but on the old tapes, I haven't seen so what is those tattoos are represent his family or who passed away?
No, that tattoo we had from his knee all the way up to the small of his back. That's a traditional Samoan tattoo called a pe'a. So as a rite of passage, most men would have to endure have to undergo that type of tattoo, starting from the small of their back down their backside, tattooing both their thighs. They leave the groin area alone, but they finish off tattooing around the navel. The women, they have a similar type of tattoo where it's that covers the waist all the way down to their knees. It's called a malu. But for the men, if they have aspirations to go up and to succeed and go up the rank of chiefdom and everything, they have to undergo that tattoo. And Peter Maivia had to do it the traditional way. It took him about 3 weeks to get it done. Traditional, very painful. And you will, and it's a mark of shame if you don't get yours completed. So the tattoos was part of the process of him, going to become a chief and whatnot. and each person's payout is unique. It's like if you look at Roman Reigns, or if you look at the Usos, their form of the payout, or like The Rock for that matter, that is a modern form of it. So instead of tattooing their legs and their backside and everything, they're getting full sleeves on their arms and on their chests. But each one is unique because, in accordance with the traditional Samoan style, it tells the story of who they are and where they come from, and where in their family lineage and everything.
Yeah, it's like Roman
So
Reigns has a tattoo on half his chest and also sleeved up his right arm, because, like I said, Jimmy and Jay are sons of sons of Rikishi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they say they're twins of Rikishi.
Well,
So
it's
it's like
funny because I actually met Rikishi, spoke to him for a long minute, and for some reason he thought he asked me if I thought he was like, "Are you on the circuit?" It's like, no.
You thought you were a pro wrestler? You thought you
Well,
were?
Charles is big and he's a cop. Now I met Rikishi, but it was an autograph signing. I got his autograph. I just shook his hand. He signed a picture I had in the magazine. So he was nice though.
That's what's up.
Nice
He's
guy.
cool like that. He's cool.
Spoke to him
Because they're devout family men like that. You know, it's because there's one important word in the Samoan language. It's aiga. It means family. Yeah. But you want to talk about aiga? I remember if you have the WWF Network, I remember there was that show about tattoos and everything, but Corey Graves, and one of the guys he interviewed was Roman, and it was a two-part, right? And you see the whole sleeve. It shows how sick it is and everything. It's cool as hell. But on the inside of his wrist is a tattoo of a sea turtle with a flower on the shell. That is to symbolize, represents the soft side, because that turtle is a symbol of family in Samoan culture, but to him specifically, that is a tribute to his oldest child, his daughter Joanna, who was like the most important person in his life. That's the person who made him grow up, and what's the reason why he got into wrestling. As far as the Usos go, two men are responsible for their start in the business. It was their uncle Eddie Umaga, who came to them one night and said, "Listen, I need you to pack. If you're really serious about this, you're gonna pack your gear up. And you come with me. Because we're driving all the way to Houston, Texas." They ended up going to Houston, Texas, and there they were trained by Booker T. But here's the fucked up part about Booker T. A lot of people forgot. Booker T, when he was part of the invasion, got to know Rikishi a little too well.
Oh, please elaborate.
People talk about the worst stink faces, who got the worst stink face. They always say Booker T. You know what the stink face is, right?
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember that years ago. Yeah.
He got the stink face. Got out of it, and then he just threw up all over the announcer's table after that shit.
I don't know if that was real. That might have been a stunt that Booker T learned. I don't know if that was real, but then again, it might have been because, like I said, you had Jim Ross come out there later saying "Granny sour belches." So maybe it was. I remember when Jill was like, "Hey, no!" And then he threw up. He wiped everything off. Like, oh man.
I'll tell you who got it worse. The Road Dogg. The first time he got the stink face, his whole head disappeared in Rikishi's ass, and that was in a singles match. And then this was in March of 2000. And then that summer, just before SummerSlam, it was Rikishi against X-Pac and the Road Dogg in a handicap match, right?
Yeah.
And then what happened was, and the camera, and you had two cameras, focusing one on X-Pac, who got knocked out. It was at ringside, and the Road Dogg, who got squashed in the corner, and he's laid out on the turnbuckle. And so
Charles,
Rikishi's look at him.
Okay.
Huh? Okay.
Hold on, say that
so
again.
Rikishi's. Oh, go ahead, JL.
I said, Charles, I put some in the back chat for you. But I'm back.
Okay.
So anyway, X-Pac is got knocked out of the ring. He's trying to get his bearings, trying to climb back in, and he sees Road Dogg get squashed in the corner. And then Road Dogg just collapses. His head is on the bottom turnbuckle. Rikishi looks at him, and everybody knows, oh, it's the stink face. Then the camera switches to X-Pac, who's right there ringside, and he starts giggling. And then Rikishi gives him a stink face, but it's one of the longest stink faces. And in between the camera, they were cut to X-Pac, who's laughing and laughing and laughing. At one point, what was it? I don't know how he did this, but he was like rolling, and Road Dogg's face in his ass. The next thing you know, with his butt crack got a hold of Road Dogg's chin, forces him up to get a breather, and the referee's admonishing him in the process. He forces his chin up. Road Dogg is like gasping for air. Then he brings the face down and continues to rub it in. And then they cut to X-Pac, and X-Pac is just howling. He's howling. And then once he gets out of it, he rolls. And once, Rikishi's done with the stink face and gets back to the center ring, X-Pac rolls in and tries to fight him.
Oh, so when you say he's howling, what do you mean? Like, is he howling laughing, or is he howling like
howling laughing? Laughing. He was laughing, seeing his boy get the stink face, and it was the longest stink face ever.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard like some of the stuff that Rikishi did in the ring. It was stink face. I've heard that sometimes, like maybe he passed gas for real, or maybe that's why Booker T was nauseous. Like I said, the whole Booker T thing. I think I was told that whole upchuck scene was a stunt. It wasn't real. It was just they played it up. They sold it like it was. That's why when I saw it, I laughed my ass off at it. And then when JR said the sour belches, I was like, I laughed even harder. Like I said, because Jim Ross was always hilarious when it came to a name or something to call the situation. You know what I mean? He goes, King,
he always had a name.
Out here, it's like Granny Sour Belches. I'm like, holy shit! Yes, it was.
I'll give you another example, like how because JR and King were I must admit, was the greatest commentary duo, one of the greatest commentary duos.
Yeah, they were funny, yeah.
I'll give you one. It was
Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan. Those two were
Gorilla Monsoon. Those guys, Gorilla and Bobby, they were best friends. They were best friends. You know how deep of a friendship they had?
Yeah, that's why they were so hilarious, because they could shoot off each other. Just like also Monsoon and Jesse Ventura were also funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing is, when I said about the friendship, the deep friendship between Bobby the Brain Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon, you know how deep it was? Bobby Heenan, 2004, when Bobby Heenan, when he was inducted into the Hall of Fame.
I saw that. Yep, he had tears in his eyes. I saw it. Yep.
He had tears. Now you have to understand, he'd been recovering from throat cancer. That's why he had apologized when he said, "I apologize." Is for my voice being the way it is, because I've been recovering from throat cancer. But he said, "I'm happy to be here, but my biggest regret is Gorilla Monsoon." And tears in his eye. Gorilla Monsoon is not here to see it. I wish he was alive here, because he died in '99. Lived a long life, but he died in '99. Because you see the friendships some of these guys have. I mean, it's like the tear when you ask somebody about friendship is deep when you ask somebody what was another dude like, and they start having tears in their eyes about him.
I mean, look at Bret Hart and Rick Rude. Bret Hart, Mr. Perfect. Bret and his brother Owen. I remember when he said I actually have an action figure still in the box, autographed by Bret, and the DVD set autographed by Bret. And we were talking for a good hour too. Good God.
Who is this?
Don't you ever open
I'm never opening that son of a bitch. And it was funny.
Open the box.
You could see the tears in his eyes, because he said on the DVD that I'll never forget what Rick Rude did for me.
And Rick Rude was a stand-up guy like that. I'll give you another example. You remember when Eddie Guerrero died? Then on that SmackDown, you had every wrestler, do a taped tribute to him, everything. Chris Benoit.
Yeah, he was balling.
He was heartbroken, man. He he just collapsed and he just cried his eyes out.
I personally think that if Eddie was still alive, that tragedy with his family would have never happened.
Yeah, I would say that because you might remember WrestleMania 20 when Benoit won the world heavyweight title, and then Eddie was there center of the ring with his belt and he was applauding him. They just couldn't help but cry. That's a deep friendship.
I think that I really do think that if Eddie was alive, I don't think that that murder suicide would have happened because he would have had somebody to lean on at that moment.
Eddie was his rock in a sense. You know, that was his dude to lean on. I remember, was it Stevie Ray, and that was his podcast. He talked about, because they knew who Nancy was. They knew her nature. I mean, the late Eddie Graham, who before his passing was still good friends with Kevin Sullivan, talked about what Nancy Sullivan was like, what Nancy Benoit was like, you know, a bit of a shit start and everything. So, and Stevie Ray was like, who knows what have happened? She could have said something that could have flipped him off. Because I understand men can snap.
Yeah.
You all agree? Because remember, there was a show. I remember, Charles, you don't mind if I bring this cat up? TS was his name, the dude who our brother Cerulean refers to as Cocomayor. He once said, like, you know, there's a show called Snap where women talk about when they snap and everything, they reach their breaking point. What about a man when he reaches his breaking point? But I guess men can't have that emotion.
You just call crazy, Wolf. That's what they call us. When we snap, he just went crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I've had plenty of times where I've gone crazy, so this is no new to me.
You have a lot.
In my case, it's called psychotic rage.
You have people.
Oh, look who got discharged! Look who got discharged from the hospital. Everybody's lovable asshole.
Yeah.
Rob Van Dam. Now that dude is a pothead. I mean, he just admits out loud he smokes pot, and Paulie smokes pot with him. I remember at the 2005 the ECW thing they did that Vince McMahon let him do the one night stand. He said, I was in the back smoking a joint with Rob Van Dam. Like, good God Almighty!
Who said that?
Kids look up to him. Kids look up to him. I mean, come on now.
You know what? Let me say something. I remember, was it in an interview, in an interview, Charles Wright, aka the Godfather, when he was asked, you know, who are some of the guys he misses the most? He said one of them is Percy Pringle, aka Paul Bearer. And when he asked, is there a secret talent he had? He said, Percy could roll a joint like nobody could. I mean, he showed me how to roll a joint.
Wow. Oh, I believe it. Yeah.
Paul Bearer was a pothead than a motherfucker. No wonder he was able to talk like this. Oh, yes.
Oh, well, maybe he got high right before his intro every night. If that's the case, then, you know, he never showed it because he lived a long life despite smoking pot.
He was also a certified mortician. Actually, Paul Bearer was actually a certified mortician.
Yes, he was.
I wonder if he smoked weed. I wonder if he had to get high to work with dead bodies.
I'm sure. You know, I'm sure he did that after the fact because like, what is it like? Morticians, for understand, they have to go through people working.
You can't tell a judge.
He don't give a fuck. He's got it on purpose because he's probably like want to let Charles know he's alive. I'm still alive, motherfucker. I'm still here, nigga. I'm still here.
Still here, nigga.
By the way, I wanted to ask everybody a question. Has anybody seen Dave Chappelle's latest Netflix special, Closer?
No, but after this, I'm
You got to see the trailer first.
Yeah,
you got to see the trailer with Morgan Freeman.
Last night, this morning, I listened to some.
I need to watch this son of a bitch. Like,
it's some of the jokes already. It's like 10 and 15-minute parts already put online.
Y'all know he's already being canceled by the.
I know.
Counsel him. He gonna make them some money.
It wasn't that bad. Bad.
Y'all know he's already being canceled by the LMNOPQ.
Yeah.
He's already getting canceled. They can't. The LMNOPQ, TRX, they went off.
Yeah, but the problem is this. I
They
like
they mad because he telling the truth. They mad because he telling the truth.
They
wait a
concern
minute.
trolling. That's what it was, man.
Problem with that whole situation. Now he put that other girl Dane on, girl like she used to open for him, so he used to do
Hmm.
gay jokes and stuff like that. Then, on top of that, on CNN, a black dude tried to bring another transsexual comedian on TV, and he was trying to like get her to say something bad about Dave Chappelle. And he was like, "Well, wait a minute. The LGBTQ community didn't do shit for her. He put her on and let her open up, even though it was time she bombed." Now,
Hmm.
what she said, he said, this is the funny thing, because she said, I got a dog in the fight because I'm a black person, I'm a transsexual, and I'm a comedian. So I got a dog in the fight. But she said, one of the things she said now, she said, like, well, wait a minute. Before so-and-so killed herself, the backlash she was getting was from the LGBTQ community. So he said,
Wait,
so if
Dre.
you want
Yo,
to
Dre.
talk about
Dre. Let me ask you a
what?
question. Dre.
Hold on, let
This,
Dre
this, this,
finish the
this.
story.
No, no,
Did
no.
not
I just
finish?
know. I just need. I know it's about the comedian he's talking about. The comedian he's quoting. This is a
Right.
black woman, trans, right?
Yeah, she's a black
Chicago?
transsexual.
Is she from Chicago? Was she wearing
I
glasses
don't
in
know.
Chicago?
Got on TV and showed her face and everything and told who she was. And she said the people who were giving her the grief the last couple of months of her life were the transsexual community. So she
I
said if
think I know who you're
anybody had
talking about, fam.
what happened
I think
to
I know who you're
her,
talking about. I think I know who you're talking
well,
about,
goddamn,
Dre.
nigga, can I finish?
Sorry.
That.
I'm sorry. I'm a dick. You know how it is. You know how dicks are when they get with assholes.
You are a dick. That's why, look, nigga, I got one more elbow now, nigga. All right?
Dusty roast the shit out of you. Go ahead, Dre.
She said the main for giving that. So she said, if anything, you need to take and we need to take a little heat for that. And the first thing
Hmm.
that the first thing that the commentator did, well, there's no substantiated proof for that. But if she said, wait a minute, she was getting drugged by the transsexual community because she was cool with Dave Chappelle. So wait a minute. If you want to sit up here and say it's like every time that he's like, no, because she was like, we got to take a hand in that because it was our people dragging her lately before she passed away. It was our people doing that. So what, you gonna try to say that they didn't have a hand in it? Well, we don't got no significant proof on that, but it was our people putting stress on her.
No,
All right.
you'll
I
see
think I know
that
who you're
all the
talking
time.
about, Dre. Dre, I think I know who you were talking about because there's a black trans comedian I know.
I could pull the episode up on CNN where I showed you. Yeah, I can pull it up
Hmm.
if you want to still in my feed. But she said it was our people ragging her the last months of our life. It wasn't
All
many
right.
straight people. It was our people. So she
Oh,
said,
they're very
so if
cruel, and they're
somebody
very
got to
cruel.
say that we ain't true, she said it ain't like we coming out squeaky clean in that thing. Oh, sorry, man, I cut you.
It's cool. It's cool. But I will say this. There is actually a lot of people don't know this, but there is actually a lot of infighting within the alphabet community because
I
they
know.
try to pose because they try to pose a united front, right? I remember if you might remember Chappelle in Sticks and Stones when he did the analogy of the carpool. The G's are driving, the L's are are riding
That,
shotgun.
oh,
The
that's
B
old. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that
but
was a
it
good one.
is true.
That one.
But no,
That
but
was a
what he's
good joke.
explaining in that is the infighting within that group because all these specific letters, they don't always see eye to eye on a lot of things.
of
Or
course not.
one-eyed
Because,
monster, the one-eyed monster.
Which letter are you again? No.
but I think I know who he's talking. The
He's
comedian he was talking about, the
he's
trans
the
comic. It's
he's the T.
yeah, the T he was talking about. I think I know who he's talking about. You might remember. I've seen her. I've seen her. Tiffany Haddish. Tiffany Haddish. She remember she has that series called They Ready, where she brings a bunch of comedians in there.
I
The
knew
comic,
Tiffany Haddish.
yeah, Tiffany Haddish. Yeah, she has a series called They Ready. In season one of the comics she brought was a T. Her name is Flame Monroe. Bad motherfucker from
Yeah, I
Chicago.
done, I done seen that perform. I done seen that perform before.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And I've seen her on Godfrey's podcast a few times. And when she drops down some knowledge, she drops down some serious knowledge, man. Like when she talked about like parents when it comes to having a child who's coming out as trans, she says you got to be a fucking adult about that. You can't just be putting them on hormones immediately. You got to wait till like a certain age or whatnot about that shit. And she's been honest. She's straight up about it, you know. And she talks about how the G's don't like the T's, and sometimes the G's will out the T's out of spite. The L's will out the G's as well, the T's as well. In fact, there's a Netflix documentary that was by Laverne Cox called Disclosure.
Wow. That's kind of like the name I was not expecting to hear during a conversation about the LGBT community. But keep going.
But like I said, there's a documentary on Netflix. Laverne Cox is the one who funded the whole documentary. The Wachowski sisters and everybody, they all in it, and they talk about the struggles that the T's have to deal with, especially when it comes to the rest of the alphabet folks, because their issue is not the same as the rest of them. Because everybody else, it's a sexual orientation issue of sexual orientation being accepted. In the case of the T's, it's gender identity. But they're lumped in. But a lot of T's in the back in the day.
You gotta use a better terminology.
Am I wrong to say it? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Yep, you are.
Lumped in.
Well, don't worry. You know this dick was strapped on before he fucked your asshole, buddy. Anyway. I'm a dick, he's an asshole. That's what I mean, motherfuckers. Don't get it twisted.
Asshole. I got what, nigga? I got an elbow, motherfucker.
I got 2 elbows. I got both my knees for you. You know, I'll Muay Thai this shit out of you, motherfucker.
Y'all gonna look like the sequel to the 5 Deadly Venoms, Crippled Avengers.
So look. I'm only on antibiotics for 10 days. So now, come on now. I'm already on antibiotics, so I can go use the other one now. I mean, don't talk shit.
That old school gonorrhea is clearing up real nice, isn't it? Oh man.
Yeah.
This is gonna be as much of a mistake, just like the old municipal stadium. Shit.
But I got it from a Baltimore broad now.
Shit, you probably did. And she probably got it from a Cleveland man. Oh. You know,
yo, Camrod asked a question here. Camrod brought up an interesting name here. Wanda Sykes, yeah. You know, she is vocal. She don't fuck around. Wanda's a bad mother.
I like Wanda.
Yeah.
Even though her voice took me a while to get used to.
But I remember, she talked about why a lot of people don't want to get married. And she said it best. They're not getting married. They're not. The only reason that most men are afraid of marriage is simple this. Divorce. And ain't that the truth? But she had a Netflix special. Everybody got to get it. Like folks are getting Netflix stuff and shit. Huh?
She's actually in a Netflix show called Q-Force. That shit. You want to talk about funny innuendo jokes about the LGBT community? They literally have a character on there named Twink.
Twink.
Wait, isn't she also on a series with? She's also on another series with Mike Epps and shit.
Yep. So she getting that Netflix money. She's on like 3 different Netflix shows.
Shit,
get that money, girl. Get that money, girl.
You get that money, but But I remember she said something like this. She said like she had this joke about having kids, right? She said like, was it like, you know, first of all, let me tell you something. Dealing with little kids is tiring because, you know, they have twins, boy and a girl. And she once said this, like, she said like, listen, I told my wife, listen, if you ever find me in bed in another woman's bed, understand it's because I'm tired of chasing the kids. I just want to get some sleep. It ain't something else here. I'm tired. I'm old. The kids wore me out. I just need a break. I just need to sit down. I just need to take a breather.
I forgot this one movie. She was like, who took a shit over there in that bag? Oh, my
Was it a
goodness.
wrestling
If
movie?
you catch me in another one,
I don't know.
I like that one.
You
I wonder
boy.
can men use that one? If you ever catch me in another woman's bed, I was just tired.
Yep, tired of your ass. That's what.
Well, I
Tired of
didn't
your
complete the
ass.
sentence, right? But if I didn't complete the sentence, I was just tired.
Tired of your ass.
Y'all remember that Y'all remember that Eddie Murphy joke from Raw? You fucked her.
What?
You fucked her. All right, damn it. Okay, you're right. I fucked. That's what we did. We fucked. But I make love to you. So you want to end our love over a little fuck? There's something really going wrong here, baby.
Oh my goodness. Oh, somebody
Come
play me
on.
that Bill Murray.
Hey. It's like what was it? There's a term I remember. It's called it's a term that the ancient Germanic tribes or the Gallic tribes they used when they first sacked Rome. Not at the end, but in the beginning. They said bellum. They said "Vae victis," which means "woe to the vanquished," or like the Romans say "bellum Romanus." So if a woman says there's a difference between make love and fucking, hey, you set the rules. We're just playing by them.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make love to that bitch. I just fucked her. I make love to you though. That's the difference.
I don't make love. I make fun.
Well, from what the women told me, they said that you weren't no fun. They said you hump 6 times and you buff. They said them Baltimore niggas got.
Well, that's still 5 more humps than you lasted.
They said they already said they know I got stamina. All them fights I've been into.
And they said they had to do you like a Jodeci song. You got to get on up now.
That's a good one. I got.
Oh shit!
Yo, how swollen is your elbow? First of all, man.
Huh?
How swollen is your elbow?
It some went down actually. I do admit it. A little fluid's built back up in it because I can feel the fingers are hurting a little. But they told me to I can go home, but just if nigga, you better walk your ass on the street, nigga. I will hit your ass. Don't think that you ain't black. I hit you. But go ahead. As you see,
I got a cousin. Yo, you know what you remind me of, Dre? I got a cousin in the DMV area, and sometimes when I talk to her, she's usually driving, and she be talking the same shit about everybody on the road, especially when she's on the freeways.
I talk to the guy walking because I be talking. Oh man, because my biggest thing is what? Especially when the white people what you think you got the white away? I call it the white away, not right away, white away.
Yes. Just sounds about white.
Just sounds about white.
Just like that old whiteout.
Like that.
Just like the whiteout you use for like when you're writing and shit.
No, we gotta make a correction.
I had them. I said, so what? You think you come out? I had them rolling one time. I was like, what? You think you just pull out in front of everybody? What? You think you got the white away? Everybody's like, they're like, I realized what he said. Yeah, I thought.
Either that or this motherfucker's missing some front teeth. He can't say his R's right.
Hey man, I didn't do it. I just got out. So. But,
hold on, man, you're borging.
Sounds just
I was in the hospital. Then when I left the hospital, I was on Charles Faulkner's screen, and my camera was on, so that shows that I was at home. So that.
And he said, "Wide away." Was the Elmer Fudd or just came from the dentist's office?
Wide away.
Was you getting a root canal or something here, or were you getting some bridge work? You went to get that wide away.
White away.
Wide away. Okay, wide away. So okay, yes. It sounds like this motherfucker came from the dentist's office, not the ER. But anyway, he borging in the motherfucker. I didn't know.
That's just that Cleveland Bell Atlantic phone that he got. Nigga calling off a car phone.
That's why if you want the best internet in Ohio, you got to go to Columbus.
I'm in a high school area.
He's you borging still.
Oh shit. Ugh.
What's he doing?
Oh my gosh, I know you're not talking shit.
Man, his camera is buffering like a motherfucker.
Now loading. Now.
Please wait. ... Oh my god. But yeah. But anyway, back to the Chappelle show thing. I mean, when I watched that was like, am I allowed to spoil the shit or just, wait till you guys watch it?
Wait till I watch it.
All right.
But yeah, I'm about to
But
shut
they're
this
trying to
thing
cancel him.
down.
This ain't new. All right, we got to shut this shit down. All
Gotta
right.
shut this shit down. Gotta get on with my life. Alright, I'm gonna hit you up if I'm on another panel later. Woo! Peace.
Woo! Later. And a bottle of hair grease.
Yes, sir.